Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, The Care from the Old Mother. Lingtian asked slightly curiously, what is Uncle Fu going to do? Uncle Fu bowed and said, Madam has something to do over at Jinxiu Pavilion, and I need my help to deal with it. Master Lingtian, you are finally back. Madam has been thinking about the young master these days, and misses him very much. I came here just to visit my mother. The master and his wife are at the mansion. Let me take you there. No need to trouble Uncle Fu. Lingtian waved his hand, smiled slightly, and said, Uncle Fu, please go ahead. His Highness the Prince and I can just go there ourselves. Okay, then young master, hurry in. Madam will be very happy if she sees you. Lingtian nodded slightly and then walked into the house with Qian Renxue. At the same time before Lingtian entered the inner courtyard, the news of Lingtian's return had already spread throughout the prince's palace. Master Lingtian is back. Master, Madam, Master Lingtian is back. After hearing the news, Ningyu came to the hospital gate as soon as possible, eagerly awaiting the return of her child. As a prince, Zuxing's reaction was much calmer, but his eyes kept looking toward the door. Finally, a few minutes later, the figures of Lingtian and Qian Renxue finally appeared at the gate. China, mother, quick, come here and let me take a look. While Ningyu was speaking, she had already walked to Lingtian, holding his hand and walking to the yard. Qian Renxue saw this and followed them. Soon after some greetings, the waiter brought the prepared dishes to the table and the four of them took their seats one after another. King, the problem in Vincian City has been solved. You can just rearrange some manpower when the time comes. Thank you, Uncle Wang. You helped me a lot this time. The family doesn't need to be so polite. It's just that the Principality of Argendus needs to pay attention. The issue of troops stationed in Vincian City seems to have something to do with them. The Principality of Argendus. I know, Uncle Wang. Here, Qian Renxue and Zuxing are because of their high positions and authority. Although this is a family dinner, it is inevitable to talk about important affairs of the country. And the other side. Lingtian and Ningyu, mother and son, were not idle either, listening to Lingtian talking about his experience during this period. Ningyu also listened with interest, as long as it was about Lingtian. The atmosphere at the table was pleasant. Oh my god. While eating, Ningyu put down her chopsticks and looked at Lingtian thoughtfully. Lingtian noticed something and turned around. Mother, what's wrong with you? My god, if mother remembers correctly, you should be almost 15 years old now, right? Well, in the first half of the year, I will be 15. You're 15 years old. Ningyu rubbed Lingtian's head and said with emotion, in the blink of an eye, my China has grown so big now. It's a pity that my mother will never have the chance to accompany you to grow up. There will be a long time to come I will stay with my mother. Lingtian comforted softly. That's right, husband. Ning. You looked at Zuxing and said softly, when other people's children are this old, they have already been engaged, right? Zuxing nodded in response. Mother, I still, before Lingtian could finish speaking, Ningyu smiled gently and said, Mom, I know what you want to say. It's already the greatest luck for your father and I to find you. We won't force you to do anything you don't like, whether it is marriage or engagement. Everything will be according to your wishes, as long as you are happy. Chapter 386, Concern from an Old Mother. Please subscribe. Chapter 377, King, you should choose a princess too. Before Lingtian could finish speaking, Ningyu smiled gently and said, Mom, I know what you want to say. It's already the greatest luck for your father and I to find you. We won't force you to do anything you don't like, whether it is marriage or engagement. Everything will be according to your wishes, as long as you are happy. They finally got the child back, but it was too late to compensate the child. Nature will not force him to do anything. Hearing this, Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Renxue also slowly loosened her clenched fists, but Ningyu paused for a moment and said sincerely, Mom, I still hope that you can find the person you like as soon as possible, get married and have children, so that you can make up for the regret I had on you. I know, Mother. Lingtian nodded slightly and looked at Qian Renxue beside him. He has already met the person he likes. Sometimes a single encounter determines each other. To him, Qian Renxue was like that. No matter what the outcome is, he will never regret his choice. This is what is called love. The conversation changed, and Ningyu continued to ask, so, I just want to ask you, if there is a girl you like now, have this time. Lingtian did not hesitate. Ningyu suddenly became interested, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, which family is this girl from? Have you seen her before? Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will bring her over to see you. But don't be too surprised when the time comes. Lingtian smiled slightly and gave it up. You kid, you even have to hide it from your mother. Ningyu's eyes were filled with resentment, and she poked Lingtian's head in dissatisfaction. Lingtian smiled and said, I will definitely tell you when the time comes. Don't worry, Ning. You felt that she had seen through Lingtian's little thoughts and said, your father and I will not have any requirements for the people you like. As long as you sincerely like Ocean, it is enough. Then, she didn't ask any more questions. For her, knowing that her child has someone she likes is enough. She doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. Anyway, everything is based on Lingtian's own ideas. The children have grown up, and they will not interfere. King. At this time, Zuxing picked up the wine glass, looked at Qian Renxue, and said, speaking of which, you are already in your 20s now, but the position of the crown princess in the palace is still vacant. As the crown prince of our Qian Dou Empire, this is not acceptable. Yes, King, your uncle Wang is right. It's time for you to choose a princess for yourself. Ningyu on the side also agreed. I'm not in a hurry. How can you not be anxious? You have fallen in love with that girl. Uncle Wang will go and marry you someday. Uncle Wang, there's no need to be like this. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Qian Renxue said something awkward and perfunctory about eating melon and eating it on her own head. She is not the real Zuking. If you really marry a princess, won't you risk exposing yourself? At this moment, Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue with a smile and made a timely stab. Brother Prince, I think what my father said is right. As the crown prince of our Qian Dou Empire, you should definitely confirm the crown prince as soon as possible. That's right. Haha. I will remember what brother Lingtian said. Qian Renxue secretly clenched the wine glass in her hand. Although he was smiling, Lingtian felt a chill and his body couldn't help but shiver. He could already imagine his ending. After returning home. Thinking of this, Lingtian quickly made amends and said, brother Prince, please concentrate on government affairs now. I think we should wait until later to talk about the selection of concubines. After saying that, he quickly looked at Qian Renxue. You think so, brother Prince? Although Qian Renxue said nothing, she had already put down the wine glass in her hand. See the situation. Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for his wit. Otherwise it would be really miserable back home. Shana is right. Come on, let's have another drink. Uncle Wang, please. Father. The three people in Lingtian picked up their wine glasses at the same time and drank happily. Ningyu was smiling. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was 4 months later when Lingtian left Qian Dou City. Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan had just become pregnant with their child. Now 10 months have passed, and their children have arrived as promised. Lingtian and Qian Renxue were invited to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to attend the full moon banquet for Yu Xianheng's first child. The atmosphere was also joyful. As soon as he entered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Lingtian met Yu Feng and others. Sister Zua, I'm going over there. Someone happened to be coming from Qian Renxue's side, so Lingtian said something and walked over. Brother Qian, I heard from the boss that brother Qian is still practicing. I thought you wouldn't be able to catch up with the full moon wine this time. Brother Qianheng's baby is 1 month old. Of course I want to come back. Lingtian smiled slightly and greeted everyone, and then walked into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect together. Several of them were wearing the emblems of their respective families, and Lingtian was wearing the royal emblem exclusive to King Xianbing. Naturally, the disciples of the guarding sect would not stop them. A group of people just walked through the front hall. Not far ahead, I saw two familiar figures. It was Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan, a pair of strangers, holding hands and waiting for a few people. Yu Xianheng was dressed in blue and purple sect clothes. When he saw Lingtian and others, a smile appeared on his lips. Lingtian, Yufeng, Graphite, Shimo, Lingling, this way, boss, Sister Yan, Xianheng, Lingtian, and others came forward and said hello to Yu Xianheng. Yufeng took a step forward and put his hand on Yu Xianheng's shoulder. Although everyone has not been together for a long time, they share the same memories of the Soul Master competition, so the relationship between them has not become estranged because of this. Boss, move so fast. Yu Feng was still the same as before, putting his hand on Yu Xianheng's shoulder and saying with a smile, we have only been married for less than a year, and we have a child with Sister Yan. You are really a role model for our generation. Yes, as expected of the boss. She, Emo and others echoed. Du Guyan looked at everyone with a smile, enjoying this moment of getting together with friends. Stop talking about Xianheng, Du Yan looked at the Shi brothers and asked curiously, last time I heard from Xianheng that you two brothers, Shiemo, also met the girl you like. How is it? How is the situation now? Hey the Shi brothers looked at each other, scratched their heads, and said with a smile, in a while, father will prepare to propose marriage for us. Yes, it seems that it won't be long before we can enjoy the wedding wine of you two brothers. Du Guyan smiled slightly and congratulated the two brothers Shiemo and Shiemo in advance. At the same time, Yi Lingling on the side whispered, Sister Yan, congratulations. Thank you, Sister Lingling. Du Guyan smiled gently. At this time, Yufeng came up and said with a smile, Sister Yan, do you have anything to say to me? Du Guyan looked Yufeng up and down and said with a smile, you should also learn from the Shi family brothers and quickly find a girl you like. We also want to drink your wedding wine as soon as possible. I haven't encountered this yet. Yufeng shrugged helplessly. He also wants to find a suitable girl. The children of the big family at their age have also reached the age where they should get engaged, and their family has also introduced him to many well-matched ladies, but he felt that it was almost meaningless, and he still hasn't decided yet. Then, you have to hurry up. Du Yang pursed his lips and smiled, then looked at Lingtian. Lingtian still wants to thank you for the marrow cleansing pill you gave to the child at the last wedding. We have given it to Zuina according to the method. Sister Yan, you don't have to be polite. We are all friends and don't need to be so outspoken. Lingtian smiled slightly and then asked, the main reason we came here today is not to see you. Where is the child? Take us to see him quickly. Yes, Sister Yan, where is our little nephew? Take us to see him quickly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone followed suit. Yu Xianheng was the first in their generation to have a child, and everyone in the Qian Dou Royal Academy was very interested in this newly born child. Du Guyan also smiled and said, Zuina's child is rather sleepy. I'll take you over to have a look. Walk. With that said, the group of people followed Du Guyan. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Xianheng's room. At this time, a little guy carved from pink jade was lying quietly on the crib and playing. Du Guyan stepped forward, gently picked up the child, and brought it to everyone. Lingtian and others also became interested and began to look at this little guy. This kid was not afraid of strangers, and he also looked at everyone with wide eyes. So cute. That's right, I'm not afraid of strangers. Looking at her eyebrows, I miss Sister Yan a little. Isn't this nonsense? If Sister Yan and the eldest child's children don't want to go to them, how can they go to you? A few people chatted for a few words, showing great interest in the child. Yi Lingling was even more captivated by this little guy. He looked at Du Guyan aside and asked expectantly, Sister Yan, can I touch this child? Of course, you can give me a hug. May I? Sure. Du Yan smiled slightly and handed the child to Yi Lingling. At this time, the little guy in his arms seemed to be different, and he also stretched out his little hand towards Yi Lingling. Come. To Lingling, Zuina also wants to give you a hug. Seeing this, Yi Lingling was filled with joy. Zen nodded gently and carefully raised his hand to pick up the little guy. He pinched the little guy's face with his other hand from time to time. He held the child in his arms and couldn't put it down. Yufeng and others on the side also teased the little guy. Everyone loves this little guy very much, even Lingtian is no exception. Come on, little one, smile, smile. Uncle will give you some candy. You, Feng, put away your candy. How can you eat candy when your child is so young? Yes, Yufeng, please don't cause any trouble. No, I was wrong. Don't squeeze me. I want to see it too. For a time, the room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Yufeng and others were all gathered around the little guy, and from time to time Harvey would bring out some interesting gadgets to attract the little guy's attention. And on the other side, Yu Xianheng and Lingtian were at the side, and the two started chatting. Lingtian, how did you gain from this experience? Yu Xianheng asked. Fortunately, there is a slight breakthrough in soul power. Lingtian smiled lightly and said in a calm tone, there should be a chance to break through to the next stage within a year. Oh, I really envy you. You. Xianheng looked at Lingtian with a hint of envy in his eyes. What's there to envy? When the child gets older, you can bring Sister Yan with you. Lingtian smiled and said with relief, that's right, you. Xianheng turned his head to look at Lingtian, smiled heartily, and said, now that the child has been born, when he is older, I will take Yan out for some training. I can't let you fall too far behind. You have been practicing outside for all these years. Is there any suitable place for us? Suitable for you? Lingtian thought for a moment and responded, there are a few good places in my mind. It just so happens that I can ask Yufeng and the others what their opinions are. If we can set off together, you will have someone to look after you along the way. Oh, where is it? You. Xianheng looked at Lingtian with a flash of interest in his eyes. We'll wait until you are ready to leave. If you want to go to that place, your soul power must at least be around the Soul Emperor. You should take advantage of this time to practice hard and spend time with your children. Lingtian smiled and bought 1 Guanzi. That's right. Let's talk about it later. Looking at Dugu Yan who was holding the child, Yu Xianheng showed a gentle smile on his face. Lingtian also looked back. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes at the same time. Another scene emerged in my mind. Let's go there. Although this full moon banquet was not as grand as the original wedding banquet, the guests invited were all famous and powerful people in the Qian Dou Empire. For example, the sect leader of the Qibao glazed sect, Sword Dao Luo Chengxin. 3 teachers from Qian Dou Royal Academy. The crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire, Zuking, Prince Zhu Crossing, etc. All of them are famous people. This full moon for Yu Xianheng's child can be said to have given the blow lightning. Tyrant Dragon Sect enough face. To avoid causing trouble at the seats, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has assigned seats as early as the beginning. All guests are divided into different tables according to their status and title. The guests at the front have higher status as the Qianbing King of the Qian Dou Empire. Lingtian naturally had to sit at the front tables. It's not just a deliberate arrangement, there are other reasons. Most of the guests sitting at the table where Lingtian was sitting knew each other. Ning Fengzi, the sect master of Qibao glazed sect, Ning Rangrong, the young sect master, his teacher Sword Dao Luo Chengxin, Tang Yuhe, the master of Yuxiangxun, Zuxing and his wife, and Qian Renxue, the crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire. Xiana, sit here. Ning Yu waved and said with a smile, mother. Seeing the vacant seat next to Ning Yu, Qian Renxue happened to be sitting next to her. Lingtian nodded and sat over. Chapter 387. King, it's time for you to choose a princess. Please subscribe if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World. It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 MB Lingtian, want a child? When everyone saw Lingtian sitting over, they all smiled. China, why haven't you come to Yuxuan in the past few days? Xiaoshan, go back to the Kibao glazed sect when you have time. That kid Jiangshu has been talking about it lately. That's right. The soul power is solid. It should be about to break through, right, Junior? Brother Lingtian, faced with everyone's concern, Lingtian responded with a smile. Time flies by. The full moon banquet was held until night before it finally came to an end. Yu Xianheng originally wanted Lingtian to stay in the sect for one night, but he politely declined and followed Qian Renxue back to the prince's mansion. On the carriage. Qian Renxue suddenly spoke. Xiaoshan, huh? Lingtian turned his head when he heard the sound. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian, hesitated for a moment, and asked, what do you think of Yu Xianheng's children? It's pretty good, very cute. I think it would be pretty good to have such a little guy. Lingtian recalled with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoshan, if you want, we can do it now. Qian Renxue bit her teeth lightly, her pretty face blushing slightly. She has been observing Lingtian's reaction today. When she saw Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan coming out with their children in their arms, she saw a flash of envy in Lingtian's eyes. Although it was only fleeting, it made her secretly record it in her heart. Sister Zua, don't make trouble. Lingtian smiled, thinking it was a joke. Xiaoshan, I'm serious. Before Lingtian finished speaking, Qian Renxue raised her head and looked at Lingtian seriously. Lingtian was slightly startled, and he saw that Qian Renxue was not joking. At this moment, his eyes kept flashing. Regarding Qian Renxue's proposal, Lingtian was indeed a little moved at this moment. When he saw the child of Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan, Lingtian had a thought in his mind at that moment. If he and Qian Renxue had a child, would it be as cute as this? Lingtian shook his head firmly. Sister Zua, now is not the time. Although she really wants to have a child, Qian Renxue has a special status, and now is a critical moment for the Tian Dou Empire. The closer she is to success, the more careful she must be. There can't be any problems traveling at this time. Although Lingtian was indeed very moved by this, he would not let Qian Renxue risk it. Xiaoshan, Qian Renxue felt warm in her heart and leaned on Lingtian's shoulder. There is no need to say anything else. They are on the same page, and it's really not the right time. But thinking of what she just said, Qian Renxue's pretty face became even more rosy. Shyly buried on Lingtian's shoulder, not looking up. Lingtian smiled knowingly, stretched out his other hand to gently hug Qian Renxue, and said softly, but I have already memorized these words. When the matter on the Tian Dou Empire is over, then Sister Zua can't refuse HMPH. It depends on my mood. Qian Renxue hummed softly, with a slight smile on her lips. Yeah. Listen to Sister Zua. Lingtian smiled and kept echoing. It's good to know. Qian Renxue also laughed and hugged Lingtian with her backhand. Time flies by. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the eve of his 15th birthday, Lingtian successfully broke through to Contra with his soul power. The memories of the divine world that were sealed back then have all been restored this time. He saw his life after ascending to the divine realm and his relationship with the gods in the divine realm. As expected. Because of his origin as a soul beast, he doesn't have many friends in the god realm. But he has the same interests as the god of destruction. But other than that, apart from the golden dragon king, there are no other friends in the god realm. In addition to these memories, Lingtian also recalled the history of the divine world that he had learned before. Among them are records about the god of judgment. But compared with the other 5 god kings, the records of this god of judgment are much less. Moreover, it did not indicate any of his identity. It just recorded the name of a god and mentioned it in one stroke. If Lingtian hadn't looked carefully at the beginning, he might have ignored the existence of this god. It seems to be intentional, ignoring the existence of the god of judgment. However, these spirits passed by at a glance and continued to receive the memories behind them. That's what's most important. Sure enough, the final memory was exactly as expected. Lingtian saw that he had fallen into the hands of God Shura, and the ice G sword carrying half of the god's throne was also shattered. If it weren't for Leogu's timely appearance and the relationship between the Yin Shuang sheath, he might have died completely. Shura, seeing The end of the last memory. Lingtian couldn't help clenching his fists. There was even more murderous intent in his cold eyes. Wait a moment. When he accumulates enough strength to return to the God realm, the grudge between him and God Shura will be completely settled. At the same time, upon hearing the news of Lingtian's breakthrough, all relatives, friends, and elders congratulated him. 15 years old. Unknowingly, Lingtian had already ridden the dust, leaving all the talented soul masters of today's young generation far behind, and no one could keep up with him. Xuxing is naturally the happiest one. He had always dreamed of becoming a powerful soul master. It may not be possible in the end. Fortunately, it finally came true in my own child, which made up for the regret of not becoming a powerful soul master back then. At the same time, as Lingtian's only teacher, Sword Douluo Chengxin was equally happy. The day after Lingtian's breakthrough, he went to the Kibao glazed sect. The dusty heart has no children. He has already regarded Lingtian as his own child, otherwise he would not have been so furious. After learning the news that Lingtian was assassinated by the Killing Palace and wiped out most of the Killing Palace forces in the Qian Dou Empire by himself. The stronger the disciple is, the more proud the teacher will be. Shenzhen is this kind of teacher in his eyes. Lingtian is his continuation, and his true meaning of swordsmanship will fully bloom in him. Zhang Chenxin also specially tested Lingtian's current strength. The result surprised him. Even though Lingtian's soul power breakthrough was very fast, thanks to the solid foundation he had laid at the beginning, even though Lingtian had just broken through to Contrap, he could already basically exert his full power at the same time. Lingtian did not stand still in the sword path. Now his understanding of the sword is no longer beneath his earthly mind. Compared to him, the only thing that he was aware of was his soul power, and the thing that surprised Shenzhen the most was that his soul power, which had remained motionless for many years, was somewhat loosened. Maybe it won't be long before he can break through to the next stage. Qian Dou Empire, Prince's Mansion. In the courtyard. Lingtian was not only doing something, he was standing in a pile of stones and muttering to himself. I stared at it for a long time, not knowing why. Looking at Lingtian, who was standing in front of a pile of strange shaped stones, tinkering non-stop. Qian Renxue, who had just returned home from hosting the court meeting, looked confused. She stepped forward and observed it for a while, still confused. Xiaoshan, what are you Sister Zua, let's talk later. But before Qian Renxue could speak, Lingtian made a quiet gesture. After a few hurried explanations, he started playing with the rocks again. For a while, this stone was placed in front, and for a while, it was replaced with another one. Sometimes his brows are furrowed, and sometimes his eyes light up. There is a problem with the orientation here. According to the map, the brightness should be shifted. Yes, this is it. Then it's a matter of determining the exact location of the landmark. According to the description in the book, these obsidian can be calculated. He once again reassembled the strange dark stones in front of him, and at the same time, took out some things that Qian Renxue couldn't understand, and scrawled and changed them on the ground, as if he was calculating something. I stayed there and observed carefully for a long time. No matter how Qian Renxue looked at it, it was just a pile of rocks. Unable to figure it out, she turned back and looked at Chenzi beside her for help. Qian Renxue walked softly to Chenzi, pointed at Lingtian, who was still playing with the stones, and asked in a low voice, Sister Chenzi, what's wrong with Xiaoshan? It's so mysterious. What is he doing playing with the stones? Zi shook her head and said, I don't know either. When I saw the Lord, he was already playing with these things. After pondering for a moment, he added, but when I was nearby, I heard the Lord mention his mouth, as if it was used to pass something. Forget it, let him figure it out by himself. Seeing this, Qian Renxue shook her head helplessly. Then he returned to the study to handle government affairs. Lingtian continued to tinker with the rocks in the ground, and at the same time, kept recording with a pen and paper until the sky gradually darkens. Xiaoshan, it's time to eat. Xiaoshan, right away. Sister Zua, hurry up. Under Qian Renxue's constant urging, Lingtian wrote down the last number in a hurry. Only then did he finally stop fiddling with it and put away the rocks on the ground. Qian Renxue handed Lingtian a pair of bowls and chopsticks and asked doubtfully, Xiaoshan, what are you doing? From the time I came back this morning to now, I see that you have been playing with those rocks. Hey Lingtian took the bowl and chopsticks, smiled mysteriously, and said, "This is the surprise I prepared for you." "What's the surprise?" Qian Renxue became interested. "I can't tell you yet." Lingtian shook his head and smiled slightly. "Surprise, surprise. If I tell you in advance, it won't be considered a surprise. TCH. If you don't say it, don't say it." Qian Renxue curled her lips. Lingtian smiled, raised his hand, and pinched her chicken leg for Qian Renxue. "Sister Zua, don't worry. This surprise is prepared for you. When I get it done, you will know it naturally." HMPH. Qian Renxue snorted and said, "I promised you in advance that, if it doesn't work, I won't buy it." "Yeah, Sister Zua will definitely be satisfied." Lingtian smiled gently and said, "Let's eat quickly. The food will be cold in a while." "It's not because I'm waiting for you. Otherwise why would the food be cold?" Qian Renxue rolled her eyes. Yes, it's all my fault. That's what it is, Sister Zua. You have a lot, so don't argue with me. Stop making trouble, and hurry up and eat. Sister Zua means that we only need to finish the meal." Qian Renxue blushed, and before Lingtian could say anything else, she said with a straight face, "Eat." Lingtian snickered twice and said nothing more. Time flies by like water in the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed since I broke through contrapoint. Lingtian also planned to go out. He has now reached level 80 soul Douluo, and his own strength can already bear all the soul bones, so he plans to return to the ice temple in the next few days to absorb all the remaining soul bones. Lingtian had a premonition point. If he absorbs all the soul bones, his strength will be qualitatively improved. Although the gap between soul Douluo and titled Douluo is like a chasm, with the strength of Lingtian's soul power coupled with the improvement of strength from a set of soul bones, Lingtian feels that his true combat power is very likely to be at that time reach the level of titled Douluo. However, these are just speculations, and we will wait for the details to be fully understood. So Lingtian is preparing to go to the far north again. After all, the sooner you absorb it, the sooner it will end. And besides that, there is this agreement with my junior. The last time he went to Ice and Snow City, he had no time to go to the far north. It had been almost a year since he last met with the Snow Emperor, so Lingtian decided to go to the far north. Knowing that Lingtian wanted to improve his strength, Qian Renxue readily agreed to this matter. A week later, the prince's mansion. Qian Renxue walked to the door and sent Lingtian and Chengxi off. In front of the gate, Qian Renxue said jokingly, "Zhaoshan, don't get lost this time, Sister Zua. It was just the last time, and it was still at sea. Don't you have to worry for so long?" Lingtian shrugged and looked at Qian Renxue helplessly. "That's impossible to say. Who knows if you will get lost again." Qian Renxue put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "What does getting lost mean? Sister Zua, what you said is wrong." Lingtian stretched his neck and tried to argue with Qian Renxue. He was because of an unexpected situation. However, Qian Renxue walked to Chengxi. "Sister Chengxi, when the time comes, keep an eye on Dan Zhaoshan and don't let him lead the way anymore. Otherwise." At this point, Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian meaningfully, and the meaning was self-evident. "Yeah, I understand, Chen." Z understood instantly and deeply agreed. At the same time, the two of them looked at Lingtian with a strange look. After that sea voyage, she has fully recognized Lingtian's strength. In terms of getting lost, feeling the distrust between the two of them, Lingtian couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "Sister Zua, you've gone too far. Is it too much?" "I don't think so." Qian Renxue smiled. Lingtian felt that he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points. He walked aside very hurt and urged, "Sister Chengxi, it's getting late. It's time for us to set off." At the same time, he summoned the Ice Phoenix wings and flew directly out of Qian Dou City. He wants to leave this sad place. At the same time, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly thought in his heart, "As for not believing in me, I have a good sense of direction." Okay, chapter 388. The envious Lingtian wants a child. Please subscribe. Chapter 379. Shocking change. The killing horde is in action. Qian Renxue smiled and said, "Goodbye, Sister Chenzi." Chen Zi nodded lightly and followed Lingtian's figure point. When the two figures finally disappeared from sight, Qian Renxue finally returned to the house point. If it weren't for the fact that the political affairs in the empire had been really busy recently and that she couldn't escape being the prince of the supervisory kingdom, she would definitely have gone to the far north with Lingtian this time. Lingtian left Qian Dou city point, but he didn't know that Tian Chenzi had just left Qian Dou city point. It immediately reached the ears of interested people. Qian Dou city, a small courtyard. The courtyard is overgrown with weeds and looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. But seeing is not believing. Although this place looks like just an abandoned courtyard, it is actually the last gathering place of Shadian in Qian Dou city. Back then, Douluo destroyed their killing palace without any data points because of Lingtian. Only this courtyard, which was hidden in Qian Dou city and had never been used, escaped the disaster. It has become the foothold for the members of the killing hall currently stationed in Qian Dou city. Whenever something important happens from Lingtian or any order comes from Shadian, all members of Shadian will be summoned here. No, Lingtian has just left the city. Hao Jiyin, who summoned all the spies of the killing palace in the courtyard. Soon figures appeared in the courtyard one after another. The courtyard, which was originally relatively spacious, was soon filled with men in black. Everyone was silent, waiting for the arrival of the leader. A quarter of an hour later, a figure appeared in front of everyone, wearing a tiger-headed mask on his head. It was Yunhu, one of the two titled Douluo in charge of Qian Dou city affairs among the 12 zodiac signs of the killing palace. I met the elder. Everyone bowed and saluted, and the sound echoed throughout the courtyard. As early as when everyone entered the courtyard, soul guides had been used to isolate the entire courtyard. Outsiders cannot hear the sounds inside. Yin, who nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "I just received the news that Lingtian has left Qian Dou city, and at the same time took away the title Douluo beside him. Elder, can we?" A disciple's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "That's right, I have called you here today just for this matter." After a pause, Yunhu looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Now all of you will be divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, according to the song plan of the southeast, northwest and northwest areas of the city under surveillance." Yes, everyone responded in unison and stood in formation at the same time. Soon they were divided into 4 lines and stood up. Yunhu nodded with satisfaction and immediately began to order the next actions. Team A, you are responsible for going to the Principality of Harjandazes and informing Qianlong that the time is right for them to take action. Yes, the men in black from the first team of Group A were ordered to retreat and leave the courtyard. Group B, Group C, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the prince's mansion and the prince's mansion. Any changes on either side must be reported to me as soon as possible without any delay. Promise. The men in black from Group B and Group C bowed before exiting the courtyard. Finally, it's Group D, Yin, who looked at the last 10 people left and said in a deep voice, "All the members of your group are the most elite among the 4 groups, so the tasks you are responsible for are also the most important. Please ask the elders to arrange the task." All the men in black looked at Yunhu, their eyes bright and full of confidence, but seeing that everyone was actually in high spirits, Yunhu nodded with satisfaction and then ordered, "You guys are responsible for opening up all the important passages in the Qian Dou palace. You must pay attention to Zuxing and the title Douluo so as not to be discovered by them. Make sure when the plan is implemented, we can send people into the Qian Dou Empire's palace without disturbing anyone." "Don't worry, Elder," everyone responded in unison and then disappeared into the courtyard. Soon, the originally crowded courtyard returned to its initial emptiness. Yunhu stood in the courtyard, looking towards the Qian Dou palace in the distance. "This Qian Dou Empire is about to begin. Sky's King, Lingtian, haha, take a good look. This is the first gift we give you from the killing palace. Our plan starts now." Yin, who narrowed his eyes and stood on the roof with his hands behind his back, a flash of light bursting out of his eyes. "The Qian Dou city in front of us is quiet and peaceful. But soon it will fall into a dispute, an unprecedented dispute. Qian Dou City is about to change. This was also their first move to redefine their plan to target Lingtian, since the Soul Master competition collapsed. Lingtian, who had already embarked on the journey to the far north, did not know that Shadian was launching a series of actions in Qian Dou City at this moment, nor did he know that Shadian had already laid out a big chess game, intending to target all those who were close to Lingtian and the Qian Dou Empire. Faction. He is still following the morning light, heading towards the far north. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it has been a week since Lingtian left. Qian Renxue was still handling imperial government affairs in the palace as usual. Suddenly she put down the pen in her hand. Lingtian's figure flashed in her beautiful eyes. Qian Renxue held her cheek in one hand, and a sweet smile flashed across her lips. With the speed of Zio Ocean and Sister Chengxi, they are almost at Ice and Snow City now, right? If that's the case, plus the time it takes to absorb the soul bones, you'll be able to come back in about a month, right? HMPH, Stinky Guy, you haven't told me about the surprise yet. I will make sure you look good when you come back like this. Yes, give him a good beating. If you don't deal with him twice, you may not be his opponent in the future. Qian Renxue whispered in her heart. Sometimes he smiles like a flower, sometimes his eyebrows are slightly frowned. Unknowingly, Lingtian was able to affect her emotions whenever she becomes irritable while dealing with government affairs. Lingtian's figure will always appear in her mind. Her mood improved throughout the day, and she returned to work with full blood. Okay, keep working. After resting like this for a short while, Qian Renxue picked up the pen holder on the table again and began to review the small pile of memorials already piled on the table. These were all delivered within one day yesterday. The Qian Dou Empire has a vast territory. Although Qian Renxue basically does not accumulate memorials, there are still a lot of government affairs handed in every day. Like the people of the empire, about their living conditions. For example, the Imperial Army has issues regarding armaments and supplies, such as disputes between other major kingdoms, principalities, and empires, such as building palaces, dealing with disasters, etc. These matters related to the lifeline of the country require Qian Renxue, the acting king of the empire, to review the plan before handing it over to the ministers below. Qian Renxue devoted herself seriously to reviewing the memorial. Soon the number of memorials on the table for review quickly decreased, and soon there was only a thin layer left. The review is almost finished. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue let out a long sigh of relief. I stretched out and flexed my fingers, ready to go out and walk around before continuing to process. But before she could reach the door, there was a rush of footsteps. His Royal Highness, Prince Zuxing, came to visit unexpectedly. He said that he had important matters to discuss with His Highness. I saw that the prince looked anxious, and it seemed that something important had happened. The guard knelt down on one knee and quickly stated his intention. Uncle Wang. Qian Renxue was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. Zuxing came to report it himself. Because of Lingtian's relationship, Qian Renxue gave Zuxing a lot of trust. He has the right to handle many matters within the empire first, and he only needs to tell himself later. So what is happening now? Can Zhu Crossing be unsure about paying attention, so he has to come and decide for himself? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue opened the door and said in a deep voice, "Bring Uncle Wan to the meeting hall first, and I will come later. Promise." The guards bowed their hands and left the courtyard. After Qian Renxue finished arranging her clothes, she also walked towards the conference room with a solemn expression. In the end, what happened? After a while, the meeting hall. As soon as she walked in and saw Zuxing's serious face, Qian Renxue instinctively realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise he wouldn't have such an expression. Seeing Qian Renxue arriving, Zhu Crossing seemed to be relieved. He stood up quickly and walked towards him quickly. King. Before Zuxing could say anything else, Qian Renxue asked directly, "Uncle Wang, what happened that made you so uncertain?" "Something happened over there in the Argendus kingdom," Zuxing said with a solemn expression. "The kingdom of Argendus?" Qian Renxue frowned slightly and asked, "Hasn't the matter between them and our border been resolved peacefully? Why is there something happening again there now?" Is it because of the stationing of troops on the border again? No. Zuxing shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, the Argendis kingdom has rebelled. What? Hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. Rebellion? They actually rebelled? Uncle Wang, is this news wrong? Absolutely true. The news came from the border. There is no problem with the seal. Zuxing shook his head and spoke in a heavy voice. Just yesterday morning, the royal family of the Argendis kingdom openly declared its independence. From now on, it has no relationship with the Tian Dou Empire. It also launched an attack on the Imperial Army, where we were stationed. Our troops were driven out of Argendis by surprise. Point in the kingdom of Das. Almost thousands of soldiers have been lost. Thousands of soldiers. Kingdom of Argendis. Qian Renxue quickly calmed down and began to think about a solution. Anger or whatever is of no use now. The kingdom of Argendis has rebelled, and the most important thing is to negotiate a solution. Uncle Wang, let's hold a court meeting first and summon all the ministers. Promise. Immediately, Zuxing and Qian Renxue left the meeting hall and took a carriage to the palace as quickly as possible. At the same time, people were also sent to summon the courtiers to attend this emergency meeting. In the palace. When all the ministers heard the news that the Argendis kingdom had completely separated from the Tian Dou Empire and announced the kingdom's independence, everyone had the same expression as Zuxing's at the beginning. No one thought that a small principality would dare to leave the Tian Dou Empire. What do the current rulers think? What good would it do him to anger the Tian Dou Empire for nothing? For a time, all the ministers in the hall were discussing. Most of them still find it incredible and never thought that they would dare to rebel. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Qian Renxue saw that it was almost fermented, so she pressed her hands downward towards everyone. The imperial majesty accumulated in the court these days also slowly radiated out to the surroundings at this moment. The court was filled with civil and military officials, and everything fell silent instantly. Qian Renxue looked around at everyone, and then said in a deep voice, the kingdom of Argendis blatantly provoked our Tian Dou Empire, causing thousands of soldiers in our empire to be injured. I have summoned you all here today, just to hear what's going on. What should we do with the Argendis kingdom? At my suggestion, we can send troops to quell the rebellion. Grunt. Against crusade. Must crusade. Old minister reconsiders. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we must teach the Argendis kingdom a lesson. Otherwise our Tian Dou Empire will lose its majesty. The ministers in the court were all filled with indignation and clamored to send troops to attack him. Qian Renxue and Zuxing looked at each other and nodded without leaving any trace. I basically understand your opinions. At this time, Qian Renxue changed the subject and tapped her fingertips on the imperial chair. Just sending troops to suppress the rebellion also requires money and food. Recently, our Tian Dou Empire has just recovered from the disaster last time. Now the empire's treasury is empty. We sent our troops to attack, but we are full of ambition, but not strong enough. I wonder if you ministers have any good plans. Your Highness. The ministers were stunned for a moment, with a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Before they could speak, Zuxing suddenly took a step forward, raised his hands and said, Your Highness, I'm willing to spend 10 million gold soul coins to replenish the treasury and support His Highness in countering the rebellion against the kingdom of Argendis. At the same time, Prime Minister Wang Lin understood his meaning instantly. Your Highness, the old minister is not as wealthy as His Highness the Prince, so he can only spend 3 million gold soul coins to support the counter-rebellion. What? The Prime Minister said. Qian Renxue smiled slightly, glanced at everyone, and said with deep meaning, it is more or less my intention for the empire, and my determination to let you better meet the ministers of the Song dynasty. The way everyone looked at Qian Renxue became complicated for a moment. All the ministers present were shrewd people. Qian Renxue and Zuxing's plan has been laid out clearly. How can they not understand its intention? Zuxing started first to set an example. Wang Lin, on the other hand, is a cover-up. Tell other ministers that the minimum amount is 3 million gold soul coins. If the contribution is lower than this, the result is needless to say. And the prices they offer are also very particular. For example, those who are rich in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Officials cannot naturally offer the minimum amount of 3 million gold soul coins. Your Highness, I'm willing to pay you 4 million gold soul coins. Your Highness, I have $3 million. Your Highness, I would like to offer you 6 million gold soul coins. Everyone in the court rushed to the throne, highlighting their loyalty to the country. Chapter 389 Shocking Change. Killing Palaces in Action. Please subscribe. Chapter 380 Is that right, His Royal Highness? Thousands of snow smiled slightly. Express the internal servants next to them and write down the prices of these ministers at that time. There will be special officials who personally go to their house and accept these soul coins. Okay, see your determination. This palace is very satisfied. When all the ministers were bloody. Now I should finally start discussing the matter. The rebellion of the kingdom of Agas can actually suppress it easily, but because this is the first kingdom to rebel against the Heavenly Empire in the past century, Qian Dou and Zuxing unanimously decided to treat it carefully. It is best to kill the role of chickens and monkeys, so that other princes with unwillingness dare not act. As for collecting funds from the minister, it is just the wait point, since it is necessary to play a deterrent role. This time will inevitably send the elite troops of the Qian Dou Empire to show the powerful strength of the Empire of the Heavenly Dou. Those who lead the soldiers must be capable, and they must also get the trust of Qian Zuxu. The best choice is naturally the Imperial Marshal, Jelong. But now this person is stationed at the border between the Qian Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, playing an important deterrent role. It is obviously not worth it for a return to the kingdom of the Agas kingdom. In this way, the people who are qualified to lead the soldiers, the Qian Dou Empire, is already in the court. Qian Zuxu's gaze swept through a general and finally stayed on Zuxing. Don't forget, Zuxing has also led troops at that time. Douluo was led by the army and rescued from the elders of Wuhan Temple. His unified soldiers are not bad. Although it is not as good as the Imperial Marshal, it is more than enough to deal with the principality. It was just that, because of Lingtian and getting older, I returned to the court like now. Qian Zuxu was a little moved. Tao, Uncle Wang, the court is here. Zuxing took a step forward. The palace intends to let Uncle Wang lead the empire's first army and half of the royal cavaliers in Qian Dou City to rebel in the kingdom of Agensis. Chen, leading, Zhu crossing, also understood the meaning of Qian Zuxu, holding his hands with his hands to capture the heavy responsibility. But thousands of snow surfaces are exposed, and said, this palace is now appointed by Uncle Wang as the Imperial Marshal, leading me to the first army of the Empire, and set off for the kingdom of Agas 3 days later. Uncle Wang, please ask you must play the prestige of our empire. His Royal Highness, Zuxing, hugged his fists in both hands and said, powerful banking will make them regret rebellion. All officials of the military department and the Ministry of Households. Qian Zuxu looked at everyone and said, you immediately mobilize the soldiers and horses now. This palace wants you to prepare all the arms and grains you need within 3 days. Chen, follow the purpose. Besides, with the promulgation of Qian Zuxu's orders, the entire Empire of the Sky Fighting Empire immediately took action. Countless arms and grains the soldiers of the first group have also prepared for fighting. Nymphonym for 3 days ended quickly. It has reached the day of the expedition set by the Qian Dou Empire. Zhu Crossing has faded the brocade robe, wearing it on weekdays today, standing in the room in a plain robe, staring at the general warfare in front of the war marks. This is all the armor of his unified soldiers at that time. He was still young and fought on the battlefield. Very fast and free. I thought it was twilight and I would no longer have the opportunity to put on this armor in my life. I did not expect that there will be a chance to exist in the unified soldiers today. Looking at this familiar armor again, unknowingly, it has been covered with war marks, and he is also white hair for a while. There are thousands of moods, master, just like when you were out of expedition. Let's let the concubine be for you. Ningyu slowly walked in front of Zuxing and picked up the armor on the shelf. Well, trouble you are, Zuxing. opened her hands, just like it was Ningyu was also like that year, carefully helping Zuxing to wear armor. Wow. In the sound of armor, Zuxing felt like returning to the past. Master, the sword on the battlefield has no eyes. Ningyu helped Zuxing to put on the armor, and told, you are no longer as young as you were. You must be more cautious. Rest assured you, this king will definitely return triumph. Besides, this king has just found China, but he can't bear to go so early. Zuxing took the sword from Ningyu, and the whole person was still confident as that year wind point, as if back to the past point where the armor of the armor, and the sword of the waist, and leave the prince mansion on the battle horse point at the same time. In front of the prince's mansion point, the royal cavaliers with a team of 500 people are standing in front of the prince's mansion, to be ready to go point. They were all sent by Qian Renxue point. The head of the head is the confidence of the prince's mansion. Zuling point, the Royal Dao Royal Knights was created by Zui himself. A Soul Division army composed of the Soul Division was responsible for maintaining the security of the royal family. The military power of the entire troops was firmly controlled by Zui. Qian Renxue also fully received the trust of Zui. Because of this time, which can be in charge of half of the royal cavaliers, the 500 people assigned to Zuxing this time are all elites in the elite point. Originally, Zuxing felt that a smaller Genza kingdom and a group army was enough to clean up the battlefield point. It is not worth such a big move. Sending the royal cavaliers, however, Qian Renxue feels that there must be monsters in the abnormality. In order to prevent accidents, Zuxing has selected a team of royal knights with a number of 500 people. Knowing step forward. Respectfully, the royal cavaliers are already in place. Please instructions. Set. Off. Promise. As soon as the words fell, Zuxing's whipping journey point behind him. The fighters of the 500 royal knights were uniformly stepped point, and on the other side point another white-haired old man followed the army point. It is the only one on the Ming dynasty's only title, Douluo. Douluo. This was specially sent by Qian Renxue point. The kingdom of Agenza rebelled against the sky, and her always felt something wrong point. For the sake of insurance, she sent Douluo to the past point at the same time. He gave him a special command point at that time. If there is an accident that happens, if Douluo has no way to change the battle, at least it must bring Zuxing back safely. Nympho at the same time point. As soon as Zuxing led the army, the news had been passed on to Yanhui. Because of the rebellion of the kingdom of Agas, Qian Renxue recruited the first group army, as well as a group of elite soul divisions in Qian Dou City, and the last title of the Prince House. With this news passing out, the whole Qian Dou City was under current point. The information collected during this period of time point, they know that in the Prince's house, there are always two titles. Douluo on the bright side point, Binghuan Douluo, Dawn point Douluo, Douluo point. Under the circumstances that there may be other rear hands, Qian Renxue has no title Douluo to send it point. It was the weakest time of the Prince Mansion point. At the same time, it is also the best time for them to perform plans. Still, the courtyard before, Yanhui once again summoned all the groups together, but compared to previous, there is a team of more teams this time point. They all stood behind a black robed man with a dragon head mask. They were another group of people led by Chen Long point, and behind Chen Long, there is a red-haired man point. At this moment, he looked at the Qian Dou palace coldly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Long walked to Yanhui's side, exchanged information from each other. Yanhui, we have already made a rebellion in accordance with the original plan, to let the kingdom of Agenza launch a rebellion. How is your current situation? Snow Star has sent Zuxing to lead the army over the Prince Mansion. At the same time, the royal knights of the Qian Dou royal cavaliers have also been taken away, and the most important thing is to take away Douluo. The plan is smooth so far. Chen Long slightly first. How about you? Have you brought it? Yanhui asked again. It's there. Chen Long raised his hand and pointed to the red-haired boy mixed in the team, with a touch of thoughts in his eyes. But this guy and intelligence, the description is not the same. Not a simple sister-in-law. Normal. Yanhui smiled unstained. In the royal family, which one can be simple? Also, Chen Long nodded and thought it was deeply intended point. If the royal family is simple, it is not qualified to live to the present point. Chen Long looked at Yanhui. If there was something to say, and in addition to him, the one also followed us this time. he is here too? Yenhu was slightly froze, a little surprised. Well, this is the meaning of the master of the hall. Qianlong added, so it can guarantee everything. Nodded. Yenhu asked again, where is he now? He also brought one person, not walking with us. According to time, it should now be in Qian Dou City. At that time, he will contact us. After all, there is that relative in Qian Dou City. Oh, I forgot her. Now, there are you and me, plus him. This time our plan must be foolproof. The two talked for a while, and returned to the topic of this operation again. Now, Poison Dao Luo and Binghuang Dao Luo have left Qian Dou City. We can start the next action. I have also controlled it over the palace. There are a lot of dreams at night. We will take people into the palace tonight. Okay, but which one? Now, just started. Don't need him to shoot. I see if the two make a discussion. The plan is set point Nympholat at night. Qian Dou Royal Palace Point. Although the outside of the kingdom of Agensis was full of troubles, the palace was still quiet as ever. The guards of the two teams warn in front of the palace door at the same time. There are more than 10 teams of the guards who have been patrolling near the palace gate point. Their strength is more than Emperor Soul, and each team has a soul master who has a reconnaissance ability. Once they find the person who intends to approach the identity of the palace unknown, kill on the spot. However, the Soul Emperor's or Soul Sanctification ability is similar in the eyes of the title Douluo point coupled with the inner palace. There is also a disciple mixed in at point. Avoid all patrol guards, and soon came to the Emperor's palace point. This is the limit of their disciples of killing the palace point. How many people will patrol the realm? They have no time to investigate. Elderly, the dormitory of the Snowy Knight. A guardian disciple dressed by a guard explained, the time you allocated to us this time is urgent, and no one has penetrated it in it. It's okay, it's enough here. Yenhu waved his hands very much, and then walked towards the Emperor's palace point for them. This distance is the same point. If it wasn't for the relationship between an ordinary person, he and Qianlong could easily enter the palace point, and it will not attract any attention point. That is because of that person's relationship, that they will do more. Besides, we still have him. Speaking of this, Yenhu's eyes looked at the red-haired young man next to him, smiled deeply, and said, let's go. His Royal Highness, you should be more familiar than us. Young people have not spoken point. After taking a deep breath, he walked to the front silently point. At the same time, he reached out and took off the hat pocket on his head to reveal the familiar face point. Her iconic red hair announced his identity point. It was 2 years. That caused Zuai to be furious and was eventually driven out of the Qian Dou City and was ordered by Zuai to be unabed in person. 2 seniors, come with me. The Avalanche looked at the familiar palace in front of me, and the emotions in their hearts were full of emotions. When I learned that Uncle Zuxing Wan gave up herself, the Avalanche was completely out of no way point. Just as he was ready to be muddy, the person who killed the temple suddenly found him point and threatened to help him compete for the throne point. At the beginning, the Avalanche was naturally not believed. Until he saw the two titles of Qianlong and Yenhu, the Avalanche had already decided to be active again. Point to title Douluo. At dozens of senior soul divisions, the Avalanche also feels that he has the opportunity to compete for the throne. However, the situation in Qian Dou City was complicated at the time, and the Avalanche did not have a little foundation in the court point. In addition, Qian Renxue has been paying attention to his every move. Even if there is a killing hall in secret, it is still difficult to move to Qian Renxue. If you care about it, you will lose point. Therefore, after some plan, the Avalanche will go away from the name of Qian Dou City by the name of the Avalanche point anyway. He didn't have any good reputation. He could get rid of Qian Renxue's gaze by this method. Point. This method is greater than the disadvantages for him. Point. It is just that you can continue your strength in secret to wait for the opportunity. Point. In fact, as they expected. Point. As soon as he left the Qian Dou City, it was like traveling to the water. With the help of killing the temple and others, he quickly reached a treaty with several kingdoms. This time, the kingdom of Agen suddenly rebelled. That is, the hand Wuchu and the killing of the whole point. After 2 years of planning, now I finally returned to Qian Dou Huangcheng. Point. The Avalanche suppressed the inner excitement. Point. Chapter 390. Yes, His Royal Highness, seeking subscription. Chapter 381. Li Dateo Stiff. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Thinking of this, the avalanche couldn't help but tighten his double punch point comeback finally back. 2 years have passed since the last time I returned to Qian Dou City Point, since the last time through those absurd behaviors. After taking the opportunity to leave the shell and left the Qian Dou City, he finally returned to Qian Dou City and entered the Qian Dou Royal Palace again. All the hardships are worth it. Now it is a step away from the seat. He wants to be point soon. He can succeed soon. Call the avalanche mood was excited and stepped forward point. He will never go before this time. Just like a dog who is a funeral family point this time, he will become the last victor. Compared to the dynamic avalanche, Yenhu and Qianlong are much calm point. The purpose of their implementation of this plan is for Lingtian point. I don't care about the incident between their imperial positions. Everyone followed the avalanche step forward and soon came to the outer door of the Snowy Night Palace point. When a few people were ready to enter, Qianlong and Yenhu suddenly stopped. At the same time, a dark green vine suddenly passed through, and the goal pointed at the avalanche in front of it. Not. But, there are masters. Qianlong and Yenhu looked at each other, and one person dragged the avalanche behind him. Point one step forward, interrupt the attack. Point alas, Yenhu hit the vine with a punch and hit together. The vine has not broken. Point seeing this, Yenhu jumped up and opened a safe distance from the vine. Point at the same time, at the moment he left, there were several vines in Yenhu's position. Point if he did not retreat in advance just now. At this point, Yenhu's complexion is dignified. Point at the same time, in the palace wall that was empty, a figure suddenly appeared at this moment, standing on the eaves and looking down at the crowd. Who are you? Heavenly Fighting Palace, not where you Lingxia temple sprinkle the wild Qian's sight looked at Yenhu. Point only when he fought with him, Qian had noticed that his strength was not much worse than himself. Point coupled with the tiger head mask and faucet mask. Point the identity of the two of them is naturally that they have been called out. Point it was the Lingxia Hall that had been boiling a few years ago. Point it was just that, since the end of the National Elite Soul Master competition, the original Lingxia temple forces, the power of the original lingering, all withdrawn from the mainland overnight. Point unexpectedly, they were still active. Point and put their eyes on their royal family. Point Qian's eyes were slightly condensed, and I felt a little tricky. Point two titles Douluo, simply in terms of strength, he is not their opponent. Point but don't forget, this is the imperial city of the Dou Empire. With the blessing of Empire and the terrain, it is not a problem to drag the two of them. Waiting for reinforcement, when Qian was about to shot, the avalanche, who was blocked by Yenhu and Qianlong, suddenly came out. Point although it is night, it will not affect the strength of Douluo. His Royal Highness for exactly the prince. After looking at the true appearance of the avalanche, Qian flashed a trace of mistakes in her eyes, but soon he calmed down. His Royal Highness of the Four, you have been ordered by your majesty to be expelled from Qian Dou City. This is not where you should wait. I have to see the father of the father. The avalanche stood in front of the two, holding his fists in both hands, and said, I also ask my father-in-law to pass on my father emperor for me. This matter is related to the survival of our fighting empire. This after hearing Zhu Beng's remarks, Qian's eyes hesitated. Point although his majesty personally ordered the four princes to be expelled from the imperial city, they are all princes of the Qian Dou Empire. Point in addition, it is said that it is related to the safety of the empire. Qian hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to leave the choice to Zhu Yi. Your Highness, the fourth prince, you can go with the old minister to see his majesty. After a short pause, Qian looked at Yenhu and Qianlong and said firmly, but these two titled Douluo of Lingxia Palace cannot continue to stay in Qian Dou Palace. This prince will take care of it. Zhu Beng turned his head and looked back at Qianlong and Yenhu. Point Yenhu was the first to speak, crossing his arms and looking at Zhu Beng with interest. What are your plans, His Royal Highness? Zhu Beng, can you handle the account by yourself? Qianlong wanted to be more serious and asked in a serious tone, seniors, please rest assured, with the information you two gave me, I will definitely be able to convince my father. So, how about I ask you to go back first and wait for the good news? Zhu Beng tentatively asked. Okay, but we only give you 3 days in total. Yin Hu and Qianlong looked at each other, then nodded and said, if you haven't spread the news, when the time comes, then we will make a preliminary plan. Thank you two seniors for your trust. Zhu Beng's face showed a hint of joy. Before I leave, I want to remind you one last thing. Qianlong patted Zhu Beng on the shoulder and said meaningfully, don't forget our deal. We can bring you to that position, and naturally we have the ability to pull you down from above. Don't worry, you two. I understand. Zhu Beng nodded in response. But the moment he lowered his head, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, but it was well hidden, and the two of them didn't notice it. But even if the two of them find out something, they won't take it seriously. Just think about it. Will a lion take an ant to heart? Although Zhu Beng's identity is the prince of the Qian Dou Empire, in the eyes of their title Douluo, he is an ordinary person. The kind who can overwhelm a large number of ordinary people with just one sole skill. They won't take the grudges of such people to heart. If you feel bored that day and have no use for it, you will probably just slap him to death. Feeling that the auras of Yinhu and Qianlong had indeed left, Qian breathed a sigh of relief and brought Zhu Beng into the palace. Your Highness the fourth prince, please. Zhu Beng followed Qian and walked into the door of Zhu Yi's palace. This is the first time Zhu Beng has entered Zhu Yi's bedroom since he was driven out of Qian Dou City 2 years ago. Qian stopped in front of the courtyard gate and said, Your Highness, fourth prince, please wait here for a moment. Zhu Beng was not in a hurry, nodded and waited. Qian took 2 quick steps, arrived at the inner door of the palace, and gently pressed the door knocker. His Majesty, what's up? Soon, an old voice came from the door. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the fourth prince is outside the palace door. Avalanche. The voices in the room were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became stern, scolding. Isn't he already ordered by me not to come to Qian Dou City? How dare you come back without permission? His Royal Highness the fourth prince came to the palace with the people from Lingtian Palace. Lin briefly narrated what had just happened. He said it was a major matter related to the survival of the Qian Dou Empire, and he wanted to report it to His Majesty. This matter is so important that I dare not make decisions without authorization, so I came here to ask Your Majesty what you want. It's about the survival of the empire. Zhu Yi sneered twice and said in a cold voice, let him in. I want to see how it affects the survival of the empire. He was completely disappointed with this son. As a prince, he got involved with an assassin organization. Was he trying to assassinate someone? Although what Qian said just now was very tactful. But the truth of the matter is that the fourth prince of the Qian Dou Empire broke into the palace in the middle of the night with 2 titled Douluo. If it weren't for Qian's guard, I'm afraid the avalanche would be in front of me now. Right. What a disappointment. Yes, Your Majesty. Qian nodded slightly and turned around to Zhu Beng's side. Your Highness the fourth prince, please. Immediately, Zhu Beng followed Qian and walked into Zhu Yi's palace. Crunch push opened the door. Zhu Yi was already sitting in the middle of the house, waiting. My son, Zhu Beng, come to see my father. Zhu Beng took a step forward and knelt in front of Zhu Yi. I remember telling you 2 years ago. Zhu Yi just looked at Zhu Beng, who was kneeling on the ground quietly. After a long time, he said calmly, without my will, you will not be allowed to step into Qian Dou City in the future. But you turned a deaf ear to my warning, father, son, and Minister. Zhu Beng was about to explain when Zhu Yi spoke again. I originally thought that you just had a naughty personality, and I wanted you to stay away from a power vortex like Qian Dou City, and go to a remote city, to live a life without worries about food and clothing. But you disappoint me so much. Today you brought the title Douluo from Lingtian Palace into the palace. Do you want to change the Qian Dou Empire? If Qian is not in the Qian Dou Palace tonight, will I not be able to see the sun tomorrow? Zhu Yi asked questions one after another, sharp and cold without any mercy. Father, you have wronged me. I really had to do this out of necessity. Zhu Beng knelt on the ground, bursting into tears, unjustly accused. Zhu Yi sneered twice and asked, then explain to me why you were wronged. Did someone force you when you led people into the Qian Dou Palace today? Lin, give me this traitor. Zhu Beng saw that Zhu Yi was serious about it and said quickly, father, please give me a chance to explain. My return to Qian Dou City today is really a matter of great importance to the safety of the empire. His Majesty hearing this, Qilin hesitated. When things get tough, you still refuse to repent. Zhu Yi laughed angrily and said, okay, I'll give you a chance, but I want to hear what you say about the major issues related to the safety of the empire, and how they are related to the law. Ahem, perhaps. Because he was too excited, Zhu Yi couldn't help but start coughing again. Father, this is a very important matter, Unaki. Zhu Beng looked at Qilin, his meaning self-evident. Your Majesty, please step aside for a moment. Without waiting for Zhu Yi to speak, Qilin retreated directly outside the door. Zhu Yi stared at Zhu Beng with sharp eyes, without any warmth at all. Can you speak now, father? After the investigation by Urchin and Lingtian Palace, the current crown prince of the Dou Empire, my second brother Zhu King, may not be my real second brother. He has been killed by Li Dateo a long time ago. Finished. Also, my eldest brother and third brother were probably assassinated by him back then. Is there any more? Father, Emperor, you don't believe in children. I believe. Snowy Knight looked at the avalanche coldly, said, you, the three princes of the Qian Dou Empire. You don't learn nothing about it. You are idle, splurge, and overbearing, causing complaints in the country and the field. The prince who appreciated the upper and lower parties is fake. Do you think you believe? Do you ghost? The avalanche is also helpless, who made his reputation in Qian Dou City as too bad over the years. It is normal for Zhu Yi to believe himself. Father, Emperor, you are deceived by his appearance. There are many evidence here. Fortunately, Ling Shahul has collected enough evidence. Zhu Yi's eyes moved slightly. Well, I will let you die completely. Originally, he no longer wanted to waste time with Avalanche. But seeing his devout eyes, after all, his own flesh and blood were soft, and he reached out to pick up the evidence. Seeing Zhu Yi reached out, the Avalanche face showed joy. He is not afraid of the reprimand of Zhu Yi. Blame. As long as he gives himself an opportunity to allow himself to get evidence, then the last victor will definitely be himself. In the face of those evidence. Even if the emperor believes in the Zuking River again, it will be shaken inside. And when it is that time, it is your own opportunity. Nympho at the same time. Just as the dark currents of Qian Dou City rose, Lingtian and Chenzi finally reached the land of the polar north. The two went to Qianling City first. With the help of the Qianling Dou Soul Field and the Snow Dou Soul Farm, it opened smoothly 2 months ago and began to create revenue for Qianling City. Although there are not too many soul masters who are flowing and flow now. But Qianling City itself has a large number of soul masters. Most of these people are younger generations of the Snow Hall. It is also very enthusiastic about fighting soul competition. In this way, a lot of wonderful soul divisions have also attracted the attention of many vendors, coupled with some policies in the city actively introduce a large number of people. Now the Qianling Dou Soul Field will be removed from the cost of maintaining the daily maintenance. The net income of a month can reach about 5,000 golden soul coins, and the number is still rising. It may not be a year to reach a monthly income of more than 10,000 golden soul coins. This income is also good in the major soul fighting fields in particular. It is still in a city that has just been built. The situation of Qianling City. Lingtian is also very satisfied. And the Star Luo Empire has been dealt with. As before, Lingtian speculated, Zhu's Yu King was indeed taken away by the people of the Star Luo Empire and was placed under house arrest at the Zhu family. The two titled Douluo of Zhu Temple took Zhu's Yu King away from Xingluo City on the day of the big wedding, and also deliberately shattered the foot of the Star Luo Palace, leaving a profound lesson for the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. It also allows Xingluo royal family to face the power of the Snow Hall. Although this power has never been famous, it is not what they can provoke. After a little stay in Qianling City, Lingtian returned to the extreme northern place alone. With the acceleration of Bing Feng's wings, I returned to the Bing Temple in a while. Snow Emperor, Bingti, Abba, and Xiaobei, 4 beasts, have received news that Lingtian is back. So these days they have been waiting for Lingtian and the Bingshan Temple. Chapter 391 Li Dao Teo Stiff Do you think you will believe in your ghost? Seeking subscription. Chapter 380 to the temptation from Zuyi, exposed. As soon as they felt familiar atmosphere, they quickly came out to welcome Lingtian. Father, well, I'm back. Lingtian smiled slightly and looked at Snow Emperor and others, then the group said and laughed, and returned to the ice temple point when all the 5 were done well. Lingtian asked, since the resolution of Bingying and Ghost Spirit, there are still restless guys now. As soon as Bingying and Ghostling died, all the groups of the group dragons were dissolved. Snow Emperor responded, I have sent someone to stare at their ethnic groups. Bingyi added, Father, got Bingying and Ghostling solving. Although there is no problem within the north of our north, what about the sea soul beasts that are attempted to die our north place? Abba asked, sea soul beast, have they provoked you? Not yet, then. Don't care about them first, and wait until then to clean up them. Yes, Father. By the way, Xiaoxu, Lingtian remembered what to look at Snow Emperor and asked, what happened to the ice and snow you were looking for? Is there any discovery so far? No. Snow Emperor shook his head. The position you said in the Father God, the 4 of us have specially explored it, but we also found any clues? No, shouldn't be. Lingtian frowned slightly, and there was a trace of mistakes in his eyes. The heart of ice and snow point, it is the extremely cold power of the Great North, which accumulates over time, and it can be formed by hundreds of thousands of years, because when it is in the final formation, there will be a wave of extremely cold power. Only by impacting the last wave of energy and resisting can the heart of ice and snow be successfully formed. Point if it fails, its energy will quickly pass, and it will dissipate again in the world again. Point waiting for the next form. I don't know how long it takes, because of the difficulty of molding. There are all kinds of restrictions, and so on. Point most soul masters do not know the heart of ice and snow, and even the soul beast is very little. Point the heart of ice and snow has a lot of use. Point in addition to improving the soul power, you can also forge weapons. If you add ice and snow in the process of weapon forging, you can enhance the weapon's conduction ability of the ice attribute soul power, and there is a chance to make the weapon contain the power of the ultimate ice. Point at that time, Lingtian's Bingjian sword was able to successfully carry the ice gods and jump into an artifact. Point what must be done is a heart of ice and snow point. If you want to reshape the ice sword, the best auxiliary material is the heart of ice and snow. Point the first is to increase the intensity of the Bingjian sword. Point the second is that after the integration of the heart of the ice and snow with the soul of the ice dragon, it can enhance the degree of fit between it and the ice sword, and enhance the success rate of integrating the bone and the ice sword. Point the possibility of Jianjian is more likely. Point from the pseudo super artifact to the real supersions. So after getting the soul of the Binglan King, Lingtian rose to the idea of recasting the ice sword. Point if you want to recast the gods, you need to cherish the materials in large quantities, and the heart of ice and snow will only have a chance in the extreme northern land, and those places are basically cold and dangerous land. So this task is naturally handed over to Snow Emperor and others. Ling Xianben thought he had left for so long, and the heart of ice and snow should appear again. Point even if the luck is bad, one should be formed. Point Snow Emperor and the other should be able to find them. Point the result was unexpected. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and there is not even a heart of ice and snow. Point Snow Emperor suggested, Father, should we search somewhere else? No need to look any further. In response to this, Lingtian shook his head and said, if the heart of ice and snow appears, it must be in one of those extremely cold places. Since you haven't found any of them, it probably hasn't been formed yet this time. Thinking of this, Lingtian sighed. Point it seems that if you want to recast the Ice G sword, using the heart of ice and snow will not work. Point you have to plan early. Point find a suitable material to replace the ice heart. Point after chatting with Emperor Zhu and others for a while, Lingtian started to get down to business. Absorb the remaining pieces of soul bones. He was curious about what would happen to his soul bone suit after absorbing all the soul bones. Maybe it's similar to the previous ice god suit, right? And besides absorbing soul bones, there is another important thing point. That is a condensed soul core. Lingtian has now absorbed all the memories of the former ice god, and all the powerful spiritual power contained in the memories has been contained in the sea of spirit point. With this spiritual power, Lingtian is preparing to condense the second spiritual soul core. But now the first step is to absorb the soul bone, called just like absorbing soul bones last time. Lingtian is now surrounded by ice marrow point. Pulling the power within it increases the speed of soul bone refining point. After everything was ready, Lingtian sat cross-legged point at the same time. All the remaining soul bones were pulled out and slowly merged with the spirit sky in the flash of light point. Soon blue light enveloped it point. The soul bone is gradually merging with its original bones. And the aura is also constantly improving point. The temperature of the entire training room also dropped rapidly at the same time point. The icy blue light kept flashing point at the same time. Qian Dou city point, Qian Dou palace point. There are a variety of dishes on the table point. Sitting on both sides were the Emperor Zuyi of the Qian Dou Empire and the Crown Prince Zuking point. Father and son gathered together. It looks like a very harmonious and warm scene point, but the atmosphere was vague, giving people an indescribable weirdness. King Zhu Yi personally filled a glass of sake for Qian Renxue and said with emotion, "It's been a long time since we, father and son, sat at the same table to eat like today. I have been busy with political affairs recently and have not had time to visit my father. It is my son who did not do well." Qian Renxue picked up the wine glass and bowed slightly. "So, I would like to toast my father first, and wish your dragon body a speedy recovery, and lead our Qian Dou Empire to create greater glory." Then, he picked up his wine glass and drank a glass to himself in front of Zuyi. It was originally a very ordinary blessing point. If she had heard this before, Zuyi might have smiled happily point, but when he thought of the evidence brought by yesterday's avalanche, he couldn't laugh at all. It's enough for King to have this kind of heart. He was still looking at Qian Renxue with a calm expression, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrests of the chair, and he didn't know what he was thinking about in his deep and old eyes. "This is what a son should do." Qian Renxue smiled and then continued, "Uncle Zuxing, the rebel king in the Argendis kingdom, has already led his troops. The rebellion will be put down in 3 to 5 days. By then, I will have time to accompany him every day." Father Zhu Yi waved her hand and said calmly, "Today is a family dinner for you and me, father and son. There is no need to talk about these national matters." "Yes, father." Qian Renxue nodded slightly and stopped the topic of these princes. "You have been the one that has made me worry the most since I was little. Come and have a taste of King Zhu." Yi smiled calmly, then picked up a piece of fish. "This is your favorite ate treasure fish when you were a child. My father specially ordered the palace chef to prepare it today. It was specially caught from the wild spring this morning. It will not be delivered until delivery." It was still alive and kicking the moment it was put into the pot, and it tasted absolutely delicious and tender. "Thank you, father." Qian Renxue picked up the chopsticks, picked up the fish, and put it into her mouth. While eating the snowy night, I recalled the past events and mentioned them to Qian Renxue frequently. As a qualified spy, Qian Renxue naturally remembers the important things that Zuking has experienced very clearly and answers every question fluently. "When you were 4 of you, you were the most obedient." Zhu Yi put down his chopsticks. Although he looked like he was smiling, there were some subtle changes in his eyes. Although the eldest and second eldest children died in accidents one after another, and the 4th child also became a playboy. "Fortunately, you are here, King, which makes my father very happy. You are the future of our Qian Dou Empire." Father, son, and minister. Before Qian Renxue could finish speaking, Zuyi suddenly turned around. "King, my father is getting old." "Father, you." Qian Renxue was slightly startled, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. "In a few days, my father will summon the courtiers here to officially hand over the throne of the Qian Dou Empire to you." "Father, this is absolutely impossible." A look of disbelief appeared in Qian Renxue's eyes, and at the same time, her body could not help but tremble slightly. This was not because of fear, but because of excitement. But soon, she suppressed her inner excitement. Although I don't know why Zhuyi suddenly proposed to abdicate the throne. But years of undercover work have taught her the habit of being cautious. She would think first before doing anything. Even if the throne was right in front of her now, she could easily get it. She could still resist the temptation and stay calm. I also ask my father to take back his orders. I have never had any intention of replacing him. If the father does not trust my son, please take back all the power in my court. As she spoke, Qian Renxue half knelt on the ground, clasping her hands into fists and bowing her head deeply. A good move to turn retreat into advance. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zhuyi's eyes, but when he quickly thought of the evidence, his eyes dimmed a bit. You don't have to rush to refuse. However, Zhuyi shook his head and said in a sad tone, I know my physical condition best, and I won't be able to survive for long. The sooner I complete the handover of the empire, the sooner I can feel relieved. Father, okay, I've made my decision. Before Qian Renxue could speak, Zhuyi raised her hand to interrupt. In just 1 week, I will gather everyone together and hold the succession ceremony here. Zhuyi took 2 steps forward, helped Qian Renxue up, and said in a serious voice, go down and prepare yourself. From now on, everything in the empire will be decided by you, whether its actions or demeanor. Zhuyi behaved very normally, just like a father who takes care of things after his death. Children's obedience. Seeing this, Qian Renxue no longer refuses seeing Zhuyi's love. She also believed in these words. Really. Based on the physical condition of Zhuyi now, he gave the throne to himself. In advance. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's heart was a little excited. For undercover for many years, such as thin ice. Today, it is finally time when flowering. She will be the trust emperor of the Temple Empire. She has completed this seemingly impossible task. She and Lingtian. You don't need to continue covering it again. At that time, she can stay with Zhuyi and stay together. Don't worry about the danger of exposure. Cool. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed. Okay, king, let's go down first. Zhuyi waved his hand at Qian Renxue. Old, really old. I haven't said so much for a long time. It's a little bit lacking for the father. Yes, father emperor. Qian Renxue nodded, bowed out of the hall. Dad. The footsteps outside the house gradually drifted away, and I couldn't hear any sound soon. At this time, the palace curtain was shaking suddenly. Father, emperor. As soon as the words fell, a red-haired 4 Princess Avalanche walked quickly to the snowy night. Father, you can't give him the throne. As soon as I came out, the Avalanche hurriedly knelt in front of Zhuyi. Father Emperor 3. Thinking, you have seen the evidence yesterday. Isn't it just to give her the throne of the royal family to her? Father Emperor, don't you believe in children? Father, who expected that? Zhuyi just glanced at him and then said lightly, are you finished? Children, finish. The avalanche shrank her neck by Zhuyi's eyes, and she dared not speak again. It's over. Zhuyi looked at the avalanche coldly and said sharply, then kneel here to move your elm head. Think about the meaning of sitting like this. After speaking, you will not care about avalanche. Holding your hands quietly to the edge of the window, pushing open the window, and staring at the distance. After a long time, he sighed. King, why are you fake? Unfortunately, sighed. Why is it a fake? After spending so many years, he has fully cultivated the Zhuking River and hopes that he can become a qualified king. And he didn't let himself down. Talent, ability, wrist, etc. Everything makes yourself very satisfied and really satisfied. Give him the Qian Dou Empire, and Zhuyi is very relieved. Moreover, the father, son and son for so many years, even if she is acting with herself, she has revealed her true feelings. He is full of trust in the Zhuking River. Even if the avalanche placed the evidence in front of himself, he was unwilling to believe it. There is a trace of expectations for her. In her heart, I feel that the avalanche is fake, and that Zhuking River is his own king. But fake. After all, it is fake. No matter how good the camouflage is, It is also fake point in the past. Zui did not go to this aspect at all. Plus Qian Renxue pretended to be very good point. So he didn't notice anything wrong point. But now it is different from before point. Zui holds the purpose to test Qian Renxue point. After all, it is an emperor. Although Qian Renxue's camouflage is seamless. After all, it is too young point. Chapter 390 to the test from Zui. Exposure. Seeking subscription. Chapter 383 The Avalanche Transaction. The Truth of Rebellion. Zuyi's question just now was not a simple matter of family matters. Each of these questions is confirmation of Qian Renxue's identity point. Qian Renxue's answer may not seem problematic at first glance, but in fact it has revealed her identity point. Because her answer was so perfect point, no matter what it is, she can answer it perfectly point. Perfect. Let her show her flaws. You must know that, even if you answer it yourself, it is impossible to answer all the questions correctly without hesitation point. Anyone who can answer it must have a question point. Her identity is also coming out point. There is no problem with the evidence of the avalanche point at this moment. Zuyi already knew that Zuking was a fake. The prince he had high hopes for turned out to be a spy sent by others. Zuyi only felt that she was more tired than ever before point. He looked out the window with cloudy eyes. Although the moonlight was bright, it was dark and foggy in his eyes, just like his heart is heavy point. Desolation, loneliness, depression and all kinds of emotions came flooding back point. Why does it have to be a spy? Before meeting Zuking, he thought in his heart that even if the eldest and the third child were really killed by Zuking himself, as long as they were his own children, or had the blood of the Qian Dou royal family flowing through them, Zuyi would not care about them point. Still willing to let him take over the Qian Dou empire point. But the reality is very heavy. Zuking is not his own child, nor is he a bloodline of the Qian Dou empire point. His bottom line is already very low. But why is he not the one? Just the day before yesterday, he was still imagining the bright future of the Qian Dou empire. But how ridiculous does it seem now? Do you trust the future of the Qian Dou empire to a spy? I'm afraid I'll be laughed out of my mouth if I tell you. Hullen. The end. Zuyi breathed a long sigh of relief and let out the boredom and loneliness in his heart point. Fortunately, it was not too late to discover it point, at least for now. Their plan has failed point. Turning around, he looked at Zhu Beng point. In the past, he regarded Zhu Beng as a shame to the Qian Dou empire, and even thought about it more than once as to why he gave birth to such a shameless playboy point. But now he is his only son, and he is also the last hope of the Qian Dou empire point. He was even a little lucky to have such a prince point. This feeling is very strange point. Zuyi put away these thoughts, walked to Zhu Beng, and asked in a calm tone, Zhu Beng, now do you want to understand why I did this? Father, I don't understand. Zhu Beng lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Zuyi's eyes. Stupid, wooden head. Hearing Zhu Beng's answer, compared with the Zuking that had been revealed before, Zuyi felt even more depressed point. Why is his son so miserable? Zuyi hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. She pointed at Zhu Beng and angrily said, how could I give birth to such a stupid son like you? How could I not even understand such a thing? Father. Zhu Beng didn't dare to say anything and knelt on the ground silently. Well, seeing this, Zuyi sighed helplessly point. After all, he was his only son, and there was nothing he could do about it point. I can only regret that I didn't train this prince properly, which is why he became like this now. He can only play some tricks, but he can't stand up at all point. But now there is only this prince point. Zuyi finally sat back on the chair and waved his hand towards the avalanche. Okay, you get up, father. Emperor. The avalanche was carefully leaned over the king. The promises that he only gave him. The purpose was to paralyze her vigilance and use the throne she wanted most as a young child, so that she would temporarily reduce the defense of me and make it easy for me to prepare for time point. So now you can understand why I just put forward the intention of the throne. After talking about Zuyi, look at the avalanche. The son-in-law understands. The avalanche nodded. Well, Zuyi glanced at the avalanche, and he sighed slightly. It's not too medicine to save, father. Emperor, what will he do? I have my own claims, and I don't need to worry about it. Children, understand. The Avalanche quickly lowered his head point. After groaning for a moment, he tentatively reminded, Father Emperor, there is one more thing. How can we deal with the relationship between the Emperor and Lingtian and this fake product? They are now fake goods, but they are very close. Zuxing and Lingtian. When it comes to these two names, Zui pauses. Obviously point the look has become a little unnatural. Point Lingtian grew up in Prince's mansion since he was a child, and he had a close relationship with him. Point at that time. Zuxing could be different. Point at the beginning. The two were indispensable. Point, because if you want to study carefully, the reason why Zuxing is now close to Zuqing River, so close, is thanks to their uncle and nephew relationship. If they did not have their own access, they would not be as harmonious as they are now. Point seriously. Zui regretted it. Point I regret why the two have eased the relationship. This is fine. Point move the stone to smash your feet. Point fortunately, Zuxing is not in the city today. Otherwise, Zui suddenly remembered something. Sharp eyes looked at the avalanche. The rebellion over the kingdom of Agensis should be related to you. I can't hide everything. The avalanche nodded and explained. Uncle Huang and the counterfeit goods are too close, and the children are afraid that they will be blinded by the counterfeit goods, so they will leave Qian Dou city in both of them. Point the title of the titles that can be used in the guy's hands shot when all the Douluo left with him. It's not too stupid. Zui looked at the avalanche and the first shot. Point when the words turned around, Zui continued to ask, but the old guy of a gas is very savvy. What do he want to exchange for you? Back to Father Emperor. They didn't want anything. The avalanche said, Zhu. Yi's sharp eyes stared at the avalanche. Point how could it not be? That old guy is the lord who does not see the rabbit and is not scattered. Point oh, speaking of Zui, I don't believe it. Originally, the owner of the kingdom of Agas wanted some conditions to exchange their troops, but the father and emperor had forgotten me. But there were 2 crowns of the killing hall. The avalanche smiled deeply. If they are there, naturally I will not talk about conditions. I see. Zhu Yi's brows did not stretch, and I continued, what are the requirements for the killing hall so much? Zui is more worried about killing the palace than the kingdom of Agensis, because the former he knows the roots. Even if a small projectile is a big appetite, it is impossible to pose a threat to the heavenly Dao Empire. Point and the killing hall is different. Point first of all, Zui does not understand them. Point secondly, although this organization is not a country, their strength is very strong. There are 5 titles Douluo on the bright side. If they have a picture of the Qian Dou Empire, it is really trouble. Father Emperor, don't have to worry. The need for killing the temple has nothing to do with the empire. The avalanche explained. The Tao. Zui was slightly surprised. Point in addition to the power of the empire, what else can they want? Father Emperor, killing the palace. It seems that there is a holiday with the king of Shanbing. The reason why they helped the children this time was to disintegrate the relationship between our empire and Lingtian. After a moment of thinking, Zui asked, so, the condition of their shot is Lingtian? Yes. The avalanche nodded. This when I heard this condition, Zui hesitated. Point Lingtian's talent and strength. He looked at it in his eyes. There is definitely the potential of the title Douluo. Now let them fight the empire and give up a 100% genius who will become the title of Douluo. To be honest, Zui feels that he is reluctant. Point you know, it is the title Douluo he has worked hard for so many years, and the royal family has only one killing. Point he urgently hopes that the royal family can appear his own title Douluo. Now the opportunity has been in front of it. Point let Zui give up like this. He was a little hesitant. Father Emperor, at this moment, the avalanche reminded, don't forget your father. Lingtian has a close relationship with the counterfeit goods. Although he is flowing on his body, no one may say what he will be at that time. Point choose instead of. The avalanche is the end, and there is no more words. He believes that his father and emperor can understand what he meant. Well, in the end, Zui sighed helplessly. Okay, just follow your own ideas. The avalanche said. Good point. The relationship between Lingtian and Zuqing River is very good. Point he couldn't guarantee how to make the Lingtian's fingertips at the Qian Dou Empire and the Zuqing River fingertips. Rather than sending this unstable factor, it is better to take the initiative to give up. Point this can also get the help of the killing hall. Father Z. The avalanche smiled, nodded. The matter of your uncle and Lingtian just come to an end immediately. Thought about it, Zui continued, you will learn from your side these 2 days and see how the emperor is going to live and how to control the ministers. I don't expect you to be a generation of Mingjin in the future point, as long as you can keep the family of the heavenly Dao Empire. Father Emperor, the avalanche was happy, and I realized the meaning of Zui in an instant point. Father Emperor is going to pass to me, although he knew that as long as Zui was determined that the Zuking River is a fake identity, the throne would definitely fall into his own hands. But when it really happened, he still felt full of dreams. The throne, that is the throne of the Dao Empire, after the spy is solved, this throne is his own. Thinking of this, the avalanche is hard to hide the excitement. This is his long cherished wish for so many years, and today, he finally has the opportunity to achieve it, the throne. At this moment, the excitement in the avalanche's heart is unbearable. He couldn't stop trembling. As a royal disciple, which one will be indifferent to the throne in front of him? Does that person not want to sit in that position after working hard for so many years? I finally got my chance to make a comeback. I don't have much time to teach you now. Seeing Zhu Beng's performance, Zhu Yi couldn't help but shook his head and reminded, how much you can learn by then depends on your own ability. But after thinking about it again, Zhu Yi felt relieved. After all, he has never paid attention to Zhu Beng since he grew up. It is normal to have such a psyche. Now he can only hope that this child can be a mediocre king and keep the inheritance of his ancestors. Father, what do you mean? Zhu Beng was slightly startled and looked at Zhu Yi in surprise. Don't have much time. Zhu Beng has left Qian Dou city for 2 years and does not know the actual condition of Zhu Yi's body. I don't understand what this sentence means. Cough. Before Zhu Yi finished speaking, there was a burst of urgent coughing. A violent cough made his face turn red. At the same time, the handkerchief covering his mouth was also stained with a touch of bright red blood. Ahem. Zhu Yi's face also turned pale. Zhu Beng was a little anxious and quickly helped Zhu Yi. Father, Zhu Beng was a little confused for a moment, and while helping Zhu Yi slap his back, he said, my son, I'm going to call the imperial doctor now. Father, you have to hold on. Saying that, Zhu Beng ran away in a hurry. But before he could run to the door, the weak Zhu Yi behind him stopped him. Avalanche, come back. Father, your body. Zhu Beng stopped in response and turned around to look at Zhu Yi. Come to me. Zhu Yi sighed and said, my body is almost dying. Father, looking at the extremely weak Zhu Yi, his eyes were full of worry. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yi felt a lot relieved. Although this child was lacking in abilities, he was still filial. If he took advantage of this period of time to teach him well, the Qian Dou Empire might not be as bad as he imagined. Father, what's wrong with you? Zhu Beng responded and walked to Zhu Yi's bedside, asking with a worried tone, should we call the imperial doctor to come over and check it out? It's useless. It's an old problem. Zhu Yi waved her hands and said in a helpless tone, since I handed the empire over to him 4 years ago, my body has been getting worse day by day. The imperial doctors in the palace have examined me, but they are all the same. I don't see any problems. Note, this is different from the original work. Because Zhu Crossing and Du Gubo are now Qian Renxue's people, they did not discover that Zhu Yi was poisoned like the original work 4 years ago. Zhu Beng was slightly startled. Father, do you think it is? No, I've checked it over the years, and there's nothing wrong with it. Zhu Yi shook her head. Father, do you want to check again? Zhu Beng pondered for a moment and then suggested, my son, I have also met an expert in the past 2 years. Maybe he can see your physical problems. I know my body well, and don't need any examination. Zhu Yi still shook her head and refused. Zhu Beng clasped his hands in his fists and begged, Father, my son has been stubborn these years and has never done anything for my father. Now let my friend come over and give it a try. Chapter 384 Ice God Soul Bone Set. Now, there was some hesitation on the snowy night. Father, please promise me. Upon seeing this, Zhu Beng knelt down on one knee and begged again. Well Zhu Beng expressed his filial piety, and Zhu Yi did not refuse. That's all. Let Qilin take you out, and bring your friend into the palace tomorrow. Yes, father. Zhu Beng nodded quickly, and exited the room. But Zhu Yi, who was lying alone on the bed, let out a faint sigh. At the same time, the far north. The absorption time of soul bones is directly proportional to the strength of the soul master. Previously, it took about a week to absorb soul bones for the first time in the Lingtian Soul Lord realm. Later, when Soul Sect and Soul Queen came, the time was shortened a lot. But now the soul bone is absorbed with the soul power of Contra level, and the fit between this soul bone and the spiritual sky is almost perfect, so the whole process goes smoothly, and no time is wasted. In less than a day, the two soul bones were completely integrated into the body. At the same time, with the integration of the last two soul bones, it also marked that all the soul bones in Lingtian's body had been absorbed. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying cold current spread in all directions at the same time. If there is no summons from the spirit heaven, the head soul bone, torso soul bone, left arm soul bone, right arm soul bone, left leg soul bone, right leg soul bone, and the external soul bone behind the back. 7 soul bones appeared on the body surface at the same time, shining with ice blue light. Brush. The next moment, starting from the torso bone, countless ice blue thin lines extended, connecting the other soul bones together. A set of armor is vaguely taking shape. At the same time, in the center of Lingtian's eyebrows, the mark of the ice god flashed continuously. A powerful and cold aura swept around, and the intensity of the energy continued to rise. It soon exceeded the limit of Contra, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the level of a titled Douluo. At the same time, the thin energy lines on Lingtian's body have connected all the soul bones together. Even those positions not covered by soul bones have been filled with ice blue energy. The whole body is completely covered. The light on the soul bone of the head flashed and circled in a circle along the head. The result is a crown-like pattern. It is dotted with crystal clear ice crystals, and in the center is a pattern of ice and frost. The ice blue armor wraps Lingtian within it, but does not look bulky. The armor was perfectly integrated with the shape of his body, muscles and bones, and the whole body shone with a sapphire-like light, spreading from the chest to the limbs, stopping at the neck, and wrapping all the limbs downwards. Wearing an exquisite crown on her head, with little snowflakes scattered all over her body, she embodies a cold, noble and mysterious atmosphere. Boom. When the whole body armor was completely formed, there was another powerful burst of energy. This time, he has completely surpassed Contra and completely entered the energy level of titled Douluo. Lingtian closed his eyes and felt the improvement with his heart. The first feeling the ice blue armor gave me was a cool and comfortable feeling. It seemed that it should have the ability to meditate and resist mental attribute soul skills. Secondly, when the armor was fully formed, he felt that some of the shackles in his body were suddenly broken. The movement of his soul power became smoother, and at the same time, the huge soul power continued to circulate in his body. This armor seemed to bring him a terrifying increase. It made him feel that even in the state of soul bone armor, he could compete with titled Douluo. This is not an illusion. Now he really has this strength. At the same time, he felt that his 8 soul skills had also undergone some changes. First of all, it is easier to use. There is no need to accumulate soul power, and it can be fully released at will, cut, with, or thought. The ice blade slashed out instantly. With a bang, it hit the wall during training, leaving a deep scratch. Then Lingtian raised his hand and waved out several ice blades. After several experiments, he also concluded the changes this armor had on soul skills. As the soul power runs smoothly, the soul power consumed also decreases. This reduction is about 15% of the original soul skill release. At the same time, the strength of the soul skills has also been increased, about 10%. Moreover, the ice attribute self-created soul skills mastered by Lingtian also receive the same improvement when used. The speed of release is also the same as normal soul skills. Generally speaking, the improvement brought by this armor is objective. It has reached what he expected before absorbing the soul bone, and his combat power at this moment can finally reach that of a titled Douluo. However, this armor also has this shortcoming. Although he can improve the efficiency of using soul skills, it will also consume a lot of soul power. in less than a quarter of an hour when he experimented with soul skills just now. Lingtian's originally full soul power has been consumed by more than half. This is without using those more powerful soul skills that consume more soul power. According to Lingtian's current total soul power reserves when using Ice God armor in combat, it can only last for about half an hour at most. If soul power is consumed frequently, this time will be even shorter, but it's not over yet. Lingtian wanted to test what would happen if he turned on Ice God mode while wearing Ice God armor. With a thought, the Ice God's mark flashed again. The majestic aura instantly spread to the surroundings, and at the same time, the Ice God armor on Lingtian's body flashed with light, and the ice blue armor exuded a brilliance like sapphire. At the same time, it condensed into a blue gem on the chest. The armor also has a few more golden patterns than before, dotted around the edges of the armor. At this moment, Lingtian is like, wrong, he is the god who came to the world, the real Ice God. Ice God mode plus Ice God armor. When these two skills are used together, Lingtian can clearly feel the increase in combat power. Boom. He raised his hand again and blasted an icy light, hitting the wall hard. In addition to a dull roar, a deep mark as wide as 5 fingers was left on the wall. You must know that the walls of the training room are not generally hard. Although Lingtian was just testing the power with a casual blow, the ice cold blade that hit the wall before would only leave a small scratch at most, but now it can leave a deep scratch. It is enough to show that in this mode, the strength has been greatly improved. A conservative estimate is that it will be at least twice as powerful as before. However, as the power of soul skills increases, the consumption of soul power also increases rapidly. Previously, the Ice God armor could last for half an hour, but now, coupled with the huge soul power consumption of Ice God mode, the maintenance time has been reduced exponentially and can only be maintained for less than a quarter of an hour. Lingtian was quite satisfied with this result. Use all the soul power of your own contra level to exchange for a quarter of an hour's title Douluo's combat power. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Disperse. After the experiment, Lingtian did not need to continue to maintain the armor. With a thought, the crown on his head, the armor on his chest, back, and limbs also faded away like the tide, and finally returned to Lingtian's body and disappeared, just like it was, as if nothing had happened. But the power was real. As long as Lingtian wants to use it, he can summon it at any time. Lingtian breathed a long sigh of relief and took some rest. Generally speaking, the absorption of soul bones this time was similar to what he had imagined. He successfully formed a set of soul bone armor and also upgraded his soul power by 2 levels, reaching level 84 soul Douluo. You must know that soul bones and soul rings are different. It mainly improves the combat effectiveness of the soul master himself and has a limited effect on the soul master's soul power level. Lingtian was able to upgrade to levels this time thanks to the large amount of energy brought by the large amounts of black ice marrow on the ground. Apart from that, his actual combat power also reaches that of a title Douluo. But the only drawback is that it consumes too much soul power. But there is no need to worry about this. It will not become a burden soon. Because Lingtian is about to condense the second spiritual soul core. When the 2 soul cores are running at the same time, it should be able to greatly increase the total amount of soul power and extend the use time of the Ice God armor. Thinking of this, Lingtian was also a little moved, wanting to see the improvement. After condensing the soul core. The spiritual soul core is located in the spiritual sea between the eyebrows. This is the most difficult and dangerous place in the process of condensing soul cores, because the position is in the most important spiritual See, if there is any improper operation, the Soul Master will most likely become an idiot under the impact of this energy. In addition, this is Lingtian's second soul core, and the danger has skyrocketed. However, Lingtian was confident in himself. The first is because of his strong strength. The second reason is because his spiritual sea is very stable. After being transformed by the 4 divine beasts, Golden Dragon King, Ice Phoenix, Fire Dragon King, and Ice Dragon King, Suemo's spiritual sea was originally more stable than ordinary people's. In addition, There are Ice Phoenix and others assisting at the side, so even if there is danger, they can suppress it as soon as possible. This way the risk is already very low. Frankly speaking, as long as Lingtian doesn't commit suicide, the success rate of condensation of spiritual soul core is very high. To take a step back, even if Lingtian had an accident during the process of condensing his spiritual soul core, with the protection of Ice Phoenix and others, he would be able to recover in a few days at most. The Sea of Spirit will definitely not be severely damaged. It was precisely because of the perfect guarantee that he decided to condense the spiritual soul core. But before doing it again, you need to communicate with them. With a thought, the spirit heaven returns to the Sea of Spirit. Compared with the monotony of a normal soul master's spiritual sea, his spiritual sea is richer in color. Ice Phoenix, Ice Dragon King, and Fire Dragon King have transformed this place very successfully. On the left and right sides of the spiritual sea, one blue and one red are clearly defined, exuding cold and hot energy. The blue field on the left is the territory of the Ice Dragon King and Ice Phoenix. Because the two people had similar attributes, they simply lived together at the same time. At the top of the ice cold realm, there hung the shadow of a huge divine sword. It was Lingtian's artifact, the Ice Qian Renxue, and it was now being nurtured here by the Ice Dragon King and the Ice Phoenix. The red field on the right belongs to the Fire Dragon King. He and the Ice Dragon King have opposite attributes, so they are uncomfortable being together. In the past, the two of them had no choice but to be in the same space, but now of course they have to separate if they can point at the same time. There is a golden special area between these two areas. The shadow of a golden dragon hovered among them. That was the area that previously belonged to the Golden Dragon King. Although the Golden Dragon King had been sacrificed as a martial spirit, he still left a trace of power in Lingtian's spiritual space. This was discovered by the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. After seeking advice from Lingtian, they left the mark here. As the dividing line between their territories, Lingtian's figure appeared in the golden area, and the Ice Dragon King and others also appeared at the same time. Bing. Got. What do you want us to do? How can we help? Ice Phoenix, Ice Dragon King, and Fire Dragon King transformed into human forms and stood in a half circle in front of Lingtian. It's no big deal, Lingtian explained. I'm planning to condense the second spiritual soul core in the Sea of Spirit. If an unexpected situation occurs, I will need the help of 3 people to stabilize it. Don't worry, leave it to us. Don't worry, Ice God. Well, as long as we are here, there will be no problem in the spiritual sea. The 3 of them nodded happily and promised that there would be no problems. Okay, then I'll leave it to the 3 of you. Lingtian smiled and exited the spiritual space. At the same time, the Ice God Palace. After making sure that everything was ready, Lingtian also began to condense the soul core. He first gathered the spiritual power together, using the same idea as before to condense the ultimate Ice soul core. He first condensed the prototype of the spiritual soul core and then polished the details, but it is different from the previous ultimate Ice soul core. This time, because of the protection of the Ice Dragon King and others, Lingtian planned to condense the soul core directly in his mind to form it. Skip the step of incorporating the soul core into the body. In this way, the speed can be greatly improved and the whole process will become simpler, but it will also be more dangerous once there is any problem in the process of condensation and formation of the soul core. The huge spiritual energy will be completely detonated in the Sea of Spirits. Generally, the Soul Master will be directly exploded by this energy and die instantly. But Lingtian is different from them. With the help of Ice Dragon King and others, he does not need to worry about this problem. If the mental power is really about to collapse, they will take action in time to disperse the energy to avoid trauma to the mental space. That's why the spiritual genius dared to take such a risky move. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Diagnosis and Treatment. Zuyi, 039, S physical condition But Lingtian is different from them. With the help of Ice Dragon King and others, he does not need to worry about this problem. If the mental power is really about to collapse, they will take action in time to disperse the energy, to avoid trauma to the mental space. That's why the spiritual genius dared to take such a risky move. At the same time, just when Lingtian began to condense his spiritual soul core, there was also an undercurrent surging. In Qian Dou City, far away in the Qian Dou Empire, Zhu Yi calmly stabilized Qian Renxue on the surface, while secretly keeping in touch with others, for example, Ning Fengzi of the Qibao Glazed sect, as well as various dignitaries in Qian Dou City, etc. Although the number of people he contacted was not large, they were all the ones Zhu Yi trusted the most. Avalanche was not idle either. Through the connection with Shadian, he brought the doctor he mentioned into the palace. Mr. Tang, please come this way, Your Highness. You're welcome. Zhu Beng and a blue-haired young man walked side by side towards Zhu Yi's palace. The two of them looked very familiar while talking. Mr. Tang, my father's physical condition has been checked by many doctors in the palace, and they all found nothing wrong. Now I have to leave it to you, Your Highness. Tang can only do his best. That's right, please, Mr. Tang. Zhu Beng nodded and led the young man into the palace. This blue-haired young man is none other than Tang San, who has returned from training in the Killing City. Originally, according to the original plot trajectory, Tang San would first follow Tang Heo for 2 years of training in the wild, and then enter the Killing City for another 2 years of training, before returning to the Qian Dou Empire. According to the original plot, Tang San should indeed still be training. But something unexpected happened in the middle. When Tang Heo took Tang San to practice, he chose the Killing City as the next stop. After all, he hadn't been in for many years, so he naturally wanted to investigate for his son first. And because he possessed the realm of the god of killing, Zhu Wei noticed him as soon as he entered the city of killing, and sent someone to bring him to the Killing Palace as a guest. In the end, the two reached a condition. After some friendly exchanges, Zhu Yi ensured Tang San's safety so that he could pass the test on the road to hell as quickly as possible. In exchange, Tang Heo also agreed to Shadian's request. If Shadian needs his help in the future, then Tang Heo will take action for them. After discussion. Naturally, Tang San didn't need to waste any more time in the wild. The Killing City experiences also started in advance. After Tang Heo helped him achieve the second awakening of the martial spirit and successfully evolved the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, Tang Heo took him directly into the Killing City. At the same time, it was precisely because of the care of the Killing Palace that Tang San's experience in the Killing City went smoothly. All the way through, I came to 100 consecutive wins, opened the road to hell, and obtained the realm of the god of death. Everything happens easily and naturally. Tang San also lived up to Tang Heo's expectations and successfully passed the road to hell to obtain the killing god domain within a year. The soul power also went from the soul sect at the beginning to the 56th level soul king. Note, in the original work, Tang San spent a total of 4 years in training after the elite competition, and was promoted from soul sect to soul emperor. Now it takes 2 years less, and his soul power has been reduced by 4 levels. After successfully obtaining the killing god domain, Tang Heo took Tang San to prepare to go to Yuxuan to cultivate his character. As a result, it was just in time that Shadian was about to implement a plan against the Qian Dou Empire. Because of the previous deal between Tang Heo and Zhu Wei, they temporarily stayed and waited in the Argendis Kingdom as their backup point. During this period, Tang San, who changed his name to Tang Yin, also got to know Zhu Beng again. Although both sides had some unpleasant experiences when they were at Qian Dou Royal Academy. But after Tang San learned about Zhu Beng's plan against the Qian Dou Empire, he didn't care about the original unhappiness with Zhu Beng, and got acquainted with Zhu Beng again as Tang Yin. When the news about Yin Hu reached the Argendis Kingdom, Tang Heo and Tang San also went to Qian Dou City together, and the friend Zhu Beng mentioned before was none other than Tang San. Knowing that Zhu Beng wanted him to help check Zhu Yi's body, Tang San also happily agreed. As the backup man who killed the palace, Tang Heo did not reveal his whereabouts. Zhu Beng led Tang San into the snowy night palace. At this moment, Zhu Yi was wearing her outer robe, sitting in front of the desk, and thinking perhaps it was due to overwork these days. Zhu Yi felt that his health was deteriorating, and his physical condition was becoming more and more serious. Coughing up blood is a common occurrence. His face became paler and Zhu Yi became more anxious. He knew his body couldn't last long. We must deal with the matter of Zuking as soon as possible. He was considering how to control the Zuking River while ensuring that it would have as little impact on the Qian Dou Empire as possible. After all, after decentralizing power in the past 2 years, her influence in the empire is no less than her own, and a considerable number of ministers in the empire are already loyal to her. So, if you want to do something to it, you must do it quickly. She couldn't be given any time to react. Otherwise, she might turn her back and take advantage of the situation to take over the entire Qian Dou Empire. In this regard, Zhu Yi believes that she has this ability. If she dies by then, Zhu Beng alone will definitely not be her opponent. Father. At this moment Zhu Beng walked into the palace, bowed to Zhu Yi, and introduced, Father, this is the friend I told you about, Tang Yin. Tang Yin. I have met His Majesty. Tang San bowed slightly and saluted. Father, let Brother Tang take a look at it for you. Maybe we can really see what the problem is. Zhu Beng walked to Zhu Yi and advised. No. Gift. Faced with Zhu Beng's persuasion, Zhu Yi raised her head and looked at Tang San, then said calmly, since Benja insists on doing this, come and show me. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Tang San took 2 steps forward. Your Majesty, please show your wrist and let me check for pulse first. Zhu Yi responded lightly and turned up the sleeves at the wrists, exposing the high bones on the inside of the wrists. Tang San stretched out his right hand and put his fingertips on Zhu Yi's wrist. The room was very quiet. Only the breathing of the 3 people and the sound of turning the pages of the book on the snowy night could be heard. Time passes by minute. Tang San, who was originally calm, suddenly had a subtle change in his expression. Then his fingertips moved a few more places on his wrist, carefully feeling the sensation brought by his pulse. Finally, Tang San retracted his palm. Zhu Beng asked aloud, Brother Tang Yin, how is my father's physical condition? Void. Tang San made a quiet gesture to Zhu Beng. Immediately, his eyes glowed with purple light, and he began to observe every corner of the room. Chapter 386 Snow Night Poisoning. The tip of Tang San's nose moved slightly, as if he was searching for something. At the same time, his pace not only slowed down, but his expression also became serious. Suddenly he stopped in front of the incense burner, his eyes flashed with purple light. He paused for a moment, and stretched out his right hand, then his palm turned a jade color, and he took out a piece of remaining incense that had not been burned out from the burned out incense burner. Put it on the tip of your nose and smell it. Tang San's expression became solemn, and he immediately started searching in the room again. This time, with the reminder of the scent of incense, Tang San seemed to have already found the target. Following another smell, Tang San came to Zhu Yi's bed. Purple light flashed in his eyes. Then he pushed open the bedside cabinet and took out a purple sachet from the gap between the 2. Judging from the dust falling on it, it must have been there for a while. Pick up the sachet and compare it with the incense. After pondering for a moment, a look of surprise appeared in Tang San's eyes. I see, this method is really clever. He wanted to understand the functions of these 2 spices. The person who designed this method is really clever. Brother Tang Yin, what is this? As you guessed, His Majesty was indeed poisoned. Tang San nodded and replied, poisoned. Before Zhu Beng could say anything, Zhu Yi frowned slightly. You must know that all food and daily life in the palace are subject to very strict inspections. Qilin will also specially inspect the daily meals with such a strict method. How could he still be poisoned? How could I be poisoned? This is Zhu Yi's true inner thoughts. He doubted Tang San's judgment. After all, so many skilled doctors in the palace have examined him so many times, but they still can't determine the reason for his growing weakness. Is this young man in front of him, who is not even in his 20s, really capable? Could he be trying to please others? After all, Zhu Yi didn't know Tang San well, so she still doubted his judgment. How can you conclude that I'm poisoned, Your Majesty? According to my investigation just now, your pulse is erratic, sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and the pulse energy is condensed but not scattered. Can you make a conclusion based on these alone, Zhu? Yi looked at Tang San, her eyes already full of disappointment. The imperial doctors have all talked about these issues, but they are all complications of physical weakness and cannot be regarded as a basis for poisoning. Of course not. Tang San shook his head and continued, these phenomena can only mean that your body has problems, but it does not mean that the cause of these problems is poisoning. The real basis for me to conclude that you are poisoned is because of these two things. As he spoke, Tang San opened his palms, revealing half of the spices and sachet. What's this, Zhu? Yi was slightly startled and looked at Tang San doubtfully. This half of incense is what I just found from the incense burner. Tang San looked at Zhu Yi and speculated, I wonder if your majesty would light a stick of incense of this style every day when you fell asleep. That's right. Is there any problem? Zhu Yi nodded slightly. That's right. Tang San smiled calmly and said with confidence, if this aromatherapy is used alone, there won't be any problems, and because it contains a special herb, it can also calm the mind and improve the quality of sleep. But Tang San changed the subject and took out the sachet. If you use aromatherapy with the herbs in this sachet, the effect will be completely different, because the function of the herbs in this sachet is to refresh your mind. The properties of the two medicinal materials are opposite, and the medicinal materials are incompatible pharmacologically. Used together, when the two are mixed together, a highly toxic gas will appear. So, my physical condition is caused by them. Yes, and this kind of poisonous gas is very tricky. It is a hidden and chronic poisonous gas. Even I almost ignored it at first. Tang San nodded and continued to explain, in the early stage, there will be no problems lurking in the human body. He will gradually wear down the infected person's body. The poisoned person will only feel that his body is getting weaker and weaker. Even if he calls a doctor, there will be no problem with the examination. It will not be completely revealed until the accumulation of toxins becomes more and more, and finally it will be enough to cause qualitative changes. However, by this time, the poisoned person is already terminally ill, and the body has been completely eroded by the poisonous gas. All that awaits him is his slow death. I really poisoned? After hearing this explanation, Zhu Yi felt a little shaken in his heart. But I still don't quite believe it in my heart. Although what Tang San said was reasonable and well-founded, these were just his words. As the leader of a country, Zhu Yi could not believe their words so easily. Especially now, all the reasons are just speculations of this young man. There is no substantial evidence. With just the incense and sachet, although what he said was reasonable, Zhu Yi still had a hard time believing it. At the same time, an idea also appeared in Zhu Yi's mind. Could it be that the young man in front of me was just talking nonsense? After all, being poisoned is still too unbelievable. And even if what he said about the incense and sachets was true, Zhu Yi didn't feel that these 2 cents alone could completely drag down his body and make him look so sick now. Seeing this, Tang San immediately said, if you don't mind, your majesty, I can verify it. Verification? How do you verify it? Zhu Yi asked. I have a special method that can induce toxins in your body. When the time comes, I will use a silver needle to detect it, and I will be able to determine what kind of toxin you have. However, it may cause discomfort. I wonder if you would like to try it, your majesty. Come on, I want to see it, Zhu Yi said directly without hesitation. Then, please take out your right hand, your majesty. I will perform acupuncture later. But, Zhu Yi rolled up the sleeve of her right hand, exposing her entire forearm. Your majesty, that's all. Tang San nodded, then flipped his wrist. Dozens of silver needles appeared in his hand. That would offend your majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's fingers moved rapidly. The silver needles also landed on various acupuncture points on Zhu Yi's arms one by one. After a while, the silver needles in Tang San's hands were all used up, and Emperor Zuai's arms were already covered with silver needles, which gave people a chilling feeling. However, this is not over yet. Then Tang San activated the Zuanshan technique again. In a special way. The silver needles on the acupuncture points tremble point at the same time. Emperor Zhuyi also felt a little uncomfortable, but he still managed to persevere. 1 minute later Tang San flicked his fingers and pulled out these silver needles, but at this moment, the slender needle tip is now dyed with 7 different colors. Tang San, who had already been mentally prepared, couldn't help but take a breath when he returned the silver needle to his hand and saw that it had been stained with 7 different colors. 7 kinds. 7 kinds. This is not a rainbow. The more colors the better. 7 different colors represent 7 different toxins. He reasoned that no matter how many poisons there were in the snowy night, there would never be more than 4 types mixed together. I never thought that the poison in the snowy night would be a mixture of 7 toxins. It seems that in addition to the aromatherapy in sachets, Zhuyi is also exposed to 5 different toxins in her daily diet at the same time. It was on Zhuyi's arm. The forearm, which was originally a normal color, now looks extremely ferocious. Large areas of skin were all covered in deep purple, indicating that Emperor Zhuyi was already deeply poisoned. Even if Zhuyi doesn't understand medicine and poison, but looking at the reaction on his arm, he understood at this moment. Just as the young man named Tang Yin said, he was really poisoned this time. I was actually really poisoned. Besides being surprised, I was more surprised. The reaction on his body has confirmed Tang San's guess just now. Aromatherapy in sachets, combining these 2 things together can actually become a poison, Your Majesty. According to my speculation, at this time, Tang San took out the silver needle, pointed at the 7 toxins on it, and analyzed it. The poison in your body is a mixture of 7 different toxins. That is to say, Zhuyi's face suddenly became ugly. Yes, in addition to these 2 things, you have been exposed to at least 5 toxins. No. However, Zhuyi shook his head and said, there are special people responsible for checking my daily diet and daily life. It is impossible for anyone to poison it here, Your Majesty. Poison is not necessarily poison. Tang San pointed to the sachet on the table and reminded, they can also be like these 2 things. Taken individually, they may be good medicines that are beneficial to the body, but when they are combined, they become a deadly poison. Zhuyi looked gloomy, understanding what Tang San meant. That's right. In this Qian Dou palace, no one would poison him openly. But if you follow the method Tang San said, and use a mixture of medicinal properties to poison. The guards in the palace were naturally unable to detect it. The poison was naturally mixed into the daily food and passed through the inspection procedures in the palace one after another and was delivered to them in a majestic manner. At this time, Tang San took out the sachet again and placed it in front of Zhuyi. I think the person who poisoned Your Majesty should be related to these 2 things. If Your Majesty can find the owner of the sachet, you should be able to find the person who wanted to poison you. Hearing this, Zhuyi and Zhu Beng looked at the sachet and incense at the same time. Zhuyi knew the origin of this incense very well. About 4 years ago. At that time, when I was in the prince's mansion, I happened to smell the smell of incense in the mansion. I asked him for some to try, and I felt good after using them in the palace. When Zhu King saw that he liked this kind of incense, he specially sent a batch to the palace. In the past few years, this kind of incense has been ordered in his palace. However, Zhuyi had no impression of this sachet. This is, too, that guy's sachet. However, Zhu Beng thought of something at this time and signaled Zhuyi with his eyes. Tang San on the side was a little curious about this. However, seeing that the 2 of them did not express their opinions, they silently stepped aside without asking any questions. The princes, Zhuyi was suddenly startled, and her eyes kept flashing. The aromatherapy belongs to the prince. The sachet also belongs to the prince. These 2 things were highly poisonous when combined, but the prince left the sachet in his palace. If there was nothing wrong with this, Zhuyi himself would not believe it. Both clues point to the same person. Coupled with Qian Renxue's identity, the person who poisoned her has been revealed. This strategy, this method, what should I say, he is worthy of being the heir he values. In order to achieve the goal, any means will be used, and poisoning will be done without anyone noticing. Zhuyi's mood was complicated at this moment. There is hatred, anger, murderous intention, etc. towards Qian Renxue, the spy. At the same time, there are also regrets, disappointments, regrets, Why can't he really be his son? Why can't he really be the blood of the Qian Dou Empire? After a moment of silence, Zhu Yi calmed down. He turned his head, looked at Tang San and asked, is there any solution to the poison on my body? Since he can analyze the poison in his body, can he also cure the poison in mine? If his physical condition can recover, then the situation in the Qian Dou Empire may not be as bad as he imagined. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi's eyes brightened. The look he looked at Tang San also had a somewhat expectant expression. I can't do it right now. Hearing this, Tang San thought for a moment, and finally shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, your majesty, the poison in your body is a mixture of 7 kinds of toxins, and judging from the extent of accumulation now, it has been for some time. If you want to remove the toxins in your body, you must remove all 7 kinds of toxins at the same time. This requires distinguishing the characteristics of each toxin at the same time to prepare the medicine, and even I can only distinguish the components of 3 toxins. These 7 toxins are mixed together in many different combination formulas. If one of the detoxification processes goes wrong, it is likely to make the toxin more serious, so it is extremely difficult to eliminate. There is no way. Emperor. Zhu Yi was a little disappointed and sighed, but changing the topic, Tang San continued, although I can't help you eradicate the poison, I can help you suppress it with my special techniques. With the help of some genius treasures, I can delay the time for the poison to explode. It can still be done by extending it for a year and a half, but after all, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and when the backlash occurs, the attack will be more serious. 1 year's time. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Beng and said in a deep voice, follow your method and help me suppress the toxins in my body. I need time more now than the pain caused by the backlash. Without thinking, he directly agreed with Tang San's method. What Zhu Yi lacks most now is time. Even if it only takes a year, he will fight for it. A year is not long. But it was enough for him to arrange his funeral arrangements and let Zhu Beng defend the empire. To suppress the toxin, I still need some medicinal materials. Tang San said, you don't have to worry about the medicinal materials. Zhu Yi turned his head and looked at Zhu Beng and said, I'll leave the issue of medicinal materials to you. If he needs anything, he can directly prepare it in the palace. If there is nothing in the palace, ask Qian to help find it. Chapter 387 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning FENGZHIN-039. S decision. Father, don't worry. Zhu Beng nodded and agreed. Brother Tang Yin, come with me, soon. Zhu Beng left the palace with Tang San. Zhu Yi looked at the purple-green color that had gradually faded from her wrist and just let out a long sigh without saying anything for a long time. Qian Renxue didn't know what happened in the palace. She is currently handling government affairs. It has been almost a week since Zuxing led his army to attack the Argendis kingdom. According to the marching speed of the first army, they should have collided with the Argendis kingdom's army by now. If nothing unexpected happens, another half-month should be enough to end the battle. As soon as Zuxing went to war, everything in the court, big and small, fell on Qian Renxue. In addition to the issues such as money and food for sending troops, she is very busy now. But when she thought about what Zhu Yi said a few days ago about passing on the throne, Qian Renxue felt that all her efforts now were worth it. She doesn't know, now that her identity has been exposed. In the Qian Dou Palace, Zhu Yi and Zhu Beng were formulating strategies against themselves. At the same time, the Qibao glazed sect. Zhangmen meeting hall. At this moment, the sect leader Ning Fengzi was standing in the hall with a solemn expression. What he held in his hand was a top secret letter secretly sent from the palace. The signature is none other than Emperor Zhu Yi. At first Ning Fengzi didn't care about this. When he opened the letter and saw the contents, his expression instantly became solemn. Before he could finish reading, he quickly called for Gurang and Chenzin. It looked like something big had happened. After a while, Chenzin and Gurang had already arrived one after another. Both of them were summoned by Ning Fengzi at the same time, so they rushed to the meeting hall together. As soon as Gurang walked into the door and saw Ning Fengzi in the middle, he couldn't wait to ask, Fengzi, why are you calling us here in such a hurry? Yes. Fengzi, what happened? Chen Xin and Gurong both looked at Ning Fengzi with doubts on their faces. Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian, first isolate the sound here. Ning Fengzi said seriously. Our next conversation must not be known to anyone. Fengzi, when the two of them saw Ning Fengzi's serious expression, they instinctively felt that something was wrong. I vaguely remember the last time I saw Ning Fengzi showing such an expression was when he received the news of Lingtian's death from the prince's mansion. When they thought of this, the two people's expressions became solemn. Gurong and Chenzin looked at each other and then used their soul power to isolate the entire hall. Fengzi. What happened? Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, please read this first. You should understand. After reading this letter, Ning Fengzi let out a long sigh and looked sad. At the same time, he passed the letter in his hand to the two of them for viewing. The two of them were slightly stunned. As a result, Ning Fengzi read the letter in his hand very carefully, word for word. There is a lot in the letter, but there is no nonsense. Every sentence is crucial. As soon as the two of them saw the first two sentences, their expressions became ugly. Secretary Ning's personal statement. Recently, my son Zhu Beng secretly returned to Qian Dou City and brought me a shocking news. The current crown prince of Qian Dou Empire, Zhu King, is not my second son Zhu King. My poor son is the real king. I'm afraid he has been murdered a long time ago, and now he has been replaced without anyone noticing. Just the first sentence above was enough to move both of them. The crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire, the heir to the throne, designated by Zhu Yi, Zhu King, who was hailed as the one who would become the most outstanding emperor of the Qian Dou Empire, turned out to be a fake, old, bones, cowardly man. Chen, Xin and Gurong looked at each other. They all saw strong shock in each other's eyes. The current prince will be replaced. This kind of thing is something that I would never even dare to think about, but it can actually happen in reality. Looking at the letter that still had more than half of the money, the two of them suppressed their inner shock and continued to look down. The following sentences are all about the identity analysis of Zhu King. An a small amount of regret on the snowy night. The next step is to the end, which is also the most critical part. Now most of the courtiers in the Qian Dou Empire have obeyed the orders of that spy. I have decided to bring order to the Qian Dou Empire and reshape the court code of our empire. Therefore, in the name of inheriting the throne, I plan to transfer sect Master Ning and the sect Bones and Swords in 3 days time. Please come to the palace with an elder, and when the time comes, I will also ask sect Master Ning to help me reshape the Qian Dou Empire. Everything is for the future of the Qian Dou Empire. Please ask sect Master Ning. Putting pen to paper. Snowy night. This is the last sentence of Zhu Yi's letter. This was also the reason why he sent it to the Qibao Glazed sect. Between the Qian Dou Empire and the Qibao Glazed sect, both are prosperous. Zhu Yi believed that sect Master Ning would make the most correct choice for the sect. After reading the letter, the two remained silent for a long time. They did not expect that the Qian Dou Empire would have reached its current state without knowing it. How could a spy hide under their noses for so long? They even visited their Seven Treasures Glazed sect several times, but as titled Douluo, they had never discovered it. At this moment, Ning Fengzi asked, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, have you finished reading? Well, I finished reading. I didn't expect that the current crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire would actually be a spy pretending to be here. Gurong shook his head at this and couldn't help sighing. Fengzi, what are you going to do? Chenzin pondered for a moment and asked. Ning Fengzi sighed and said, Fengzi invited you two here today just to discuss this matter. We must help the Qian Dou Empire. Gurong said seriously. Old Bones is right. Our Seven Treasures Glazed sect is based on the Qian Dou Empire and we must not let any problems arise in Qian Dou. Chenzin nodded and agreed. It seems that Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu and I have the same ideas. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly. Only at this moment, Chenzin frowned slightly. Zhaoshan, what should we do? Zhaoshan, Ning Fengzi was silent for a moment and said softly, Zhaoshan must have been deceived by that person and didn't know King, the spy's true identity. Once we find out the true identity of that spy, there should be no problem. After all, he also has Qian Dou flowing through him. As a member of the royal family, I think he will stand on the side of the empire just like us. Then, let's do this for now. Chen, Xin sighed and nodded helplessly. He knows that the current situation is special. When it comes to the Kibao glazed sect and the Qian Dou Empire, they can only do this now. Besides, they feel it too. As a bloodline of the Qian Dou royal family, Lingtian would probably stand on Qian Dou's side if he knew the truth. Well, wait until 3 days later. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, you will accompany me to the Qian Dou palace to assist Emperor Zhuai in capturing the rebels of the Qian Dou Empire. And before that, this matter is of great importance. Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian must keep it strictly confidential and must not spread it to the ears of the fourth person. Ning Fengzi said in a deep voice. Yes, Sect Master, Chen. Xin and Gu Rang bowed slightly and nodded in response. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, you go back and prepare first. Ning Fengzi looked at the two of them and said, I also need to arrange some sect affairs first. Well, let's leave first. Gu Rang and Shenzhen nodded in response, then removed the barriers in the hall and left the meeting hall at the same time. Ning Fengzi was the only one left in the hall. King, who would have thought that you are actually a spy? It really makes my teacher sit up and take notice. Ning Fengzi sighed softly. Similar to Emperor Zhu Yi's previous reaction after learning Qian Renxue's true identity, Ning Fengzi also felt sorry for Qian Renxue's identity. He is the prince's teacher on weekdays. Her private relationship with Qian Renxue is even closer than that between her and Zhu Yi. He taught Qian Renxue many of the methods of imperial control. The friendship between the two masters and apprentices is real. It can be said that he watched Qian Renxue gradually grow from an ordinary prince to the current imperial prince. Such a talented person is the most suitable successor to the throne of emperor. It's a pity that she is a spy. There are so many of them that it really makes people sigh. Life is unpredictable. At the same time, things were going on in Qian Dou City. After a long time, Lingtian's spiritual soul core is finally about to be condensed. In my mind at this moment. The spiritual bodies of the Ice Dragon King, Ice Phoenix, and Red Dragon King are in 3 different directions, and a solid spiritual core is gradually forming in their center. The core is constantly absorbing power, and the 3 people are responsible for energy channeling. Coupled with the continuous compression of Lingtian's power, it can maintain a stable state. Over time. The core of spiritual attributes of Lingtian, with the continuous efforts of the 3 people, has become more and more solid and shows a light golden color at the same time. The energy absorption also accelerated suddenly. Ice Dragon King and others also realized that it was the most critical moment. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then he increased his mental output at the same time, allowing Lingtian's spiritual core to condense quickly. Swish, brush, brush. The core is constantly rotating in the center of the spiritual sea, absorbing energy. Over time. The speed at which the energy core absorbs spiritual power slowly slows down, and the core is about to reach the saturation point. Finally, another moment passed. The energy core finally reached the critical point, and cracks began to appear on the core, and the space cracks appeared faster and faster, and the entire energy core was wrapped in the blink of an eye. Click, click. Obviously this energy core has reached its limit and cannot continue to absorb energy. 3 seniors, it's your turn. Lingtian was also constantly feeling the state of his core, and he quickly reminded him that the critical moment had come. Even if he has already condensed his soul core once, he still feels a little nervous now. After all, the location of this condensed soul core is in the Sea of Spirit. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed by this burst of energy and become an idiot. Just leave it to us, and you can build the soul collapse with peace of mind. The words just fell. The 3 of them worked together to inject soul power into it again. Just listen to the sound of boom. The energy core was finally overwhelmed and shattered, producing a terrifying energy shock. If no one channels and suppresses it, the powerful energy generated by this explosion will be enough to overturn this spiritual sea in an instant. This is the most dangerous step in condensing the soul core in the Sea of Spirit. If you are not prepared properly, you will easily be hit by this energy. Not only will the soul core condensation fail, but the soul master will also be severely damaged. However, the Ice Dragon King and others were obviously well prepared for this burst of energy. The 3 of them took action at the same time. 2 blue and 1 red. 3 energy beams bloom at the same time. Then they are combined together to form an energy shield, which absorbs all the energy shock caused by the explosion. There was no leakage of energy at all, affecting Lingtian's spiritual core seeing. This, Lingtian finally felt relieved. Immediately, with a thought, he pulled the energy core and guided it to collapse slowly and regularly. At this time, the most critical and final step is to condense the spiritual soul core. As long as the final collapse is completed, Lingtian's second spiritual soul core can be successfully formed. Come on, collapse for me, Lingtian thought silently in his heart, and the energy began to spread continuously. Having said that, there is also the protection of the 3 ice dragon kings, otherwise Lingtian alone would not dare to mess around like this in the Sea of Spirits. Boom. Finally, with the release of the last wave of energy, the energy core in the spiritual sea was finally completely released and collapsed. Now in the Sea of Spirit, where the energy core originally was, the original core has completely collapsed, and a huge black hole vortex has appeared in the center, devouring the energy just released. Looking at the center of the spiritual sea, I saw only a black hole vortex. Looking towards the center of the vortex, there is darkness, boundless, as if it is swallowing everything up in the darkness. At the same time, because it has absorbed a large amount of condensed energy, the black hole exudes a terrifying atmosphere. At the same time, Lingtian felt a pull from the center of the black hole. Although it is not very strong, it can be clearly felt. Lingtian, who has already condensed the soul core once, knows that the feeling of this power should come from the soul core. My spiritual soul core, come out. Seeing this, Lingtian gathered his strength and prepared to completely condense the soul core. Suddenly, the black hole, that was originally as calm as a pool of stagnant water, finally started to ripple. At the same time, in the center of the originally dark vortex, golden lines slowly appeared. Over time, the golden lines in the center of the vortex gradually gathered, and finally a bright golden soul core condensed and formed. Spiritual soul core, condense, core seeing. This scene, Lingtian had a smile on his face. This is the spiritual soul core of Lingtian. Because Lingtian condenses the soul core directly in the Sea of Spirit, there is no need to pull it into his body like the ultimate ice soul core condensed before. But now is not the time to completely relax. Chapter 388, Advance by leaps and bounds. Because this is Lingtian's second soul core, there is still an important step. After it is condensed and formed, it is constructed in a yin-yang complementary manner with the previous ultimate ice soul core, allowing the 2 soul cores to run in opposite directions in the body without causing any interference. 3. Seniors, continue to help me isolate the breath of my spiritual soul core. After taking a deep breath, Lingtian said seriously, the next step is the most critical step. I will use the complementary method of yin and yang, so that the 2 soul cores can operate in the body without interfering with each other. Bing. Shen, feel free to do it. We will help you provide support. The 3 Ice Phoenix people responded in unison. The words just fell. The energy beam formed by the condensed power of the 3 people became brighter. Now they are both prosperous and disadvantaged. The stronger Lingtian becomes, the better it is for them. So they also hope that Lingtian can successfully complete the condensation of the complementary soul cores of yin and yang. Call after Lingtian took a deep breath. A flash of light burst out in his eyes. Now we must start to use the complementary method of yin and yang to allow the ultimate ice soul core and the newly condensed spiritual soul core in the body to operate in opposite directions without interfering with each other. In this way, the condensation of the soul core and the second soul core is completed. The first ultimate ice soul core under the control of Lingtian. It runs in a clockwise direction. Therefore, the second spiritual soul core must rotate in a counterclockwise direction. Lingtian wrapped his mental power around the entire soul core, and then made the mental soul core slowly start to rotate in the counterclockwise direction. This is actually not difficult. As long as soul power is injected into it, the soul core can rotate in the set direction. The real difficulty is controlling the speed of rotation. Yin and yang complement each other's soul core. In addition to making the 2 soul cores rotate in opposite directions, it is also necessary to control the output of the soul power itself, so that the soul core can maintain the same speed as the first soul core. Only in this way can a true dual soul core coexistence model be formed. In order to realize the consistent rotation speed, this requires the soul master To control the soul power and mental power, only perfect control can keep the two at the same speed point. It is precisely because of this reason that few people can successfully use the complementary method of yin and yang to condense into two soul cores. Lingtian has no problem with controlling his own soul power, but matching the corresponding speed still requires time and patience. A slight error can make a difference of 1,000 miles, so even Lingtian can only try again and again. 3. Seniors, let the ultimate ice soul core reveal a trace of energy. Just a little energy is enough. I want to feel its rotation speed to adjust the rotation speed of the spiritual soul core. But the 3 of them responded. A slight gap appeared in the isolation cover above, and a stream of light blue energy poured in. This is the energy of the ultimate ice soul core. Through this transmitted energy, Lingtian felt the rotation speed of the ultimate ice soul core, and began to adjust the rotation speed of the spiritual soul core according to this speed. Time passes minute by minute. Beyond the barrier of the spiritual sea. Ice Phoenix, Ice Dragon King, and Fire Dragon King accumulated their strength to help Lingtian isolate the breath of the ultimate ice soul core and the turmoil caused by the rotation of the spiritual soul core. 3. Seniors, how long can you support me? Bing. Got. Just concentrate on condensing your soul core. You don't have to worry about the rest. The voices of the 3 Ice Dragon Kings sounded. Although the 3 people's mental power is at the god level point, but when they entered the spiritual sea of Lingtian, they all suffered varying degrees of trauma. All are no longer in peak condition. Now that they have maintained a high degree of mental concentration for a long time, the current state of the 3 of them is also declining. However, in order for Lingtian to successfully condense the spiritual soul core, the Ice Dragon King and the other 3 have maintained a stable output of divine power. There is only one last step left before the successful condensation of the second soul core. At this critical moment, the Ice Dragon King and others also understand that Lingtian cannot be distracted. Within the mask. Lingtian became more aware of the situation of the 3 of them. But he also understands that his greatest help to them now is to complete the condensation of the spiritual soul core as soon as possible. Now is the critical moment for matching speed, so don't be impatient. Therefore, Lingtian could only calm himself down and accept for continuing to match the rotation speed of the 2 soul cores. All other things were thrown out of his mind for the time being. 20 hours had passed without realizing it, during which Lingtian had been trying to find the corresponding speed. Finally found the basic range. Next, as long as you continue to fine-tune the speed, you can find the speed that is the same frequency as the first soul core. Another 5 hours passed. After fine-tuning again and again, the soul core has begun to rotate at a relatively stable speed. Swish, brush, brush, the soul core rotates in circles, and the soul power is also rippling around. Suddenly, the soul core suddenly stopped. The next moment, it got rid of the control of Lingtian's mental power, and the entire soul core began to operate independently. Lingtian sensed that the rotation speed of this soul core was exactly the same as the rotation speed of the ultimate ice soul core outside. Now both soul cores can maintain the same speed and run in opposite directions. Same speed. Complete. However, the construction of the second soul core is not yet completely completed. Next, we will continue to test whether when the energy of the ultimate ice soul core and the spiritual soul core meet, it will cause turbulence and instability in the second spiritual soul core. This is the top priority for the second soul core, to condense. If the second soul core still causes problems, then it is necessary to continue to invest in soul power correction. Or even crush it to form a new soul core. Until there is no impact. When the crucial step was reached, Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although when he was condensing the second soul core before, Lingtian was very careful and focused on every step he took. But no one knows whether there will be any problems. Many times, just a tiny problem is enough to affect the operation of the entire soul core. As soon as his mind moved, Lingtian began to draw the energy from the ultimate ice soul core. and soon a trace of light blue energy appeared around the pale golden spiritual soul core point under precise control. The soul power approaches the soul core point. That wisp of light blue energy passes through the spiritual soul core point and was not affected in any way. Point done. At this moment, Lingtian's face showed a hint of joy. It was not until now that the spiritual soul core was completely successful that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Point the next steps are simple. Point it only needs to collect the energy that has escaped around the Sea of Spirit, and the second spiritual soul core located in the center of the Sea of Spirit can be declared complete. Point the second soul core is the spiritual soul core point. The location is in Danshan, in the Sea of Spirit. Point use the complementary method of yin and yang to successfully condense in the condensed spiritual soul core. Just a slight rotation can drive the energy in the spiritual sea. Point this is the spiritual soul core of Lingtian. Point through the spiritual soul core. Lingtian felt that his connection with the spiritual sea became closer. It felt as simple as using his arms and fingers. He could mobilize the spiritual sea with just a thought. Point compared to before, it was much easier controlling the spiritual soul core, absorbing the energy just generated. Point after ensuring that these energies would not affect the spiritual sea, the spiritual genius began to transmit messages to the 3 people outside. 3 seniors, it's time to finish. Ice. Got successful. Well, the spiritual soul core has been successfully condensed. Very good. Hearing this, the Ice Dragon King and others were equally satisfied. Point it was worth the effort they put in to condense this second soul core. Lingtian did not betray their trust. Point after the 3 of them looked at each other, they immediately withdrew their energy at the same time. Soon, the prominent 3-color light pillar in the Sea of Spirits finally disappeared under their control. Point at the same time, the spiritual soul core was finally revealed. Point the soul core is about 20 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide. Point exquisite rhombus-shaped crystals, bright golden color. The entire soul core was initially formed as a light golden color, and after the final round of transformation, it is now a bright golden color at this moment. In the center of the spiritual sea, the spiritual soul core is spinning rapidly. Point the golden light shines brightly. Point because the rotation speed is so fast, if you don't look carefully, you would think that the 2 cones are stacked upside down. Point a perfect level of spiritual soul core. Point this second soul core condensed by Lingtian has no flaws on it. Point this is the biggest benefit of condensation in the body. Point because all processes are completed within the body. The soul core will not be disturbed by the outside world and will always remain pure and flawless. The condensed soul core will naturally not have any flaws. This kind of perfect quality spiritual soul core is twice as powerful as ordinary soul cores. However, few people would take the risk of condensing soul cores in their bodies just to double their improvement. Point with the successful condensation of the spiritual soul core, coupled with the ultimate ice soul core from the beginning, there are now 2 soul cores in Lingtian's body, running at the same time. Call when the second spiritual soul core and the first ultimate ice soul core began to operate at the same time, Lingtian clearly felt that the strength of the soul power in his body had been increased again. Point brush. Lingtian circulated his soul power and shot out a ray of ice forward. Point it consumes almost 1% of the soul power in the body. Point when the soul power is consumed, the 2 soul cores begin to absorb energy at the same time. Point the surrounding soul energy is constantly being guided into the body. Point in less than a blink of an eye, the soul power lost by Lingtian had been replenished. Point returned to full state again. Point although the ice ray just now did not consume much soul power, the recovery speed was already astonishing. Point and this is still under the condition that the soul core is running automatically. Point if Lingtian actively controls the soul core to absorb soul power, the entire speed will be even faster. From a purely cultivation point of view, it would have improved several times before. Point moreover, after the complementary dual soul cores of yin and yang are successfully condensed, the purity of the overall soul power of Lingtian is also enhanced again. As the dual soul cores continue to absorb external soul power to strengthen the body, the soul power in the body has gradually separated from the gaseous state and is moving towards the liquid state. constantly transforming. Although this transformation speed is very slow, the advantage is that it is always vigilant. Point when all the soul power in his body is converted into liquid, Lingtian's strength will reach a new level. In addition, there are many improvements to the dual soul core. Point give an example. Point: if the soul power intensity of a normal contract is 1 point, so for a single soul core soul master like Lingtian before, his soul power intensity increases 5 times the normal amount. Point for ordinary dual soul core soul masters who use the resonance method, the improvement will be about 8 times, and the soul master who uses the complementary soul core of yin and yang to condense will be improved 10 times that of a normal soul master. When a soul master with a perfect yin yang complementary dual soul core like Lingtian reaches a level, he will once again receive an increase in intensity, increasing the overall soul power intensity to between 14 and 15 times. The improvement brought about by the strength of soul power is comprehensive. Point now Lingtian's overall soul power recovery speed has also been greatly enhanced. However, this so-called improvement is only calculated from the strength of soul power. In other words, the so-called enhanced strength of the soul core is not equated with the strength of the soul master's own combat power. If combined with the comprehensive consideration of real combat power and other aspects, Lingtian's current strength should be about 4 to 5 times higher than when he had a single soul core. Point Lingtian's strength is not weak in the first place. Point although it is only about 1/3 of the intensity increase, this transformation intensity is enough. Point before condensing the second spiritual soul core, Lingtian had absorbed the soul bones by himself. With the double improvement brought by the Ice God suit and Ice God mode, his strength was already comparable to title Douluo. Point but now there are dual soul cores. Lingtian's strength has been improved again. Now if you turn on Ice God mode and Ice God armor again, you should be able to reach the level of an ordinary titled Douluo. Point that is around level 92 to 93. Point don't look at it, it's only 2 levels up. Point but don't forget that the soul power required for each level up of a title Douluo is far beyond the soul power required by a soul master under a title Douluo. Point Lingtian is nothing but Contra now. Point able to reach level 92 and level 3 combat effectiveness at the level of Contra. Point in the entire Douluo continent, they are already very rare. At the same time, in the ice temple, call Lingtian's tightly closed eyes finally opened slowly, and his ice blue eyes showed a little tiredness at the same time. There is an icy cold glow. The moment his eyes opened, the temperature in the training room dropped a bit. Point after nearly a week of continuous practice, even Lingtian felt a little tired. Point fortunately, this time the second spiritual soul core was perfectly condensed and formed, and the yin and yang complementary soul core method was successfully realized, and it lived up to the unremitting efforts of himself and the Ice Dragon King and others Lingtian originally planned to set off after condensing the soul core. Point but looking at the current situation, I still need to take a day off to recuperate. Point at the same time, the kingdom of Argendis as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Zuxing has led the troops of the Qian Dou Empire to the city. Point this journey went smoothly. Beyond Zuxing's expectations, the Argendis Kingdom's army only put up a token resistance, then laid down their weapons and surrendered to the Qian Dou Empire's army. Point just 1 week has passed, and Snowstar's army has already arrived at the royal city. Chapter 389 I want to rebuild the Heaven Dou Empire. The whole process went extremely smoothly. Point the first group army led by Zuxing suffered 0 casualties during the battle in the royal city. Among them, the most seriously injured soldier was accidentally injured in his sprained foot while chasing the army of the Kingdom of Agendas. Zuxing couldn't express this feeling. Point when he led his army to the expedition, he was already prepared for a tough battle. Point I didn't expect that after a long drive all the way, we could reach the royal city so easily, just like an outing. Point if not for the battle that finally broke out in the royal city. Point Zuxing didn't even know how to write a battle report for Qian Renxue. Point Qian Dou Empire, the main tent of the Chinese army. Point today's battle situation is still the same as before, with the Argendis Kingdom's army staying behind closed doors. The day's fighting is over. Zuxing summoned all the military generals together and held a military and political conference. Point discussing changes in the battle situation and tactical arrangements. Everyone, tell me, what do you think of this battle, Marshal? The Argendis Kingdom is too weird. That's right, I have led troops to conquer the station for so many years, and I have never seen anything so outrageous. Along the way, all the 21 cities in the kingdom of Argensis, without exception, raised their flags and surrendered. I think there may be something wrong with this fraud. They're a lie. They have thrown away their weapons. How can they still be lying? The martial subordinates propose a power attack. No matter what wishful thinking King Pierce has in mind, as long as we break into their country, all conspiracies and tricks will be useless. General Chen's words are reasonable and my subordinates will reconsider. Me too. That's right. We'll talk after you call in. No matter what he thinks, we'll just fight in. The result of this meeting was still the same as before. The commander of the First Army also did not understand the actions of the Kingdom of Agendas after so many years of leading troops and fighting. They have never seen this kind of fighting style. However, even though it was unclear what they were thinking, the whole army still had a unified thought point, that is to capture the royal city of Argendas. In this way, regardless of your various strategies, there is no need to talk about the fact that the royal city has been destroyed. Zuxing was silent for a moment before finally making a decision, but his sharp eyes swept over all the generals present, and Zuxing said in a deep voice, "I'm giving you my military order. Starting tomorrow, the First Army and the Royal Knights will take turns to attack and launch a general attack on the royal city of Agendas. I want to see what Pierce wants to do. Promise." "Yes, subordinates. Obey orders." During the battle in the military camp, several generals took orders and left point soon. Only Legion Marshal Snowstar remained in the originally bustling military tent point. He was dressed in military uniform and stood in front of the marching map point. He frowned. His baton kept clicking on the location of Argendas King City and murmured in a low voice, "What the hell is going on in Argendas Kingdom?" Although he had already decided on a strategy, he was still very confused. What does Pierce want to do? All the cities along the way raised their flags and surrendered. Is this a war or a rebellion? This is too childish. After commanding battles for so many years, Zuxing has never seen such a formation. Is it a deliberate attempt to show weakness to the enemy? But there should be a limit to showing weakness to the enemy, even if you are weak. I have brought my troops to the city. If you continue to be weak, your royal city will be destroyed by me. What's the use of showing weakness to the enemy? Zuxing looked solemn, thinking about why the Argendas kingdom was doing this. He has already approached the country and is now starting to defend himself. As a result, the Argendas kingdom's defeat in this battle has become inevitable. Without the help of external forces, how can a royal city alone block the Qian Dou Empire's army? It wasn't that he thought too much. The main reason is that it was so smooth along the way. It was so smooth that it was a little weird to lift the Snowstar. Pierce, what on earth are you going to do, you guy? Zuxing looked at the military formation map in front of him. Frowning. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the purpose of Pierce's doing this. Zuxing smashed his baton on the military formation map, stared at the completion not far away, and said word by word, "I will attack with all my strength tomorrow. I want to see what you are hiding. Qian Dou Empire, Qian Dou Palace." At this moment, Zhu Yi was the only one in the palace. Zhu Beng has not been in the palace for the past 2 days. This is Zhu Yi's order to him. After several days of covert investigation, Zhu Yi has already found many spies under Qian Renxue in the palace. If you don't check, you won't know. If you check, you will be shocked. From Qian Renxue to ordinary palace maids and attendants, to the commander of the Imperial Guard, to the general manager of the palace, there are many spies placed in various official positions in the palace. Even Zhu Yi couldn't help but admire Qian Renxue's brilliant methods. No wonder Qian Renxue always does what she wants. It turns out that the entire palace has been turned into a sieve by her. In order to avoid alarming others, Zhu Yi still had a different attitude on the surface and did not take action against the details revealed by the investigation. And to avoid arousing Qian Renxue's vigilance, Zhu Yi even asked Zhu Beng to leave the palace and hide in the dark. When it's time to take action against Qian Renxue, let Zhu Beng and others come forward to testify. Zhu Yi sat in front of the desk, flipping through the memorials of recent days after Tang San's treatment and stopping using those aromatherapy these past few days. Zhu Yi's body was indeed much better than before. and her face had returned to a bit rosy point. As soon as his health improved a little, he began to learn about recent government affairs. I have to say point, although Qian Renxue is a spy point, but in the position of crown prince, he is indeed very competent point. The review of these documents was very reasonable. Zhu Yi went through them all, and there were no mistakes. While sighing, Zhu Yi shook his head sadly. Point, why can't this child really be of royal blood? Such an outstanding heir to the royal family was actually a spy pretending to be a spy. What a trick of fate. Thinking back to his original thoughts about the future of the Qian Dou Empire, Zhu Yi felt even more bitter in his heart. Point, I originally thought that this generation with Lingtian and King would be the day when their Qian Dou Empire would flourish. Point, unexpectedly, a disaster was imminent. Point, on a snowy night, I was feeling depressed. Point, a ghostly figure crossed the wall and passed through the palace. Point, he appeared quietly in the emperor's palace, not attracting anyone's attention along the way. Point, the visitor slowly walked into the bedroom. Point, Zhu Yi sensed something and put down the file in her hand. How did things go? Still dozens of steps away from Zhu Yi, he stopped and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, from the Qibao Glazed sect, I have personally handed your letter to Ning Fengxi, the leader of the Qibao Glazed sect. Point, and the head of the royal knights. Well done. Hearing that Qian had completed what he had told him, Zhu Yi nodded slightly. After a moment of pause, Zhu Yi asked again, is there anything unusual happening at the prince's mansion recently? Not yet, prince. Qian paused for a moment, then changed his words. That person is still the same as usual, and he didn't find anything unusual. The current Zhu King was faked by spies. To call him His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is obviously an appropriate point, but he didn't know what to call the prince, so he directly used that person to refer to Qian Renxue. That's good. Zhu Yi nodded slowly and didn't care about the title. Point, to him, it means nothing. Point, what should have happened has already happened, so why bother correcting a title issue? Zhu Yi sighed softly and said, Qian, the future of the Qian Dou Empire will be entrusted to the child Zhu Beng. That child is now too close to Shadian. You are the old man beside me. Do you understand what I mean? Your Majesty, don't worry. Qian understands. Yeah, just understand. Zhu Yi tapped his forehead and said nothing more. In 3 days, I will reshape the empire. The far north, the Ice Temple. Point, after resting for a day at the Ice Temple, Lingtian set off for Qianling City. Point, originally, Lingtian planned to stay at the Ice Temple for a few days, but Chengxi suddenly sent a message saying that there were important matters in the Qian Dou Empire that he wanted to report to Lingtian. Point, he could only leave the far north and quickly go to Qianling City to inquire about the situation. Point, because generally Chengxi would not contact him unless there was something important. Point, if you are so anxious now, something big must have happened. At that moment, the ice phoenix's wings spread out, and a brilliant light and shadow flashed across the sky, as well as a few wings that were as crystal clear as jade. Point, soon Lingtian's figure escaped into the clouds and disappeared. Point, a moment later, Qianling City. Point, as soon as we arrived in front of the city, the morning light was already waiting in front of the city gate. Point, Lingtian saw the morning light at the city gate at a glance. He moved his wings slightly and landed in front of the city gate. Sister Chengxi, what happened? My lord, let's talk about it. After entering the city, Chengxi glanced around. Lingtian nodded and followed Chengxi into the city gate. Point, soon. Point, no palace, conference hall. Point, as soon as he entered the door, Lingtian asked impatiently, Sister Chengxi, the Kingdom of Agendas rebelled against the Qian Dou Empire. The prince ordered Prince Zhu Crossing to lead an army to conquer the Kingdom of Agendas. A quarter of the royal knights were accompanied by Zuling. At the same time, the prince also sent title Douluo du Gubo, responsible for protecting the safety of Zhu Crossing. Chengxi had no ink marks and explained the matter clearly in a few sentences. Rebellion, is this all about it? Lingtian frowned slightly. Point, Lingtian was a little confused. Point, just a kingdom rebelling. With the current strength of the Qian Dou Empire, this rebellion can be easily solved. Point, it shouldn't be a big trouble, right? The key is, after a moment of pause, Chengxi looked at Lingtian solemnly. The fourth prince of the Qian Dou Empire, Zhu Beng, whom you asked me to pay attention to before, disappeared when the Kingdom of Agendas rebelled. The two contrasts we sent, without any attention at all. It was like disappearing under their noses. Avalanche, missing. Lingtian was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The person who secretly paid attention to the avalanche was arranged by Lingtian himself. After Zhu Beng was driven out of Qian Dou city by Zhu Yi, Lingtian was still worried that he was causing some trouble, so he specially transferred to contrast from the Snow Palace to keep an eye on Zhu Beng. Once a problem occurs, report it as soon as possible. When necessary, we can take action and solve the problem on the spot. Make sure he has no influence. But now Chen Zi says that he is missing, disappeared under the eyes of two contrasts. Lingtian's first reaction was disbelief, and then his expression became solemn. The avalanche is missing. The kingdom of Argendus is in rebellion. Suddenly, Lingtian's pupils shrank. Suddenly, he remembered something, and confirmed. Sister Chenzi, I remember that after Zhu Beng was demoted, did he live in the kingdom of Argendus? Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about, Chenzi. Zen nodded lightly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. The timing of Zhu Beng's disappearance and the rebellion of Argendus kingdom are so clever that it's hard not to make people wonder if there is some kind of relationship between the two of them that we don't know about. Lingtian did not speak, but fell into silence. His worries now are the same as Chen Zi's. Both things happened at the same moment, so it's hard not to think about them. After a moment of silence, Lingtian asked, when Zhu Beng was in the Argendus kingdom, did our people notice anything unusual in his behavior? No, he is still the same as Qian Dou city every day, sensual and arrogant. Chen Zi shook his head, same as Qian Dou city. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Lingtian looked surprised. Others don't know Zhu Beng, but he knows this guy's true character very well. He is not a sensual person. The purpose of doing this in Qian Dou city was to defile himself, confuse the audition, and make Qian Renxue gradually relax her vigilance towards him. But now that he has left Qian Dou city, there is no Qian Renxue paying attention to him. Why does he still do this? And who is he pretending to do? Could it be? Lingtian's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. There are only two possibilities for Avalanche to do this. First, he is really a playboy. His performances in Qian Dou city over the years have actually been his true colors, so Qian Renxue didn't find any flaws. If this is not the case, then there is only the second possibility. The avalanche is still happening, and he knew that there were still people paying attention to him, so he acted specifically for the people he sent out to see. Of these two possibilities, Lingtian prefers the latter. He knows the plot. Zhu Beng can have the last laugh and become the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. He definitely has a lot of calculations in his mind. At this time, Chenxi looked at Lingtian and asked softly, Lord, is there any problem? I think Zhu Beng must be pretending. After a moment of pause, Lingtian said in a deep voice, he may have noticed someone staring at him, so he deliberately pretended to look like this to confuse us. Then, why is he alone? There should be forces we don't know about, helping Zhu Beng behind the scenes. Unknown force, that's right. Lingtian nodded and guessed, and the strength of this force is definitely not weak. Otherwise it would be impossible for the Argendus kingdom to cooperate with their rebellion. Then, they were well hidden. Why are they exposed now? If they take action now, they should have achieved their goal, so they took the initiative to expose the avalanche. Chapter 390. Zhu Yi, do you still want to keep pretending? Then Avalanche, where will he be? Qian Dou Empire, Qian Dou city. Yes, it must be here. When Lingtian followed Zhu Beng's train of thought, which was still being disguised, he continued to speculate very smoothly. He quickly guessed the purpose of Zhu Beng and the forces behind him. Zhu Beng's disguise has only one purpose from beginning to end, and that is the throne of the Qian Dou Empire. The forces behind him helped him, probably because of this position. Although he didn't know why they chose to take action at this moment, even at the risk of exposing Zhu Beng's disguise. Lingtian was certain that the current situation in Qian Dou city must be very complicated. Qian Renxue is in the whirlpool. Even a bolder guess, this matter is aimed at Qian Renxue. After all, this is a time when the prince's mansion is at its weakest. Zuxing led troops to conquer the kingdom of Argendus, and took away a quarter of the royal knights. There is also the titled Douluo du Gubo. He went out for training, and went to the far north. taking titled Douluo Renxue with him. Now on the surface of the prince's mansion, there is no titled Douluo in charge. Before Chenzi could speak again, Lingtian said solemnly, Sister Chenzi, I have a hunch that something big is going to happen in Qian Dou City, and we must rush back right now. Thinking of the possible situation in Qian Dou City now, Lingtian instantly felt nervous. My lord, at my speed, even if I travel at full speed, it will take at least a week to get back to Qian Dou. Chen Z reminded. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he still cannot rush back to Qian Dou City in a short time. It doesn't take a week. I have other ways. Lingtian's eyes moved slightly. He waved his hand and said, give me a day. If it works, we can go back right away. My lord. Chen Z was stunned for a moment and looked at Lingtian with a puzzled expression. Other ways? Can we return to Qian Dou City quickly? It's not that Chen Z doesn't trust Lingtian. It's just that the fastest way to return to Qian Dou City now is to unfold his martial soul avatar and take Lingtian all the way back. Ice Phoenix is used at full speed, and the speed is still very fast. But even if you want to get to Qian Dou City, you still need at least 3 to 4 days of journey. Now Lingtian said that he can return to Qian Dou City in 2 days. Chen Z was very suspicious of this. You'll know then. Lingtian, however, left a mysterious word and then hurried straight to the city lord's mansion. My lord, although Chen Z was very reluctant to answer, she still followed Lingtian. Soon, the city lord's mansion. When Chen Z followed her, she saw that Lingtian was already playing around in the courtyard. He took out a pile of black stones from somewhere and kept measuring the values one by one on the ground, still mumbling something. It seems that he is calculating something. After a while, Lingtian began to write and draw on the ground again. Outline a weird pattern. Lord, what are you doing? Chenxi looked confused at this, not knowing the purpose of Lingtian's behavior. Didn't you say you want to return to Qian Dou City? If I write and draw like this in the yard now, can I return to Qian Dou City? etc. The morning light paused for a moment. Memories flashed through her beautiful eyes. I vaguely remember that when I was in Qian Dou City, the lord seemed to have been in the prince's mansion for a while, and he was always playing with these black stones. Just like today. Is there any necessary connection between the two? Thinking of this, Chenxi looked at Lingtian again. A trace of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes. According to what he just said, it takes 2 days to reach Qian Dou City. How on earth do you get back? Looking at the busy Lingtian, Chenxi didn't ask any questions. Presumably, after the master has finished everything, he should know what he is going to do. Soon, 2 days flew by. Qian Dou Empire. Qian Dou Palace. Invited by Emperor Zhu Yi, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Qian sect, came to the imperial palace of the Qian Dou Empire with the 2 major titled Douluo of the sect. There are also 4 high-ranking ministers in the DPRK and central government. They are without exception. They are all Zhu Yi's cronies. As long as Zhu Yi is still alive, these people will always be loyal to Zhu Yi. They are the most loyal courtiers in the Qian Dou Empire. And the protagonist of this meeting is Qian Renxue, the current crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire. Today is an important day. Emperor Zhu Yi called them together to participate in this nominal throne passing ceremony. In fact, it was a long-planned arrest of Qian Renxue, who was pretending to be the prince. However, except for Ning Fengzi of the Qian sect, the other princes and nobles who were invited did not know the truth behind the throne passing ceremony. I thought it was really the transfer of power in the Qian Dou Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi invited them to attend together in order to witness this moment of change of power. Soon, night. The ceremony officially began. Qian Renxue slowly walked into the palace from the palace gate in the middle. Follow the steps and walk up to the palace hall. Although she has walked this road countless times, Qian Renxue's mood at this moment is completely different. I have been working hard for several years, walking on thin ice in the sky. She is cautious every day. I'm afraid that if I'm exposed even a little bit, I will lose everything in the end. Today it's all finally coming to an end. All the hard work she puts in for the throne is worth it, and she will become the new emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. Taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue stepped into the hall. At the same time, the attendant standing on the left and right of the palace gate bowed to Qian Renxue and shouted loudly into the palace, His Royal Highness is here. His Royal Highness is here. His Royal Highness is here. Following the voice, Qian Renxue also walked into the court hall. The first thing he saw when he looked up was Zhu Yi sitting on the throne with a solemn face. There were more than 10 ministers around him. Qian Renxue knew all these ministers, or to be more precise, she had investigated them all. Each of them is Zhu Yi's confidant, and they also control a lot of power in the court. Standing at the front of the ministers was the sect leader of the Qibao Glazed sect, as well as the two Optimus Primes of the Qibao Glazed sect, Sword Dao Luo Chengxin and Bone Luo Guring, AC. The situation, Sword Dao Luo, Bone Dao Luo, they actually left the Seven Treasures Glazed sect at the same time. Qian Renxue was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was not surprised by Ningfeng's his appearance. Among the Qibao Glazed sect and the Shangsun sect, the other two have different detached attitudes. They have always been very close to the Qian Dou Empire. Just like Ningfengzi, who is now the head of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he was appointed by Emperor Zhou as the national advisor of the Qian Dou Empire. And he is also the teacher of the Crown Prince Qian Renxue. The connection with the royal family is extremely close. Now that the imperial power changes, it is normal for him to be invited here. But what surprised Qian Renxue was Bone Dao Luo and Sword Dao Luo standing behind him. As we all know, the Qibao Glazed sect has two titled Dao Luo. But whenever Ningfengzi goes out, he usually only takes one titled Dao Luo with him, leaving one behind to guard the safety of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It's rare to see two titled Dao Luo in the same frame as now. However, Qian Renxue didn't think much about it. I only thought that this time it was because of the change of throne, and Ningfengzi did this to highlight the official status of the Qibao Glazed sect. Taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue saluted Zhu Yi. My son, Zhu King, has met my father. My son, get up, Zhu Yi's voice was solemn, and she raised her hand towards Qian Renxue. Thank you, father. Qian Renxue stood up in response, and raised her head, just in time to meet Zhu Yi's eyes. Zhu Yi looked at her again. She also looked at Zhu Yi again. As their eyes met, Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Feel a little different. Not sure if it was an illusion or something else. Qian Renxue felt that the way Zhu Yi looked at her today was different from before. Shaking her head, Qian Renxue didn't think much about it. Today I put on a white and luxurious dress. On the snowy night. This swan is printed and embroidered in the middle. As the protagonist, Qian Renxue is also dressed in a pure white dress. It has the same style as Zhu Yi, except that the swan on the chest is a pattern of spreading its wings and flying into the sky. It has the meaning of soaring into the sky. The styles of the dresses of the two families are the same. Now wearing this dress of great significance is like the passing of the throne between the old and the new, which really means that Zhu Yi will abdicate the throne in favor of the next one. Looking around the palace on a snowy night. Standing on the left and right were several ministers of the DPRK in China, including Ningfengzi and others. Well, with a sigh, Zhu Yi looked at Qian Renxue again. This time, the gaze was unobstructed, just like looking at a stranger. At the same time, there was a special depressive and heavy atmosphere in the air. King, the voice was solemn and meaningful. Coupled with Zhu Yi's deep gaze, it brings heavy pressure to people. Qian Renxue's expression changed slightly, and she was slightly aware of it. Although she didn't know what happened, she still became vigilant. Keep your hands lightly clasped, always ready. However, Qian Renxue remained calm on the surface and responded respectfully, "Father, don't call me father." Before Qian Renxue could finish speaking, Zhu Yi's face darkened, and she said in a cold voice, "I'm not worthy of being your father." Qian Renxue was shocked, and secretly thought something was wrong. I had just noticed something in my heart, but unexpectedly something unexpected happened. But her face was still strong and calm. Qian Renxue cupped her hands and said, "King, please calm down my father. If my son has done anything wrong, please let me know clearly." Now that she is only one step away from inheriting the throne, Qian Renxue doesn't feel like giving up here. At the same time, other ministers who did not know the truth were also slightly stunned. I don't understand what kind of drama Zhu Yi is going to sing again. Didn't we agree that Zhu King would inherit the throne today? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become tense? Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Old minister was about to open his mouth to persuade, but was stopped by Ning Fengzi on the side. Sect. Master Ning, you'd better not speak now, Ning. Fengzi, who already knew the truth, shook his head, and at the same time, warned other ministers around him who were eager to try point at this time, don't hit the muzzle of the gun point otherwise. Waiting until autumn to settle accounts would be an unreasonable disaster. The eyes of other ministers flickered point from Ning Fengzi's persuasion. They smelled something unusual point. It seems that today's change of throne may not be a simple change of throne point. It seems like something big is going to happen. Thinking of this, the other ministers who had originally planned to speak all took half a step back in unison, and at the same time shut their mouths tightly, not saying a word more, and just waiting to see what would happen. Point. The current situation is no longer what they imagined. Seeing Qian Renxue's unjust look, Zhu Yi just sneered. You going to keep pretending, father, son? I don't understand what you are talking about. Qian Renxue clenched her fists with both hands. You and I have been father and son for more than 10 years. Originally, I wanted to save you the last bit of dignity today, but since you insist on doing so, I will tear off your last disguise. Zhu Yi shook his head and sighed, his eyes becoming extremely cold. I ask you, are the deaths of my eldest prince and third prince all related to you? Are even my king been murdered by you? Are you teaming up with Wuhan Palace to poison me? The more Zhu Yi talked, the angrier she became. She asked 3 questions in a row, and the last one was shouted angrily. The other ministers were in an uproar. His Majesty, they looked at Qian Renxue with disbelief, and then looked at Zhu Yi whose eyes were full of anger. Point. This, what is going on? The current crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire is actually from the spirit hall, and he actually murdered the first eldest prince and the third prince, and the most important thing, his majesty was poisoned. At this moment, all the ministers looked in horror. All of this was beyond their imagination. And everyone was shocked by the news that Zhu King, the crown prince and crown prince whom they all supported, was about to become the trusted emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. But today he was accused by his majesty of being a spy of the spirit hall. You don't dare to write anything in novels, right? At the same time, a thought arose in their minds. Could it be that his majesty made a mistake? But soon they shook their heads. They know his majesty's character very well, and they will not show off his cards without absolute certainty. Point. Now that we dare to say that Zhu King was faked by Wuhan Palace's spies, then this news is almost certain. Hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed. Point. He slowly straightened up, no longer as frightened as before. Point. Unexpectedly, it was exposed. She is also very aware of Zhu Yi's character. Now that her cards have been revealed, there is no need to keep pretending. Point. It's a pity that all the efforts fell short. A trace of regret flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her undercover mission was over. It's just that it wasn't the perfect merit he imagined, but it was discovered and ended in failure. Pity. Qian Renxue shook her head and looked at Zhu Yi again with her beautiful eyes. There is no longer the same respect as before. Point. She put her hands behind her back and glanced around. Point. When I saw Ning Fengzi's calm expression, I had a clear understanding in my heart. Chapter 391 Martial Soul Hall. Qian Renxue. No wonder Kibao Liu Lizang wants to send Sword Dao Luo and Bone Dao Luo. It turns out that all this is for yourself. It seems that today's so-called preaching ceremony, in fact, it is a hangman banquet. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's eyes were cold and dignified. I think there is nothing wrong with the camouflage. How do you find the flaws? Snowy Night over his head and looked at the curtain behind him. Point. Everyone's eyes also looked together. In her footsteps, a red-haired young man slowly walked out. Snow, His Royal Highness. 4 princes. How could it be him? Avalanche, including Qian Renxue. There is a trace of mistakes in the eyes of everyone. Point. How could he be here? Isn't this guy being degraded by Zhu Yi and the Emperor City of Heaven? Have you not been allowed to take a half step in the Imperial City? This is the doubt in Qian Renxue's heart. Point. How can it be His Royal Highness of the 4? How can a sister-in-law appear here? This is what the other ministers think in the hearts of other ministers. Their impression of the avalanche still stays on the word. Point. And the puzzle dies. The avalanche has slowly walked in front of Zhu Yi at this moment and gave a respectful gift. Well, get up, Zhu Yi's Expression slightly slowed down slightly, nodded point fortunately. He also has a son, although it was a bit ridiculous but that's all in the past. After all, he was his son of Zuai, the real heir of the Dao Empire. Avalanche Qian. Zuxu's eyes stared at the avalanche point. A sudden conjecture appeared in my heart. Isn't his identity, wouldn't it be exposed? Because he was exposed. Second. Brother, no, it's not appropriate to call you like this now. The one in the martial arts temple, the avalanche turned his head and looked at Qian Zuxu with a smile. You don't need to look at me with this look, just like you guess. Your identity is surveyed by the prince. I remember that there was a maid named Xiaoxu in my second brother's house point, but since the royal hunting, the maid named Xiaoxu suddenly disappeared. I think the maid named Xiaoxu, should it be you? The avalanche looked at Qian Zuxu, and his eyes were full of pride. The attitude of a winner was to announce the dispute between the throne to Qian Zuxu, and the final winner was himself. I'm afraid it is pretending to be a sister-in-law point. Even if it was expelled from Qian Dou City point, even none of these can affect him. The last winner is his avalanche point. The throne of the Dou Empire belongs to him. How can you know? There was a touch of surprise in Qian Zuxu's eyes. Even if there are some guessing, it is still incredible to hear the truth. How can the avalanche be so calculated? Can you find your true identity? It is very secretive to know that he had disguised as a maid at the beginning point. After she successfully removed the Zuking River, she even cleaned up all those who knew this. Qian Zuxu naturally did seamlessly to this matter. For this matter, I didn't expect to be found by the avalanche to find the clues. Qian Zuxu was a little helpless. Would he be defeated in the hands of avalanche? Obviously a prince who has already been kicked out of the Qian Dou city and has lost his inheritance power. At this last moment, he can let him stage the GD. Although Lingtian has reminded before, avalanche is not simple. His sister-in-law may be just a layer of camouflage point, but after he stayed away from Qian Dou city, Qian Renxue also relaxed his vigilance point. He didn't take action against him either unexpectedly. Just because of this moment of slackness, the originally stable winning situation was ruined. This really shocked her. At the same time, she remembered Lingtian's warning, and Qian Renxue felt a trace of regret in her heart. If she had followed Lingtian's suggestion and continued to send people to keep an eye on Zubeng after he left Qian Dou city, would her true identity not have been exposed? Can he inherit the throne as he wishes and become the next emperor of the Qian Dou Empire? Pity. It's too late to say anything now. Her identity has been exposed, and there is no chance for a comeback in the Qian Dou Empire. Clearing. Fengxi, who had been standing beside him at this moment, shook his head, looked at Qian Renxue and said, I don't know your real name, so let's call you King. You have seen the current situation, and it seems to you that the situation is over. Surrender and stop resisting. For Xiaoshan's sake, I will help you plead with His Majesty and try to spare your life. Without the relationship with Lingtian, Ning Fengxi would never care about the life and death of a spy point, even if this spy was once his disciple point. But now there is a spiritual world that is different. The relationship between Qian Renxue and Lingtian is obvious to all. Ning Fengxi he couldn't guarantee which side Xiaoshan would choose to stand on after learning Qian Renxue's identity, so he did not choose to have a complete showdown with Qian Renxue, but left a little room. After all, a quasi-titled Douluo Soul Master is indeed very important to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Even the support from the Qian Dou Empire is incomparable in comparison. After a pause, seeing that Qian Renxue was still indifferent, Ning Fengxi sighed and continued to persuade her. You have to think clearly about King. Now that your identity has been exposed, what will happen if you fail the mission and return to Wuhan Hall? I shouldn't need to say more, right? Qian Renxue remained silent, but the soul power stirring around her represented her thoughts. Surrender. These two words do not exist in her Qian Renxue dictionary. Even if the mission failed, she would not be able to surrender to the Qian Dou royal family. King, if you continue like this, you will. There is no way he will surrender, and even if you surrender, this prince will not accept it. At this moment, Zubeng jumped out again and pointed at Qian Renxue. Sect Master Ning, what are you waiting for? Do you still expect a spy who killed the prince of the Qian Dou Empire to surrender? Why don't you take action soon? Facing Zhu Beng's urging. Ning Fengxi frowned slightly point, but he still didn't show it, and looked at Zhu Yi who was sitting in the main seat. His Majesty, sect. Master Ning, please. Zhu Yi spoke calmly, signaling Ning Fengxi not to waste any more time. Well, Ning Fengxi sighed helplessly. Finally, he glanced at Qian Renxue, who was unresponsive, shook his head slightly, and took a step back. Uncle Jian, take action, but try not to hurt her life. Leave it to me. Chen Zin also understood what Ning Fengxi meant, and nodded slightly. Then he took a step forward, sword intent surging all over his body, and he raised his hand to freely display a sword light forward. Chen Zin did not use the 7 killing sword Wuhan point to deal with a spy from Wuhan Hall. He felt there was no need to use Wuhan point after all. How can you kill a chicken with a bull's knife if one has to use martial arts to deal with a small character who is not even a titled Douluo? Then his reputation as a sword Douluo would be somewhat unworthy of it, right? Coupled with the relationship with Lingtian, he didn't want to kill Qian Renxue. Besides, the sword he just struck was casually slashed point, but in terms of power alone, it is at least a strike from a titled Douluo. Even Contra is hard to resist. What's more, the spy from Wuhan Palace in front of him, Chen Zin felt that Qian Renxue's soul power was the most powerful, that is, he could be a soul emperor or soul saint. He can capture him easily with just one strike of his sword. The sword light bloomed brightly. Although it hadn't arrived yet, the powerful sword force had already rushed towards her face. Qian Renxue only felt that she was locked by a terrifying aura, but despite this, the expression on her face remained calm. There is absolutely no sense of panic that an ordinary soul master would feel when facing a titled Douluo. In an instant, the sword light reached in front of him. Just when Sword Douluo thought he could capture him right away, he heard a scream. At some point, a golden sword appeared in Qian Renxue's hand. Then golden light flashed, blocking the sword light. Immediately after Qian Renxue's position, a bright golden light suddenly bloomed, and at the same time, a holy aura was released unreservedly to the surroundings. In an instant, the dazzling light made everyone in the hall couldn't help but raise their hands to block it. Wait until the light dissipates. I saw a shadow of a noble 8-winged angel suddenly appear at this moment. It opened the wings on its back and closed them together, and Qian Renxue was wrapped in the golden light feathers. Brush. As the wings spread out from behind, a beautiful figure appeared. She has long silky golden hair and a long petal skirt blowing in the wind. The Zuking who was supposed to appear has disappeared, replaced by a fair-skinned and beautiful long-legged beauty, wearing a golden hairband on her forehead. Her wings slowly unfolded, making her hover in mid-air, in the state of being possessed by the martial spirit. Qian Renxue's eyes also glowed with a hint of golden light. This is exactly Qian Renxue's true appearance. Apart from being in front of Lingtian, this is the first time he has appeared in the public eye. She wasn't like this originally. But facing the attack from Sword Douluo, even though it was just a casual sword attack, she could only show her true strength. Is this an angel martial spirit? The moment they saw the martial spirit behind Qian Renxue again, Chen Zin and Du Rang's pupils shrank suddenly, recognizing the origin of this martial spirit, and they no longer looked as calm as before. Angel martial spirit. Yes, it is angel martial spirit. In the whole world, in the Douluo continent, there is only one lineage with angel martial spirits, that is the direct lineage among the direct lineages of the Wuhan Palace. And they possess the legendary angelic Wuhan. Depend on. At this moment, Du Rang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are those guys from Wuhan Palace crazy, or did their heads get caught in the door? A group of lunatics dared to send her to undercover the Qian Dou Empire, so they are not afraid of their next. Did the Pope die here? At the same time, not only Du Rang, but Ning Fengxi and Chen Zin were also unexpected. Both of them looked equally shocked. I can't even imagine it in my dreams. Wuhan Palace would actually send their direct descendants of the angel lineage to the Qian Dou Empire to disguise themselves as Zuking. Aren't they afraid that, if they are exposed, they will lose their wives and lose their troops? Aren't you afraid that the successors of the angel lineage will really be found damaged in the Qian Dou Empire? Angel Wuhan is far-reaching to Wuhan Temple. It's like the status of the Kibaoliuli Tower of the Kibaoliuli Zhang. the Haoshan Hammer Wuhan, and the status of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus longs on point. Even if there is no time, you know the angel martial arts. Not like the three martial arts, their martial arts have been out of the category of ordinary martial arts. They are veritable god level martial arts souls. They have angel martial arts soul divisions. Just awakening the martial arts is a congenital soul. The restrictions of soul power can achieve the unheard of innate level 20. It is precisely because the martial arts are too strong, which causes them to be rare. The birth of each descendant is extremely difficult. When Qian Dou was over half a year old, he finally got the son of Chihiro. And Chihiro is only the daughter of Qian Renxue. Throughout the history of Wuhan Temple, each soul master who has angels and souls will become the Pope of Wuhan Temple in the end. It can be said that the owner of the Angel Wu soul is the next heir of the Pope. And now, the Wuhan Temple even ranked such characters into the Dao Empire as undercover. This is the old nest of local forces. If she is exposed, the Angel Pulse is likely to be absolutely good. Can Wuhan Temple really be willing? This made Ning Fengxi and others shocked. Also, the father and son of Zuai and the avalanche next to them. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes. Zuking River is a camouflage for the spire of the Wuhan Temple. They have been able to confirm it, but Zuai originally thought that this spy should be the owner of the Swan Wu soul founder. Then after some cultivation, it was sent to the Qian Dou Empire and disguised as the Zuking River. After all, although the Swan martial arts are the special martial arts of the Heavenly Fighting Royal Family, the Qian Dou Royal Family does not want Xingluo to have strict requirements on blood. There have been blood veins that have been flowing for so many years. Maybe the spy of this martial arts hall is trained like this. I never thought at all. This person's true identity turned out to be the bloodline of the martial arts hall. The owner of the Angel Wuhan. The martial arts hall is really willing. Suddenly, Zuai seemed to think of something, and the eyes were gone and around. Angel Wuhan. The martial arts hall is bloodline. If you capture the female doll in front of her, if it is properly applied, maybe he can return to the army of Wuhan Temple at that time. The importance of Angel Wuhan is self-evident. She is likely to suppress the martial arts temple and the ambition of their fighting empire, at least to spend a period of stability. After he was worried about the future of the Dao Empire. Where should he go? In this way, it has been perfectly solved. Thinking of this, Zuai's mind became active. All in all, it is a word. Qian Zuxu's significance is great. As long as she can grasp her, it is definitely good for the Dao Empire. At the same time, when everyone was following the identity of Qian Zuxu, the protagonist Qian Renxue didn't know when he would take out a white feather. What are you doing? I have been paying attention to the avalanche of Qian Zuxu, and immediately drink it. At the same time, the Sword Dao Luo and Bone Dao Luo who were present returned to God, and they looked at Qian Renxue. But it's too late. Before the two people responded, Qian Renxue had thrown out the feathers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. The trend is over. Qian Renxue is defeated. Now, before he finished speaking, another golden light hit the feather. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released from the feathers, and then an expressionless angel appeared out of thin air. What's this? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and looked at the shadow with solemn expressions. It is similar to the angel shadow summoned by Qian Renxue when she released her martial spirit just now. It's just that there are 3 pairs of wings behind the shadow in front of me. At the same time, the wings are not as white as Qian Renxue's wings, and there is a trace of gilded gold at the tips. Moreover, the strength of the soul power revealed was far greater than Qian Renxue. Old Bones, Chen, Xin and Gurang looked at each other, and they instantly understood each other's intentions. He quickly rushed towards Qian Renxue. Although I don't know what the function of this phantom is, as long as I capture Qian Renxue, everything will not be a problem. However, before the two of them could get close, the wings of the angel's shadow suddenly flapped. At the same time, it raised the angelic holy sword that was originally hanging and raised it high. In an instant, the light on the holy sword continued to gather, and the sword light instantly rose to tens of feet. The waves of Sanskrit sound seemed to be floating from distant clouds misty. At this moment, the holy sword in Zhu Ying's hand exuded a powerful aura that made everyone in the palace tremble with fear. Qian Renxue's red lips opened slightly, and her golden eyes were dazzling. In an instant, the holy sword was struck in the direction where Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were charging, and at the same time, a bright light rushed out of the palace hall, illuminating the dark night sky, as if it were daytime. Ning Fengxi and others could all imagine that Qian Renxue would be in danger if she sneaked into the Qian Dou Empire alone. How could Qian Dou not? Think of it, he cares about Qian Renxue's safety more than anyone else. In addition to dispatching two titled Douluo, Snake Spear and Agony, he also specially prepared a life-saving trump card for Qian Renxue. It was the feather just now. It contains the power of a single blow of a peerless Douluo at the 99th level of Qian Dou. Although over the years, the soul power in it has been continuously reduced, and it no longer has the power of the peerless Douluo at the beginning, but even so, that it was also a blow from peerless Douluo. Even if Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo worked together, they could only choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Fengxi, help us. Feeling the powerful strength of this blow, the two people immediately summoned Ning Fengxi behind them. If this was in the wilderness, they would definitely avoid the edge for a while. Although the power contained in this attack is astonishing, after all, it is just a force injected in advance. If the two of them want to leave, they can completely break out of the scope of this attack. But the problem now is that they are in the Qian Dou Imperial Palace. The two of them can walk. But if the two of them withdraw, the entire Qian Dou Palace will be destroyed. This sword is no small matter. If no one organizes the wave, it will be enough to level everything within 100 miles and swallow the lives of everyone here. Not to mention, whether Qian Dou Palace can stay or not, Zhu Yi and others in the palace are now. There is no escape from death. So the two of them could only choose to take this blow. Suppose. True form. Ning Fengxi also realized that the situation was urgent, and immediately displayed his martial spirit avatar. A 7-story pagoda suddenly appeared, and at the same time, 7-colored light enveloped the two titled Douluo. Gu Rang took the lead in using his martial spirit avatar to block the light of the holy sword. A huge bone dragon appeared out of thin air with a roar of great strength, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, with 9 soul rings shining brightly. It raised its head and collided with the angel's holy sword. At the same time, the light reflected by the 7 treasures glazed tower also shrouded Bone Douluo's body. It's like putting a layer of colorful holy clothes on him. Ouch. With a loud dragon roar, the bone dragon's true body collided with the holy sword. The instantaneous collision of soul powers caused bursts of sonic booms, and the terrifying energy aftermath spread to all directions. At the martial spirit true body to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Under the superposition of layers of soul skills, Gu Rang actually had a posture that could protest against this holy sword. With the momentum at his peak, he firmly blocked the angel holy sword in front of him. But after all, it was a blow from peerless Douluo. Even if Gu Rang is a defensive soul master, it is still difficult to completely resist him. Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Old bones, hold on. At the same time, Sword Douluo on the side also quickly displayed the 7 kills true body. Suddenly a white figure rose from the ground, holding the huge 7 kills sword phantom in both hands, and flew to stand on Gu Rang's flank. At the same time, the huge phantom waved the 7 kills sword to help it share the pressure from the holy sword. The 2 men's veins popped out, and they drank violently. After taking a few steps back, with the help of Ning Fengxi, the holy sword actually stood in a stalemate. Having blocked the strongest wave of attacks, the rest is only a matter of time. And in the center of their confrontation, the violent soul power spread out around the palace, causing the entire Qian Dou city to shake. The walls collapsed, and the ground cracked. Everyone in the hall was shaking from side to side, their faces pale. Although these people are important officials in the imperial court, their soul power levels are generally not high. Basically, they are all around the soul king. Now that I'm feeling the energy impact of title Douluo level at close range, I'm lucky that I was not directly shattered by the energy aftermath. In the dark, Two mysterious men wearing masks just watched this scene quietly point, although the sturdy middle-aged man in front of them had already grabbed a hammer. He chose not to take action, yet when he saw the two people indifferent in front of them point, even he couldn't handle the peerless Douluo's blow point. Moreover, Tang Heo only came to assist them this time. Since none of the soul masters from the killing palace chose to take action, he naturally would not be the one who stood out. Besides, there are people resisting now. If they can't stop them, he will still have time to remember before he takes action. Then Tang Heo flicked his wrist, and the clear sky hammer slowly disappeared. Your Majesty, stand behind me. Fortunately, in addition to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, there is also Qian, a titled Douluo, who is behind, protecting everyone present from being affected by the soul impact energy. Ning Fengzi can also safely apply the power to the two titled Douluo point increase point. As the power of the angel's holy sword was continuously consumed, the bright light began to dim. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue also knew that her fate was over. I wanted to use the life-saving means left to me by my grandfather to see if I could complete a desperate comeback point, but it was still blocked by the combined efforts of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo point. She can only choose to retreat now. Otherwise, when the energy aftermath subsides, he alone will be unable to resist the siege of the three titled Douluo point. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue no longer hesitated. The 8 pairs of wings behind him flapped rapidly, and the whole person turned into a golden stream of light, quickly moving away from the Qian Dou palace. At the same time, Qianling City. It was already late at night. After several days and nights of hard work, it was finally completed. Looking at the slightly rough formation in front of him, Lingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. After taking a long breath, he slumped down on the ground. Finally, it's done. My lord, what is this? Chen Zi handed over a towel and looked at the formation in front of her, surrounded by a pile of dark stones. There is a complex and inexplicable magic circle in the middle. Chen Zi looked confused. I have absolutely no idea what these are for. Teleportation array. Lingtian reached out and took the towel handed over by Chen Zi, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and mentioned the name of the black circle for the first time. Teleportation array. Chen Zi was stunned for a moment, not understanding the name. This is a one-time teleportation circle. With it, we can return to Qian Dou City instantly. Can you return to Qian Dou City with just this thing? Lingtian nodded, his eyes unable to conceal his excitement. With this teleportation formation, they can return to Qian Dou City immediately. Chen Zi still found it incredible, and asked in confirmation, with just a few stones and pictures, can we return to Qian Dou City? While excited, Lingtian also began to explain to Chen Zi. Teleportation circle. As the name suggests, it means to transport people. The specific method is to instantly move people from one place to another place by marking the coordinates of the starting point and key points through a teleportation array. This concept has never appeared in Douluo continent. Its structure is not a soul guide. It is a completely new formation structure. This is what Lingtian saw in the God realm before, when he read the literature. It is knowledge that belongs to another higher continent and has never been found on Douluo continent. Therefore, even though Chen Zi is a direct descendant of the Snow Palace inherited from ancient times and understands some changes in basic soul tools, he does not know the meaning and concept of the teleportation circle. However, the teleportation formation is of little use in the God realm. At their speed, they don't need the help of the teleportation circle at all. Lingtian also thought it was fun at first, so he subconsciously wrote down the preparation process of the teleportation circle. I see. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, Chen Zi nodded slightly. Finally, I have a basic understanding of the function of the teleportation array. Then he suddenly thought of something. Pointing at the teleportation formation, Chen Zi thought back and said, my lord, I remember that you seem to have created a formation similar to this in the prince's mansion. Well, it was because of the landmark of the magic circle that I was able to teleport back to Qian Dou City. Lingtian nodded slightly and explained. At the beginning, he was playing with these things in the yard just to determine the landmarks and build the teleportation array. And this is actually the surprise that Lingtian prepared for Qian Renxue. He planned to use the teleportation array directly to return to Qian Dou City. After absorbing the soul bones, it would be best to suddenly appear in front of Qian Renxue point. After talking for a while, Lingtian was almost rested. He immediately stood up from where he was and said seriously, "Sister Chenzi, without further ado, let's return to Qian Dou City now. My lord, do we need to ask father to go with us on our return trip this time?" Chen Z asked. According to Lingtian, the situation in Qian Dou City is complicated now. If you bring one more person back, it may play an important role. Moreover, her father Chen Yu is still a level 98 peak Douluo, who is enough to deal with most things that happen in Qian Dou City. This formation can only take us back. Lingtian shook his head, facing Chen Zi's doubtful gaze, and explained, "The raw stone constructed by this teleportation array has limited bearing capacity. If Mr. Chen goes with him, I'm afraid that the strength of the raw stone will not be able to bear it." I see. Chen Z nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, without further ado, let's set off now. Lord, what do you need me to do?" "Just follow me closely." "Okay." Chen Z nodded and followed Lingtian, and the two walked into the teleportation circle together. Soon, under Lingtian's operation, the formation on the ground began to flicker with light, and soon the two of them were completely enveloped in it. When the light disappeared, the two of them disappeared in place. The City Lord's mansion returned to calm. Apart from some remaining magic circle patterns on the ground, there are no traces left. It's like no one has ever been here. In fact, Lingtian had no intention of constructing this teleportation circle at the beginning. Because if you want to build a teleportation circle, there are two necessary requirements. The first point, you need space raw stone. Second point, there are also requirements for the strength of those who build the magic circle. Converted to the strength of Douluo continent, at least it must be a soul Douluo, and it must be one with relatively strong soul power, to be able to support the construction of the teleportation array. At that time, none of the spiritual heavens could reach it. So I didn't think about teleporting the magic circle. Some time ago, for some reason, Lingtian suddenly remembered the teleportation circle again. It was just a try on a whim. I began to search around the continent, hoping to find raw space stones to try to construct the magic circle. But after searching for more than half a year, I found nothing. Just when Lingtian was about to give up, he suddenly remembered the scale given by the Silver Dragon King. According to the Silver Dragon King, it contained her divine power. The Silver Dragon King controls the element and the laws of space. If she uses her divine power attached to the scales to draw out it, can the so-called space stone be obtained? Thinking about it this way, Lingtian Bureau is very possible. So I started to try. Before that, you need to choose materials that can carry divine power. It doesn't have to be a stone. It can be any item that can store and release divine power. Then came hundreds of attempts. In the end, Lingtian found the right material to carry the divine power of space and created the original space stone. Later, I kept trying it in the prince's mansion. According to the construction method of the teleportation array, the spatial orientation and coordinates are calculated and included in the original space stone. When he wants to go back to the correct position, he only needs to add the azimuth coordinates, where he is now, and he can return to the originally set coordinates through this rough space stone. Unexpectedly, it was just a small surprise at first, but now it can actually come in handy. At the same time, Qian Dou City. Back to when Qian Renxue released the Angel Holy Sword. The bright light instantly illuminates the entire night sky, and can be clearly seen even from thousands of miles away. The two titled Douluo, Snake Spear and Acorn Fish, who were also responsible for protecting Qian Renxue in Qian Dou City, naturally saw the bloom of this light, and at the same time, felt the sacred aura in it. Chapter 393. There are also three titled Douluo. This power is Her Majesty the Saint, Snake, Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo's pupils suddenly shrank, and they said in unison, "Go quickly, your highness is in danger." The Two of them did not hesitate, and no longer cared about the risk of their identities being exposed. He immediately mobilized all his soul power, and rushed towards the Qian Dou Imperial Palace, where the light was coming from as quickly as possible. Whoosh, the two of them moved quickly, not daring to delay for a moment. At the same time, the backyard of the prince's mansion. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed at the location, where Lingtian had left the mark of the magic circle. Then two figures slowly appeared. When the light completely dissipated, Lingtian and Renxue had also walked out of the teleportation circle. Is this the teleportation formation? It's really amazing feeling the teleportation array for the first time. Morning Light's beautiful eyes were full of brilliant colors from the moment they entered the teleportation array to the present, which is just a few breaths of time. They returned to Qian Dou City from Qianling City, which was thousands of miles away. You know, the journey between this and that would have taken a week at the earliest, sister. Renxue. Lingtian smiled slightly, and when he was about to say something, he was attracted by the daylight light not far away. In an instant, Lingtian's expression suddenly changed. Open your eyes wide and stare straight ahead. No, something really happened. This holy aura can only be associated with one person in Qian Dou City. The owner of the angel martial spirit, Qian Renxue. Only she can release this holy power in Qian Dou City. Sister Renxue. Lingtian suddenly turned his head. Lord, let's go, Chen. Z also instantly understood the seriousness of the matter, and nodded with an extremely solemn expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice phoenix spread its wings. He led Lingtian to fly quickly in the night sky, heading straight to the Qian Dou Palace, where the aftermath of the battle was erupting in the distance. Sister Zua, don't let anything happen. Lingtian looked forward anxiously, praying for Qian Renxue's safety. Can wait for your own support. Whoosh, the speed of morning light is very fast. Because she had a soul power of level 96, nearly 97, and coupled with the innate flying ability of the martial soul ice phoenix, she had already flown to the inner city of Qian Dou in a short time. At this moment, Lingtian also saw two figures next to him. It was the two titled Douluo, Snake Spear and Agatha, who hurried over after seeing that ray of light just now. Although Lingtian didn't know the array Douluo, he did know the Snake Spear Douluo. Old. She, your highness. Lingtian, she long paused for a moment, looked at Lingtian aside, and asked doubtfully, your highness, you said you were going to the far north. Why did you come back in less than half a month? She still knew the distance from Qian Dou City to the far north. No matter how fast you go, you can't come back in half a month. This matter is not important. Lingtian waved his hand, and while he was on the road, he hurriedly asked, how is Sister Zhu doing now? Did she encounter any danger? How could her identity be exposed? I don't know what happened inside. She Long shook his head and said dryly, this happened suddenly, without any warning at all. We only set off for the Qian Dou Palace. After seeing the power that Xiaoji exploded, everything was going well just before the young lady entered the palace today. Zhu Yi even wanted to pass the throne to the young lady today. I don't know why, but it suddenly became what it is now. She Long told Lingtian all the news he knew in a few short words at the same time. Galway Douluo, who had never seen Lingtian before, kept looking at Lingtian and Ice Phoenix Douluo Chenzi behind him, passing the position. Lingtian frowned slightly, muttering in his heart. The avalanche suddenly disappeared. On a snowy night, if you don't pass the ball early, you won't pass the ball late, but you have to choose this time. Qian Renxue was suddenly exposed again. After a little analysis, Lingtian felt that this matter was definitely related to Zhu Beng, or to be more precise, it was the force behind Zhu Beng. I want to see who is helping you. Lingtian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, staring in the direction of Qian Dou Imperial Palace. Old. She, Sister Chenzi, and I are taking the first step. His Royal Highness Lingtian will leave first, and the two of us will follow shortly. She Long nodded. He knew that the Ice Phoenix Douluo beside Lingtian was much faster than him. He must arrive before himself, and he can help Qian Renxue in advance. As Soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian and Chenxi passed by the two of them. Looking at the backs of the two people passing by quickly. Shilong withdrew his gaze, recalled Lingtian's reaction just now, and murmured in a low voice, "I didn't expect His Highness Lingtian to come back so quickly. Did he know some news?" Long is also a member of the Qian Dou Empire. Can I trust him with the comfort of the young lady? Kixu looked at the backs of the two people as they left, and asked with some worry, "Don't worry, His Highness Lingtian will definitely protect the young lady." Long waved his hand, trusting Lingtian very much. "We must speed up the bloodletting, join His Highness Lingtian as soon as possible, and rush to the young lady's side." Qian nodded slightly and looked at Lingtian thoughtfully. He thought to himself, Shilong seems to trust that boy very much, feeling the aftermath of the energy erupting in the distance. Qian didn't think much about it. The two of them moved forward at full speed, one behind the other. Shilong and Thornblood are two titled Douluo. They were all sent by Qian Dou to protect Qian Renxue's safety. Among them, Shilong mainly stayed in the prince's mansion, while Sangsu usually performed some special tasks outside, such as assassinating ministers who had different opinions in the court and being responsible for sending news back to Wuhan Palace every once in a while. After all, the mission Qian Renxue performed was of great importance. In order to avoid increasing the risk of exposure, Qian Renxue and Wu Hundian can only communicate on a single line. The task of delivering the message can only fall on two people. It is precisely because Qian has always been responsible for liaison with Wuhan Palace. So the relationship between him and Qian Renxue is naturally not as trustworthy as Shilong, who has been staying in the palace. Naturally, he had no way of knowing what happened between Qian Renxue and Lingtian. Regarding Lingtian's impression, Kixu only knew it in writing. For example, the son of Snowstar of the Qian Dou Empire, the disciple of Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the champion team of the last Soul Master competition, etc. He knew far less than Shilong did. Listen to Shilong, the young lady seems to have some relationship with this Lingtian, so stabbing blood thought. However, there was no impact on speed, and the two of them continued to move forward at full speed. At the same time, Qian Dou Palace. Zhu Beng took advantage of the fact that everyone was worried about whether Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo could withstand the Angel Holy Sword, and he ran alone to the back of the main hall where the two titled Douluo were hiding. Seniors, why don't you take action? Zhu Beng looked a little impatient and reminded, if you don't take action, that guy from the spirit hall will escape from the Qian Dou Empire, and he won't be able to catch him by then. You ordering us, Yin? Who turned his head and looked at Zhu Beng with cold eyes. Senior, I have misunderstood. I'm just a suggestion. A suggestion. Zhu Beng smiled and remained silent. Yin, who glanced at Zhu Beng with disdain, then looked at the two people on the side and said, let's go. It's time. It's time for us to take action. Chen Long nodded slightly, and the two figures disappeared from the place in a flash. Tang Heo, who was standing behind the two of them, followed closely behind them, and turned into a black shadow, and flew away. Whoosh whoosh, three figures suddenly flew out of the palace. While moving forward at full speed, their respective soul powers will naturally not be concealed. The moment the three titled Douluo soul powers were fully activated, they immediately attracted Qilin, who was helping everyone resist the pressure. He frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Beng, who had left their positions. It seems that these people, they were all brought by His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Qilin was a little dissatisfied when he brought an unidentified titled Douluo into the palace. You must know that this is the Qian Dou Imperial Palace, the co-location of the Emperor, the most important place of the entire royal family, and the center of power of the Qian Dou Empire. How can we allow outsiders to come and go at will? 3. Or titled Douluo, Ning Fengxi, who was also assisting Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, also clearly sensed the three forces behind him. Who is it? But now that the situation is critical, there is no time to think about it anymore. Ning Fengxi must now concentrate all his energy on helping Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo resist the Holy Sword. After leaving Qian Dou Palace, Qian Renxue didn't stop for a moment. He mobilized all the soul power in his body and flew out of the palace at the fastest speed. Damn it, I have failed in the end. Qian Renxue looked at the Qian Dou palace behind her from the corner of her eye. With a hint of unwillingness in her beautiful golden eyes, it's obvious that he is already hiding everything. He is obviously one step away from the throne of Qian Dou Empire. Obviously I will succeed. Only Qian Renxue herself understands the hard work she has put into the Qian Dou Empire over the years. Get rid of competitors, gather the court ministers, tackling domestic corruption, etc. After putting in so much effort, she achieved a status that everyone in the government and the public recognized today. She originally thought that, if the current situation continued, the throne of the Qian Dou Empire would be within her reach. Unexpectedly, the cornerstone that I worked so hard to lay was finally made into a wedding dress for someone else. Let her never have any possibility of becoming the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. After hiding in the Qian Dou Empire for so long, he still failed in the end. And the most important thing is that the person who ruined all this is still the avalanche that she didn't even bother to look at, a person who she had never regarded as a competitor from the beginning to the end. In the last critical step, wiped out her chessboard that was already full of chess pieces and cut off her foundation in the Qian Dou Empire. Whoever would put this kind of thing on would definitely find it difficult to accept it for a while. Even if it is Qian Renxue. The same is true. Ziotian. Immediately, Qian Renxue thought of Lingtian again. A hint of regret flashed through her beautiful eyes. He regretted why he didn't listen to Lingtian's warning and get rid of Zhu Beng once and for all, so that he would never have the possibility of making a comeback like he did today. Now, because of his carelessness, the good situation of the Qian Dou Empire has been completely ruined. And now that his identity has been exposed, I'm afraid it will also have an impact on Ziotian. If it doesn't work out, then I will take Ziotian back to Wuhan Palace, Qian Renxue said secretly in her heart. If Lingtian is implicated in the Qian Dou Empire because of her relationship, she must take Lingtian back to the spirit hall. The first is Ziotian's talent. Grandpa probably wouldn't refuse. Besides, as the saint of Wuhan Palace, I also have the authority to bring people to Wuhan Palace. Just as she was thinking about Lingtian, Qian Renxue suddenly frowned slightly. Behind her, she felt powerful soul power approaching quickly in her direction. Title: Douluo, wrong, sword. Douluo, Bone Douluo and Qian from the Qian Dou royal family were all trapped by the attack just now. The angel holy sword is not as powerful as Ziotian now, so logically it is impossible for them to chase them out. Who is it? Qian Renxue did not hesitate and continued to increase her speed. Although she didn't know the identity of the enemy behind her, she still had to leave here quickly. Avoid entanglement with those behind you. This is the imperial city of the Qian Dou Empire. Staying for one more minute will increase the danger. There was no telling when the power of the angel holy sword would be exhausted, and she would not have a second trump card to hold them back. Qian Renxue has now completed the first 3 assessments of the God of Angels. Her strength has reached level 88 contrap, and her affinity with the God of Angels has reached 35%. The third assessment was completed in the past 2 years, so there is no need to turn to the front, and it is not written in the text. The God of Angels controls the sky. Now that the affinity has reached 35%, Qian Renxue's flying speed has become comparable to title Douluo. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be able to escape smoothly. But now those who are chasing behind are indeed 3 genuine title Douluo. After all, Qian Renxue's soul power has not reached the title Douluo and is still slower than their speed. Sensing the approaching aura behind her, Qian Renxue couldn't help but look anxious. Oops, the distance is getting closer. Immediately, all his soul power rushed to the wings behind his back, leading Qian Renxue to fly quickly away from the imperial city. Keep building speed along the waypoint, but the people chasing behind are also growing at the same speed, and even faster than Qian Renxue. As a result, not only did the distance between the two sides not widen, but it continued to shorten. According to the current flying speed of both parties, I'm afraid that I will be overtaken by the enemy chasing behind me in no more than a quarter of an hour. Who are they? Qian Renxue frowned and continued to try to distance herself. Now that's all she can do. If you want to turn back, you will never be their opponent. Time passes minute by minute. The distance between Qian Renxue and Yunhu is also constantly shortening. The chase finally ended 10 minutes later, and Yunhu and others were already standing in front of Qian Renxue. Yunhu looked at the wary Qian Renxue across from him, stood in the air with his arms folded, and asked in a calm tone, "Little girl from Wuhan Palace, do you still want to run away?" Chapter 394 Yunhu vs Qian Renxue. Lingtian arrives. Tiger head, dragon head, faced, with such a distinctive characteristics, their identity is clearly. Qian Renxue said, "You are the people who kill the temple, kill all." Yin, who looked at Qian Renxue and said deeply, "It seems that the information is right. You and the Lingtian really have a lot of relationships." Qian Renxue's eyes passed by the two. How could the people who killed the temple suddenly appeared in the Qian Dou royal palace? In these years, she did not say anything about the inside and outside the palace, but basically what happened could not hide her eyes. She didn't remember the royal family of heaven, and she also contacted the killing hall of the killing capital. By the way, the avalanche is that there is nothing to have. How can it easily investigate my true identity? How could it be able to hide the guards in the palace and quietly seeing Zuyi at that time, because of the exposure of the identity, as soon as possible? Qian Renxue, who was suddenly in crisis, did not think about it. Now it seems that all this is a doubt. Thousands of Snow's head began to operate quickly combine the clues of thin branches, and carefully consider. Suddenly the light in my mind. Qian Renxue almost cleared the whole thing in an instant, staring at Yunhu in front of him, silver teeth bite tightly, suppressing the inner anger. "So, you are behind the back." The power to support the avalanche, even the information of my identity, is also investigated and provided to the avalanche. Papa Yunhu on the opposite side suddenly applauded. It seems to be an analysis of Qian Renxue, expressing affirmation and praise. "Yes, you are right." Immediately after Yunhu's mouth, there was a touch of jokes, and slowly, "It's amazing. It will not be more than 10 years in the Heavenly Dou Empire. Sure enough, you faced with Yunhu's appreciation. Qian's hang snowfield is cold. Damn, it is at the most critical moment. You are about to succeed when you look at yourself, but this guy jumps out to destroy the plan." For a moment, Yunhu was full of hatred in Qian Renxue's heart. If her strength allows, she can't wait to slaughter this and destroy the fruit of her victory. Unfortunately, I can only think about it now. Although her strength is enough to comparable to the title Douluo, in the face of the title of 2 strengths above the 95th level, she did not think she could play it. "Okay, it's time to end." Yunhu put away the ridiculous hill, and his soul was rushing. Suddenly, the strong breath of Douluo was exposed instantly, and she raised her hand gently with Yunhu. A huge tiger's palm is condensed in the air, locked the position where Qian Renxue was located, but in the instant, he had already come to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue dare not care. His eyes are dignified. The tiger's palm has not yet arrived. Yubo brought by the soul power made her unable to shake. The angel holy sword clenched and condensed in the hand of Qian Renxue. The holy light blooms, wants to use this to use the attack from Yunhu. But before the collision occurred, the light was quickly covered by the tiger's palm. But before the collision occurred, the light was quickly covered by the tiger's palm. Although the angel Wuhan is strong, the soul power of Qian Renxue is only the level of the soul Douluo, but it is still not enough to watch in front of the power of the 95th titled Douluo. Ouch, with the tiger or the tiger's paw turned into a huge tiger shadow, roaring and attacking Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue clenched her silver teeth, and the soul rings under her body reflected each other. In addition to maintaining flight, all the soul power was mobilized to the angel holy sword in his hand at this moment. The brilliance of the holy sword continues to bloom. In an instant, it reached a length of more than 10 feet and slashed towards the phantom of the giant tiger in midair, but in front of the giant tiger shadow. It seemed so small. Bang. The holy sword collided with the giant tiger. Suddenly a powerful shock wave spread to all directions at the same time. The soul powers of both sides continued to collide, and bursts of sonic boom sounded in the air. Oh, seeing that he actually blocked his attack. Yenhu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He is a titled Douluo point. Even though this attack was not a full force one, it was not something that a Contra could take off point. It seems that this angelic martial spirit is really well deserved. I want to see how long you can resist. Yenhu sneered twice. Then he gathered his soul power in his palms and struck Qian Renxue with one palm again. The moment the soul power in this palm and the previous tiger shadow came together, the tiger shadow suddenly swelled again. With a roar and waving its claws, the powerful soul power rushed towards Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue here was repelled by the second wave of power. Before she could rest for a moment. While grunting, he took dozens of steps back. But Qian Renxue is Qian Renxue after all. In such an unfavorable situation, he still stabilized his body and still struggled to resist the attack in front of him. He was not directly blasted away by this force as Yenhu expected, and completely lost his ability to resist. But nevertheless, the gap in hard power cannot be changed by relying on these alone. Facing a titled Douluo who is in full state, even Qian Renxue, who is in full victory state, can only open 50 to 50 at best. And he is still an ordinary titled Douluo with a level around 93 or 4, but the Yenhu in front of him has obviously exceeded this level. What's more, she's not in full condition yet. When she released the holy angel sword left to her by Qian Douluo in the Qian Dou palace, it had already consumed 30% to 40% of Qian Renxue's total body and soul power, plus flying at full speed just now. Now the remaining soul power in Qian Renxue's body is only about half of the state of complete victory. It may not even be in its heyday, let alone now. In front of the huge phantom of the tiger, the light on the angel's holy sword gradually dimmed. The soul power above is gradually being devoured until it is completely wiped out. By that time, Qian Renxue's soul power would be exhausted, and she would no longer be able to resist. All that was waiting for her was defeat. Hateful. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and continued to exert her soul power to resist. Although she knew that she was definitely no match for Yenhu, she still had to try her best. Angel realm open. As soon as he finished speaking, a circle of golden light spread around. Everything around him became golden and hazy. Qian Renxue's entire body was instantly bathed in golden light. Her overall aura rose slightly again, and she actually blocked Yenhu's attack again. When Yenhu on the opposite side saw this scene, he sneered again and again. Still struggling, the next moment, Yenhu pushed his hand to directly increase his soul power to the strongest level. He didn't want to consume it with Qian Renxue, ready to end the battle. That has been resolved directly. The sudden improvement of this moment has made Qian Renxue unexpectedly. There is no time to make any reactions. The whole person is directly repelled by this force. Even the angel sanctuary condensed from the soul power in the hand was directly dissipated by the beating at this moment. Qian Renxue snorted. I just felt a blow from my chest, and the pretty face became pale instantly, and it was difficult to maintain the soul power in front of my eyes. The whole person flew backwards. Yenhu sneered. Just as he was ready to pursue the victory, Who was prepared to capture Qian Renxue and completely ended the battle. A cold sound suddenly boomed in the ear. I saw a ice screen suddenly blocked in front of Qian Renxue. This ice curtain also completely blocked the tiger's claws, so that it could no longer move forward again. At this high crisis, Lingtian and Chenzi finally arrived in time. The two of them were galloping along the way, and finally caught up at the most critical moment. Although the purpose of Yenhu's shot this time is not to reach Qian Renxue, but there is no defense to bear the title Douluo. Even if he wants to capture it, it will definitely be seriously injured. Fine. Fortunately, even if the two arrived, they did not let this scene happen. But Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue, who was repelled by Yenhu, and his eyes were still full of concerns at this moment. Sister Zhu here. Just go to you in the past. There is me here. Okay, Sister Chenzi, you must be careful. Just drag them. There are two titles in the back. Well, rest assured. Lingtian nodded quickly, opened the wings behind Bingfeng behind him, turned into a blue flowing light, rushing towards the thousands of snow that was about to fall on the ground. Yenhu's attention is on Qian Renxue's no. Seeing that suddenly there was a figure rushing straight, when the soul power was instantly condensed, It was about to block it. Chen Zi started with a link crossing ice storm. Suddenly attacking Yinhu. The alert Yinhu immediately transferred the direction. The yellow soul power broke out instantly, and it directly broke through the storm of the morning light. This soul power, the breath contained in the storm attack just now, made Yinhu very familiar with. He looked at the discovery of the attack just now and found that it was really the familiar figure, Rabbit. No, now it should be called Yubing Huang Dao Luo, right? Morning Zi, Yin, whose eyes stared at Chen Zi tightly, and a little surprised appeared in his heart. Since it is her who blocks herself, then the blue figure just now should be Lingtian. Thinking of this, Yinhu lowered his head and looked at it. Sure enough, that person is Lingtian, but although guessing, Yinhu's heart murmured. The situation is not right. He looked at it with his own eyes. Chen Zi and Lingtian left the empire of the Qian Dou, and it is confirmed that they are going to the place of the polar north. After this time plus other times, it has to be refined for a month, as soon as possible. Why are they returning from the extra order land for half a month? The appearance of Lingtian and Chen Zi can be said to be completely unexpected. But it's just an unexpected point. Now the general trend has been set. Even if Lingtian and Chen Zi come back, they can't change anything. Moreover, in order to prevent them, they invited Heir Dao Luo to press the array. There is a Heir Dao Luo, who has the strongest in the country's strongest instrument, Wuxi Heio Shan Hammer. Even if there is more Chen Zi titled Dao Luo, he can't afford how much wind and waves, and there is one to say. Lingtian is back. It is not a good thing for them. After all, they do everything, and the starting points are designed for Lingtian. Now the return of the Lord is not so troublesome. Yinhu, Chen Zi looked coldly to Yinhu. After seeing the people who killed the temple appeared in the Dao Empire, Chen Zi already understood everything. Although I don't know what they have used. But it is certain that the power behind the avalanche is to kill the palace. In the heart of Chen Zi, the ice blue energy was surging, and his tone was cold. I did not expect that this time it was the two of your two Zhu Yan who was dead. You killed the temple, but dared to appear. Hearing Chen Zi's words, Yinhu sneered. Heart, the master of the palace is dead. You have stayed in the temple for so long, but you really think that the master of the palace is dead? But Yinhu also knows Zhu Yan's plan. Seeing that they have misunderstood, this is what they want to see. Naturally, I won't be stupid, since it's here. You will stay here this time. Who stays here? Not necessarily. Yinhu joked with a joke, and the soul power of the whole body broke out instantly. Don't say a big words, Chen Zi no longer say more. The soul power around the body surged, and it rushed directly to Yinhu. The loud feng ming sounded. The huge ice phoenix rises from the sky, and the wings of the wings will rise up and down for a while, bringing infinite cold air to Yinhu. I can say it. Yinhu sneered, rushing towards Chen Zi without fear. Yinhu, do you need you go to deal with the two of them? Chen Zi is enough to give me one person. Be careful. How can she say nothing about it? Rest assured. With a tiger, it is also the true body of the martial arts, and the Huxiao mountain forest will scatter the cold. When his impression of Chen Zi was still in the killing hall, he felt that her current soul power was about 93 levels. It was definitely not his opponent of the 96 level title Douluo. Instantly, the two fought together, and their energy continued to surge. In 4 weeks just fought. Yinhu realized that it was wrong. How can your strength improve so fast? Yinhu exclaimed. His eyes were full of incredible eyes. When he was killing the temple, his soul power was much higher than the morning dawn. He thought he could be able to defeat easily, but as soon as he handed over, he understood that he was wrong. Chen Zi's strength did not know how he improved a lot. Then this is what Yinhu never imagined. He couldn't believe his strength, but now he is better than the morning light. Snort. Chen Zi hummed coldly, nothing to say. Currency ice with both hands, and attacking Yinhu again, and Yinhu also did not believe in the improvement of Chen Zi. It was also condensing the soul power, forming a pair of tiger claws to rush to Chen Zi. The attack on both sides collided in the air. The powerful U-bow expands to 4 weeks. After taking the attack of Chen Zi again, Yinhu took a few steps back. Chapter 395. The reinforcement are blocked. Lingtian vs Chen Long. The battle is full This shocked Yinhu Point at the same time. This made him completely realize that Chen Zi's strength is now different from what it used to be. If he continues to push himself, he will definitely be the one who loses in the end. Thinking of this, Yinhu did not dare to entrust Dada again. Point immediately changed strategy from offensive to defensive posture. Point, although his strength is not as good as Chen Zi's, as long as he doesn't sell any flaws, Chen Zi can't do anything to him. Point, all he needs to do now is hold off Chen Zi. Point, when Chen Long's side is done, the final victory will still belong to them. Point, bang. Bang bang. Looking at Yinhu, who suddenly no longer competed with him, Chen Zi frowned slightly and quickly guessed his intention. "Ah, you going to waste time with me?" After taking a look at the situation on Lingtian's side, Chen Zi was indeed a little anxious. But now that I'm entangled by Yinhu, I can't get out in a short time. I can only hope that the king can delay it for a little longer and wait for the snake spear and Agouti to come from behind. Point, at the same time on the other side. Point, Lingtian, who arrived with Chengxi, saw Qian Renxue being knocked away. Point, he quickly spread his wings and took Qian Renxue into his arms. Although Nephrite is in his arms now, Lingtian has no thoughts to think about it now. Looking at Qian Renxue, who is now in a coma, his heart is full of worry. Point, it may be that the true body of Wuhan was injured due to the impact of Yinhu just now. Point, at this moment, Qian Renxue closed her eyes tightly and fell into coma. Sister Zua, how are you? Lingtian sent soul power into Qian Renxue's body while constantly calling her name, trying to wake her up. Point, the ultimate ice attribute soul power. Maybe Qian Renxue can wake up through stimulation. Fortunately, Qian Renxue was not too serious, and she slowly woke up under the stimulation of Lingtian's soul power. Who are you, Sister Zua? Great, you finally woke up. Feeling that she was being held in someone's arms, Qian Renxue struggled subconsciously at first, but when she heard a familiar voice beside her ears, her struggling movements couldn't help but slow down. Zio-Ocean. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were stunned, and she asked in confusion, "You shouldn't be in the far north." "Why, I am." Just when Lingtian was about to say something, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of soul power coming from behind him. Point, he turned around and pulled Qian Renxue behind him. At the same time, the fourth soul ring under his body flashed with light, forming a four-dimensional space barrier to block the two of them. Point, it is Lingtian's fourth soul skill, Ice God Space. Point, form a barrier that can contain the enemy and at the same time condense a space barrier to block the space where the target is located. Point, originally this was an offensive soul skill that trapped the enemy. Point, but apart from this use, the Ice God Space can also be used as it is now, covering itself with four spatial barriers as a protective shield to block attacks. Point, boom. As soon as the Ice God Space was formed, it experienced a violent impact. Point, click, click. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of shattering. Point, after all, he was facing an attack at the level of a titled Douluo. The space barrier created by Lingtian only blocked it for a moment before it completely shattered. Point, however, the time blocked was enough for Lingtian to escape with Qian Renxue. Sister Zua, I will explain these things to you later. After placing Qian Renxue in place, Lingtian looked towards the direction of the attack and saw Chen Long, who had just lowered his arm. The attack just now was from him. Zio-Ocean. Qian Renxue looked solemn and wanted to walk in front of Lingtian. Point, she wanted to help Lingtian. The strength of title Douluo was not something Lingtian could handle. Sister Zua, it's important to recover your soul power first. Lingtian shook his head and firmly protected Qian Renxue behind him. And in your current state, even if you come to help me, you won't be able to do anything. Zio-Ocean, that's a title Douluo. Believe me, just like Sister Zua, I'm not going to the far north just to hang around. Lingtian turned his head and smiled confidently. Point, the Ice God armor plus the Ice God mode, the yin and yang complement each other's soul cores Ice realm. Point, these are added together, and although we are still contrast now, we may still be able to fight title Douluo. But Lingtian took out 2 pills to restore soul power and handed them to Qian Renxue. Sister Zua, hurry up and restore your soul power. I will still need your help when the time comes. Zio-Ocean, don't hold on. Qian Renxue also understood the current situation and finally agreed to Lingtian's arrangement. Don't worry, Lingtian. turned his head, and looked at Qianlong opposite with his battle-clad eyes. Once upon a time when facing a titled Douluo, he could only run away to avoid his sharp edge point, but now he finally has enough strength. Just like he was outside the Killing City many years ago, he was still facing the titled Douluo of the Killing Palace. The difference was that Lingtian now was no longer what he used to be. He facing Lingtian's gaze. Qianlong sneered. Just a contrap. Where did you get the courage to actually want to fight a titled Douluo? Do you really think that, after blocking my attack just now, titled Douluo's strength is nothing more than this? If this is the case, all I can say is that you are so naive. Qianlong looked at Lingtian and decided to deal with this ignorant young man first. Anyway, the main purpose of their visit to the Qian Dou Empire this time is for Lingtian. Now that he has offered it to their doorstep, there is no reason not to accept it. Thinking of this, Qianlong's soul ring flickered. You will release your soul skills at the first sight. But at this moment, he felt another wave of soul power approaching quickly like air. Judging from the strength of soul power, the person's strength is at least a titled Douluo. He's from Wuhan Palace. Qianlong thought for a moment and quickly guessed the identity of the person. The martial spirit that Qian Renxue masters is an angelic martial spirit. It is impossible for the spirit hall to ignore such an important thing. The sword released just now in Qian Dou Palace was extremely powerful. With the strength of Wuhan Palace, there would be no problem in arranging several titled Douluo around. But now there are two titled Douluo who are disrupting the situation. The situation may very well get out of control. Just when Qianlong was feeling a bit in trouble, Tang Heo suddenly heard a voice in the dark. Leave the people from Wuhan Palace to me. Qianlong could feel this fluctuation of soul power, and Tang Heo could naturally sense it as well, and also guessed their identities. There was deep grudge between him and Wuhandian. Heoshan. Douluo? Qianlong frowned slightly and asked in confirmation, can you handle the two titled Douluo over there at Wuhan Palace? It's just two bands. I can handle it by myself. Tang Heo's plain voice came again, and his tone was full of confidence. In the eyes of ordinary people, a powerful titled Douluo was no different from an ordinary soul master in his eyes. Then, please leave it to Heoshan Douluo. I will deal with them as soon as possible. Qianlong nodded and agreed to Tang Heo's arrangement. There is no better way at the moment. If those two titled Douluo were allowed to rush over, the situation would definitely be affected. Therefore, it is indeed the best choice to let Heoshan Douluo go. Just leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a black-robed figure suddenly appear behind Qianlong, and then he flashed across the field and rushed directly towards the two titled Douluo. Agatha and Snake Spear. Marshal. Soul Hall. I'll start with you today. Jump back to a little interest. Wuhandian and he have a sworn hatred. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge, but Tangsun was still young and needed his care, so he had been holding back until now. Now I happened to meet someone from Wuhan Palace, and I was worried that I couldn't vent my resentment. Another titled Douluo. The direction he was heading seemed to be where Mr. Shi and the others were coming. Therefore, we want to prevent Mr. Shi and the others from assisting. Soon Lingtian guessed that Tang Heo's purpose was to block the approaching Snake Spear Douluo and array Douluo. He looked at the retreating figure, his expression becoming solemn. It seems that it will be difficult for Mr. Shi to provide support in a short period of time. He really had to face a titled Douluo alone. Ice God armor. Lingtian didn't hesitate at all. Directly connects all the soul bones in the body to form soul bone armor again. At the same time, the ice god mode is also turned on. The ice blue armor apps shine in it, but it doesn't look bulky. The armor was perfectly integrated with the shape of his body, muscles and bones, and the whole body shone with a sapphire-like light, spreading from the chest to the limbs, stopping at the neck, and wrapping all the limbs downwards. Wearing an exquisite crown on her head, with little snowflakes scattered all over her body, she exudes a cold, noble and mysterious atmosphere. Facing a titled Douluo whose soul power has not been depleted at all, Lingtian must show his strongest state in order to have the possibility of defeating him. With a thought, the ice god's mark flashed again. The majestic aura instantly spread to the surroundings, and at the same time, the ice god armor on Lingtian's body flashed with light, and the ice blue armor exuded a brilliance like sapphire. At the same time, it condensed into a blue gem on the chest point. The armor also has a few more golden patterns than before, dotted around the edges of the armor. At the same time, an ice blue cloak emerged from behind point. The crown on his head shines brightly point, just like a god descending into the mortal world. The terrifying breath of ice spreads around. At the same time, Lingtian's aura continued to surge point. From the very beginning, the 86th level Contra directly broke through the boundary between Contra and titled Douluo point. The expression on Qianlong's face was calm at first point. He looked like he didn't care about Lingtian, quietly watching his improvement point. After all, in his eyes, Contra is Contra, and no matter how much he improves, he cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with title Douluo point. But when Lingtian unfolded his soul bone armor, Qianlong's eyes flashed with surprise, and he felt a trace of the aura of a titled Douluo from Lingtian point. But at this time it was just surprise point after all. For him, these improvements are still far from him point. No matter how powerful Contra is, it still poses no threat to Qianlong. How is it possible? However, soon, Qianlong's expression suddenly changed. Title Douluo. The moment Lingtian turned on the ice god mode, Qianlong clearly felt that it allowed him to directly cross the last shackle and successfully push his soul power to the level of a titled Douluo. How is it possible? How can a Contra reach the level of a titled Douluo? Qianlong looked at Lingtian in disbelief point, but no matter how he probed, Lingtian's current soul power was indeed a titled Douluo point, and it's not the kind of titled Douluo who has just entered the title level. A rough perception should be that it should be effective at level 92 point, although there is still a gap of up to 3 levels compared to his 95th level soul power. The upgrade from soul Douluo to title Douluo is enough to shock Qianlong point. You must know that in the cognition of all soul masters on the mainland point, even if it is an 89th level Contra and a 99th level title Douluo, the gap between them is huge point. Soul masters below titled Douluo, no matter how much they improve, are still not titled Douluo point. This barrier is like a natural chasm, insurmountable point. But today, someone broke this perception and forcibly upgraded the soul power from Contra to the level of titled Douluo. The reason why Qianlong was shocked was mainly because of this. One can imagine point. If Lingtian's soul power really reaches the level of a titled Douluo, then if the current increase is activated again, what a terrifying level he will rise to. He is worthy of being the person that the palace master pays the most attention to. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Qianlong murmured in a low voice point. This person must not be left behind point, otherwise it will definitely have a huge impact on the palace master's plan. Qianlong swore secretly in his heart, and there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. I'll let you end it completely this time. Thinking of this, Qianlong no longer held his hand, and the martial spirit appeared in his hand point. It was a long, round stick about 8 inches long and red in color. There was a large fiery red python coiled around the stick, vividly showing its teeth and claws. This is Qianlong's martial spirit, the fire python stick point. At the same time, the first few soul rings under Qianlong's body flashed alternately point. Following the release of the soul skill, the body of the fire mang stick expanded rapidly, becoming dozens of times larger in the blink of an eye point. At the same time, the soul power attached to the fire mang stick activated the giant python on the stick to reveal its body, open its bloody mouth and rush toward Lingtian's location. Facing Qianlong's attack, Lingtian did not dare to be careless. Bing. G. Domain. With a gentle sound, a circle of icy blue territory instantly unfolded, and at the same time, it spread rapidly to the surrounding areas. Ice G realm. Open. The biting chill shrouded the surroundings, and a layer of ice instantly condensed on the ground. In the center of the field, flying snowflakes appeared out of thin air and fell bit by bit around Lingtian. At the same time, there were still traces of ice in this field point. The subtle white lines add a chilling mood to the cold atmosphere point. White snowflakes, ice blue armor. At this moment, Lingtian is the ice god who descended into the mortal world point. Even Qianlong was in a daze for a moment point, since Lingtian combined the ice god domain and the killing god domain into one. This is the first time that he has officially demonstrated this domain in a battle point. The previous opponents were too weak and did not need to use the field at all point. At this moment, Qianlong clearly felt that his soul power was affected, and the strength of the opposite Lingtian was once again improved. Chapter 396 Mutation, Fusion of Martial Arts. However, this impact is not much. The gap between the two sides in the soul level still exists. The python screamed point in the blink of an eye. It has come to Lingtian's 100 steps. I hit immediately. Bing. Yan. Lingtian raised his hand gently. Point Bing Jian automatically appears in the palm. Point the right arm of the sword raised high, and the ice blue soul power continued to pour into the ice sword. Point the sword body is also increasing rapidly. Point at the same time, the light blue eyes were surging, and the ice blue soul ring was glorious with the continuous convergence of the energy on the Bing Jian sword. A cold air emerged around, and the temperature in the entire Bingson field decreased again, and a thick layer of frost has been condensed on the ground. Point however, in a certain place behind Lingtian, the power of ice is bypassed consciously. Point where is the Kiangsu snow that is sitting and recovering the soul power? Soon the Bing Eye sword was on the light, condensed into a giant blade with dozens of feet. Cut. As soon as the words fell, Lingtian waved his sword down. Point suddenly the sword was like a dragon, and it collided with Qianlong's python. Although the soul power is not as good as Qianlong, Bing Yanjian does not fall down in the momentum. Two lights are intertwined in the air. Don't give up. Point I want to devour the other party. Defeat and eliminate it. Point ice blue, fiery red. Point cold, hot. Point the two very opposite energy collision in the air suddenly caused a severe response, and the momentum caused even more than the light of the angel holy sword. Ice and rough and lava splashed down. Point the energy ripples generated by collisions have continued to spread around. Point even Qinzi and Yanhu, who were playing against each other, were distracted by the impact of this blow, and temporarily stopped seeing. Lord Chen Long, the voice of the two is different, but both are surprised. Point Yanhu was surprised to Lingtian. Point he is very clear about Qianlong's strength, but now he is with a soul Douluo into this situation, which is really unexpected. Point Chenzi is also for Lingtian. Point this time, because of the sudden incident of the Qian Dou city, she only knew that Lingtian's combat power was improved, but she was not clear how much she improved. He did not expect that she had the ability to fight with the title of Douluo now. Point originally, she was a little anxious to see Lingtian and Qianlong fight, and wanted to solve Yanhu as soon as possible to support it. Point, but the desire is not fast. Point Yanhu saw her thoughts, and didn't give herself any chance. Point this makes Chenzi anxious, but look at it now. Point the Lord should be able to delay some time. Point Chenzi can also calm down, and concentrate on dealing with Yanhu in front of him. Point and Yanhu sees this. Don't think about it, concentrate on making your hands with Chenzi. Point anyway, at the same time, they still have the advantage, as long as he can drag the morning Z. Point with Qianlong's strength, he is still assured. Point, even if he can be promoted to the title Douluo, it is definitely not Qianlong's opponent. Point nymph on nympho soul skills of Lingtian and Qianlong violently collided in the air. The title Douluo level attack collision, but it is not the same. Point, even if it is a corner material generated by the collision, ordinary people will die immediately, as long as they contact them with a little contact. And for example, this ice and rough and lava. Point an ordinary person from the soul teacher is contaminated with a little bit, then he will immediately invade the heart and lungs by the ice or flame, and will die immediately in less than a second. Point fortunately, they were deep in the palace, and did not cause the casualties of ordinary people. Point however, the aftermath of the battle still affected the people of Qian Dou city. Point for a moment, hot and cold, two completely different feelings spread to the surroundings at the same time. Point the title Douluo fighting nearby did not feel any discomfort. Point however, the residents in Qian Dou city were still affected by the temperature of the two heavens of ice and fire. Point, although this place is still some distance from the outer city, some of the aftermath of the battle is still being transmitted. 1 second, he was still shivering with cold, and the next second, he was so hot that he wanted to take off all his clothes. Although there was no life on board, the weather was extremely painful. Point Qian Dou city is destined to be unstable tonight. Point first there was the light blooming from the angel's holy sword, and the violent shock. Point followed closely by Chenzi and Yanhu. The two titled Douluo spirit avatars collided with all their might. Point it even made the residents of Qian Dou city feel like the earth was shaking. Point now it's ice and fire again. Point it's really a fight between gods and mortals that suffers. The residents of Qian Dou city are really miserable. Maybe they never dreamed of it. Point one day, There will be a title Douluo fighting in the imperial city of the Qian Dou Empire. The soul skills of Lingtian and Qianlong are still colliding. Blue and red rays of light crisscrossed each other, each trying to completely suppress the opponent's soul power. The situation reached a deadlock point. The two-color energy generated by the soul skill has become more and more intense at this moment, and has even formed a huge vortex in midair, with a purple light shining outwards that is particularly dazzling in the night sky. But behind this light, there is power enough to destroy the entire palace. They are now in a delicate balance point. As long as one party's soul power is slightly weak, it will be completely overwhelmed by this power. Lingtian and Qianlong may have just wanted to test each other's strength at first. The soul power they released was indeed like this, but no one expected that the opponent would not give in an inch, and they all wanted to take the lead and gain an advantage in the first round of attack. The result is that soul power is continuously injected into it. It was not originally planned to use this blow to decide the outcome, but as the two of them continue to inject soul power into it, it unknowingly evolved into this situation. Now none of them can remove their soul power and escape. Otherwise, the person who stops first will be instantly involved in the vortex. The two of them are now riding a tiger with a hard time getting off. You can only continuously inject soul power into it to completely suppress the opponent's soul skills on the surface. This seems to be the first time the two have fought, but in fact, it is a decisive blow between Lingtian and Qianlong. Whoever has the strongest soul will persevere until the end. The final winner is that 1 point at this time. Qianlong, who has higher soul power, obviously has the upper hand. Although Lingtian's soul power is stronger, his basic soul power is still contra, and with the dual state amplification of Ice God mode and Ice God armor, plus the continuous output of soul power, to fight against Qianlong a lot of soul power is consumed every moment. These two increases cannot be interrupted. Because without the Ice God armor and Ice God mode, Lingtian is essentially just a contra. So in this case, Qianlong still has the advantage. After all, his soul power only needs to be used against Lingtian. There is no need to maintain growth. Time passes minute by minute. The originally anxious battle situation between Lingtian and Qianlong also changed slightly at this moment. Qianlong is still stabilizing the power of the soul. The fiery python is still loud. Open the blood basin and keep impacting towards the ice sword in the air. However, Lingtian sighed, but began to have some power. The huge sword shadow of ice and blue, with the continuous consumption of the soul power, has gradually begun to seem a little illusory at this moment, and the counterattack in the face of the fire python is not as good as before. The naked eye can be visible. The current situation is very unfavorable to Lingtian. Oh. How long can you persist? Qianlong felt about 6 or 70% of the soul power left in his body. There was a sneer in the corner of his mouth, and then a soul power poured into the fire python stick. Rushing towards the Bingjian. Bang bang. A loud impact kept sounding. The Bingjian, which was evenly matched just now, seemed to be powerless at this moment. It is even more like a shadow. It seems to be dissipating at any time. Precarious. Lingtian's complexion at this moment is unprecedented. Looking at the Bingjian virtual shadow that was defeated in the air, a pair of ice eyes did not have the calmness of the past. In his own situation, he knows very well. The soul power in the body is constantly decreasing. Even if there is a double soul nucleus that condenses the yin and yang complementation method, the soul power ingested from the surrounding is not enough to consume now. Lingtian's body is now big funnel. Although it is still filled in, the following is constantly pouring out. And the speed of filling is far from the speed that is influx. With less than 40% of his remaining soul power. At most, he can support at most for a maximum of 5 minutes. Abominable. Still insufficient strength. Lingtian frowned and couldn't help but secretly say, this is the second time since I lost the Queen of Golden Dragon in the killing capital of the killing. When facing the mouse, he was embarrassed. Now when facing Qianlong, although he has been deadlocked for a while, he is still not an opponent. Obviously 14 years old, he had reached the Soul Douluo point, but Lingtian still feels that he is too slow to cultivate. If he is now a title Douluo, even if he just entered the title Douluo, he will not be so difficult. Sister Zhu here. Lingtian thought of Qian Renxue, but did not look back. He didn't want to make it distracted, and it still made her recover better. And to be honest, even if this situation is assisted by Qian Renxue, at most it is to delay a moment, in order to deal with us. Killing the temple is really a teacher. Snake, Spear and Spiny Dolphin have not appeared for a long time. Lingtian naturally guess that they must be stopped by other titles. Douluo. Otherwise, they have already arrived at their speed. Yinhu, Qianlong, plus a unknown title. Douluo. A total of 3 titles. Douluo, gathered in the heavenly Dao Empire. The killing horde is just to deal with the forces related to yourself. It is really a big deal. Kill the temple, really underestimate you. However, although in such a dangerous situation, there was no panic on Lingtian's handsome face, but there was no panic, or calm as always, but as soon as the words fell, a silver dragon scales appeared in Lingtian's mind. It was a dragon scales given to himself after the Golden Dragon King sent himself to the Star Dao Great Forest. With the power of crossing the space, you can take him away. If he really can't stop Qianlong's attack, he can use this dragon scales directly and leave here with Qian Renxue to avoid the attack. As for Chenx's side, Lingtian is not worried. If her soul power wants to leave alone, no one can stop it. Originally, thought that this thing would not have the opportunity to come in handy, but I didn't expect it to be because of the people who killed the temple. Lingtian's heart emotion. But these are all post words. As long as Lingtian still has a trace of soul power, he will not give up. At the time of the last resort, he didn't want to use this scales to protect his life. The Silver Dragon King gave himself a scales at first, which actually had 2 meanings. First, just as she said at the beginning, because she had the martial arts of the Golden Dragon King in her body, it was considered a descendant of their dragons, so she gave her a life-saving method. Second, this is actually a test. The test of the Lingtian King of Lingtian is also a bet with the Golden Dragon King. If you use the scales yourself, you basically lose the support of the Yin Lang King. On the other hand, he did not use its scales, but when he took the token to actively enter the Star Dao Great Forest, it was the plan to recognize the Golden Dragon King's plan to recognize the king of the Golden Dragon King. The Soul Beast clan and Lingtian, who represent the Star Dao Great Forest, to counterattack the gods with them. Although the Yin Lang King was seriously injured, it was also the avatar of the Dragon God. If the counterattack in the future, if she can get her help, it is equivalent to the powerful assistance between the strength between the first level gods and the king, which will inevitably enhance the victory of her side. Therefore, Lingtian still wants to win the help of the Silver Dragon King. So to be honest, he really doesn't want to use this scale. But Lingtian is not a pedantic person. If it is time to live in crisis, he will still use it without hesitation. After all, if you live, there is infinite possibilities. Feel that there are only less than 30% of the soul power in the body. Just as he intends to send all the soul power out, and then when he took Qian Renxue away, he suddenly came in the fragrance, and then the softness on the shoulder was uploaded on the shoulders. This is Lingtian. Froze slightly and turned his head. It happened to see that the angel wings behind him had opened, and Qian Renxue's hands were put on his shoulders. It's almost the same. Let's come together. Qian Renxue smiled, and there was still a pale face on his face. She has already seen that Lingtian's current situation is not optimistic. Although I know that her soul power may not play much, she still has to face it with Lingtian, so that he can't let him be alone in front of herself. But, seeing the resoluteness in Qian Renxue's eyes, Lingtian nodded and didn't persuade anything. Anyway, he is also going to make the final blow. When the end is over, use the scales of the Silver Dragon King directly. Just leave with Qian Renxue from here. Then, let's release the last soul together. Lingtian took a deep breath. Looking at Qianlong in the air, there was a bright mango with his eyes. Even if you want to retreat, you must have your own style. Thousands of Renxue's Heng commented. The eyes were equally firm. When Lingtian and Qian Renxue gathered the soul power together, the mutation was suddenly born. Holy and cold. Blue and white. The two very different soul power should not have any intersection. Chapter 397 Ice and Fire Angel. Now, But when the two of them moved forward with a common intention, they actually merged together without any warning, without being controlled by Lingtian. The whole process was extremely smooth, without any awkwardness. Suddenly, as the soul power merged together, a bright light burst out. Lingtian and Qian Renxue were completely enveloped in light. Sudden. A breeze hit the tip of my nose. Lingtian felt his eyes go dark. The next second after being wrapped in soul power, he felt something soft wrapping himself. At the same time, the soul power in the body becomes more active. Open your eyes. Qian Renxue didn't know when she hugged herself. If Qian Renxue is an angel who has descended into the mortal world, then Lingtian in ice god mode is a banished immortal. At this moment, Lingtian could clearly sense the flow of soul power in Qian Renxue's body, and Qian Renxue could also feel the flow of soul power in Lingtian's body. Through two bodies their soul powers are rapidly merging. At the same time, the shadows of their respective martial spirits appeared behind the two of them. The ice G sword and the angel martial spirit overlapped at this moment, and powerful energy suddenly burst out in all directions, and in the outside world. A shadow appeared from behind the light. It is almost the same as the phantom that Lingtian used before, when he used Ice God's arrival. But the difference is that there are 4 pairs of wide wings behind him. Among them, the 4 wings on the left are ice blue, and each wave of them can trigger the icy air. The 4 wings on the right are a completely different fiery red, and you can see wisps of flames with each wave. 1 ice, and 1 fire. 2 opposite element, appear in the same martial spirit. At the same time, there are 16 brilliant soul rings surrounding this figure. It sets off a powerful, mysterious, and noble atmosphere. Martial spirit fusion. Seeing this scene, Qianlong frowned. In this virtual shadow, he actually felt a wave of soul power that was not weaker than his own. How is this possible? It's amazing enough that a soul Douluo can improve his soul power to a titled Douluo. But nevertheless, coupled with the fusion of a contrast martial soul, it is impossible to increase the soul power to the same level as his own. Qianlong couldn't believe it. He felt that his induction was wrong. How could there be such an improvement? It's simply impossible. No matter how good the quality of the martial spirits is, and how high the compatibility is, it is impossible to fuse them together. At this moment, the shadow on the opposite side suddenly grasped the ice sword that was about to collapse, and then the soul ring under him kept flashing, and slashed hard at the raging fire python. Whimsical. Before Qianlong could finish speaking, the huge fire python was cut in half. At the same time, the ice sword could no longer bear it. With a click, it finally turned into tiny bits of ice and disappeared completely. It was a stalemate situation. Just like that, he slashed his sword and was easily broken by the phantom. How possible? Qianlong's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. This is the first time he has shown such a rude behavior in the Tian Dou Empire. Even though Lingtian had just shown strength at the level of a titled Douluo, Qianlong didn't expect to lose his composure like this. This attack after the fusion of Lingtian and Qian Renxue's martial souls completely exceeded Qianlong's expectations. Shocked. Qianlong's current mood was like throwing a pebble into an otherwise calm water surface and instantly causing waves after the ice sword shattered. The shadow stopped again. At the same time, as the light in front of it flashes, the aura continues to rise. Powerful soul power is spreading around. As the aura of the shadow became stronger and stronger, Qianlong could no longer sit still. No, we cannot allow them to improve any further. Martial spirit, true body. Qianlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his strength exploded instantly. Suddenly, a huge figure rose from the ground, and the fire python stick in his hand instantly reached a length of 100 feet. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck with a stick. At the same time, all the remaining soul power in the body poured out, and flames suddenly rose. At this moment, the fire python stick was like a real fire python. Under the swing of the fiery red giant, it hit the ball of light that enveloped Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Also accompanied by endless flames. At the same time, in the light, this is martial soul fusion. The two of them realized it at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. How can martial souls be fused? The fusion of martial souls can only occur when the martial souls of both parties have a very high degree of compatibility. For example, the Star Luo Empire's White Tiger martial spirit and the Netherworld Spirit Cat martial spirit Only when the two martial spirits are very compatible can the martial spirit be used to fuse with the netherworld white tiger. However, their martial souls have nothing in common, so logically speaking, there is no possibility of fusion point. If there is anything that is the same, it might be the strength of the martial soul point. Ice G sword and angel martial spirit are both god level martial spirits. Other than that, the two spirits have nothing in common. How could Lingtian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now was not the time to study the fusion of martial spirits, sister. Zuo, Xiaoshan, the two people in the fusion state of martial souls, a connected point. As soon as Lingtian turned his head, Qian Renxue understood what he meant and held out her right hand. Let's do it together. Lingtian held Qian Renxue's right hand tightly. The soul power of the two people was perfectly integrated in an instant, and the phantom aura of the martial soul formed by their fusion surged again. Martial spirit fusion skill, ice and fire angel, a perfect fusion of ice and fire to completely opposite element. When the angel of ice and fire takes shape under the control of Lingtian and Qian Renxue, the scene just now happened. The ice and fire angel grabbed the ice sword in midair and chopped Qianlong's flame python into pieces at the same time. The energy gathered by the ice and fire was also absorbed by the ice and fire angel with one palm point, and as energy poured into the body of the ice and fire angel, the wings containing ice and fire energy behind him became even more shining. Every time it is fanned, the element of ice and fire can be activated. This is the soul fusion skill of Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Ice and fire angel. It has the energy of being immune to ice and fire, and at the same time, it can use the soul power containing ice and fire energy for its own use. Of course, these soul powers must be absorbed without the control of a soul master. Just like the ice and fire angel had cut off the fire python with one sword, Qianlong lost control of the energy, and they were able to incorporate these soul powers into their bodies, and the energy is not converted 100%, excluding the losses. Only about 20% truly belongs to the two of them. But even 20% of the energy is enough. From the previous battle between Lingtian and Qianlong, less than 30% of the soul power in his body is still left. Although Qian Renxue had partially recovered after taking the elixir just now, due to the release of the angelic holy sword given by Qian Dou. The Tian Dou palace and the escape all the way, the soul power in her body is now about the same as that of Lingtian. Now the soul power of the two people is superimposed together, plus the 20% of the soul power absorbed. He also has the power to fight against Qianlong. Maybe even if it's possible today, I won't be able to use that scale. When the two martial souls merged together, Lingtian clearly felt a terrifying increase in his strength. Now even compared with Qianlong, they should be almost the same. Return to the outside world. At this moment, Qianlong's fire python stick was already hitting the ice and fire angel. Lingtian and Qian Renxue no longer hesitated and clasped their hands tightly together, almost at the same time. At the same time, they said in unison, martial soul fusion skill, holy sword of ice and fire. As soon as I finished speaking, energy gathered. The energy on the wings of the ice and fire angel began to surge continuously. Half of it is ice blue, and the other half is fiery red. Cold and hot. The two different energies finally converged in front of the phantom of the ice and fire angel. Form a group of light. Eventually they fuse together to form a long sword. The appearance of the long sword is similar to Lingtian's Ice G sword, but there are some shadows of the angel holy sword in the details. When the light finally dissipated, a red and blue holy sword containing the power of ice and fire appeared in front of the ice and fire angel. Holy sword of ice and fire. The moment when the holy sword condenses and takes shape. A halo of ice and heat spreads from this center to the surrounding areas. The poor residents of Tian Dou city once again experience the feeling of ice and fire. And this time the two layers of ice and fire are more intense than before. Sister Zuo, Xiaoshan, let us wield this sword together. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes looked at Lingtian tenderly, and Lingtian also looked at Qian Renxue affectionately. When the two people have exactly the same intention, the compatibility of the two souls fusion increases again, and the ice and fire holy sword soars again. The strength and weakness of martial soul fusion skills. The first is to look at the strength of the martial souls of both soul masters when the martial souls are fused. The second is to fuse the compatibility of the two soul masters. The higher the compatibility, the more powerful the soul fusion skill can be. The martial spirits of Lingtian and Qian Renxue are both in the god level category. The strength of the martial soul fusion skills they release depends on the compatibility between the two of them. Although the two of them have been together less and apart over the years, but their minds are connected, and the compatibility between the two of them is naturally not low. And as the two of them become more and more proficient in martial soul fusion skills, their compatibility will continue to improve. What? Martial soul fusion technique. They are just two contrasts. They are worthy of being my opponents. Qian Long looked ferocious at this moment, and looked at the two men fiercely. The martial spirit avatar was fully deployed, and the surging soul power poured into the fire python, as if it was free of charge. I can only see it in midair at this moment. The fiery red giant is so powerful. The long stick in his hand was wrapped in hot soul power, and a violent sound erupted. The air even exploded in bursts at the same time. The body of the stick was like a flaming python, shooting out of the blazing flames, opening its bloody mouth, and biting towards the ice and fire angel as fast as lightning. And on the other side, the angel of ice and fire stood there, waiting. The light on the holy sword flickered. Finally, when the giant python was approaching, the ice and fire angel finally waved the holy sword, unmoving like a mountain, moving like thunder, instantly. The air above the entire palace trembled. It was as if the air had been cut open by this sword, forming invisible ripples at the same time, carrying traces of icy blue and fiery red energy, spreading in all directions, causing countless waves. The ripples are extremely beautiful. Countless small swords formed from the two attributes of ice and fire were formed on the left and right of the holy sword, and the extremely sharp sword light slashed at the huge flaming python. Bang! Countless giant pythons collided with the small swords of ice and fire. Suddenly there was constant sound in the air. It far exceeded the momentum of the fight between Lingtian and Qian Long at the beginning. The powerful collision caused the surrounding air to scatter, forming small vacuum zones in the sky. But this is just the appetizer. The real attack between the two, the so-called highlight, has not yet begun. At the same time, in the Qian Dou Imperial Palace. With the continuous efforts of Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Fengxi, the power of Qian Douliu's angelic holy sword became weaker and weaker, and it was possible to completely obliterate this holy sword in just a blink of an eye. Old bones, work harder. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo looked at each other and felt that now was the time to take action. Fengxi, help me with all your strength. Sword Douluo turned his head and reminded Ning Fengxi, Uncle Jian, don't worry. Ning Fengxi nodded and a stream of colorful light poured into Sword Douluo's body again. Suddenly, Sword Douluo felt his strength increase again. Looking at the angel holy sword in front of him that had troubled him and Bone Douluo for a long time, he clenched the 7-killed sword in his hand. The soul rings under his body flashed alternately, and a bright light burst out from his sharp eyes. He saw a flaw in the angel holy sword break. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword was thrust out. Immediately, the peak of the 7-killed sword hit the center of the angel's holy sword. There was a crisp sound of click. The originally majestic angel holy sword instantly dimmed its light under this sword. Immediately, countless cracks appeared centered on the location of the 7-killing sword. Spreading out to all sides. In the end, the 7-killing sword separates and stabs the angel's holy sword finally shattered, and the oppressive feeling finally disappeared. After doing all this, Sword Douluo breathed a long sigh of relief. If he and Bone Douluo had not wiped out most of the power of the Holy Angel Sword just now, even if his sword just hit the floor in the Holy Angel Sword, it would not be able to break through the defense and hit the air and feel the soul power in your body. Just by resisting the Angel's Holy Sword for a moment, about 40% of his soul power had been consumed. Bone Douluo on the side finally relaxed and came into contact with the martial soul's true form. Because most of the power of the angel holy sword is borne by Bone Douluo, the soul power in his body is consumed more than that of Sword Douluo, and now more than half of it has been consumed. This is still with the assistance of Ning Fengxi. If it were just the two of them, the soul power consumed would be even more. When Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo released the martial soul's true form, Qian on the side also waved away the soul power. All the ministers of the Qian Dou Empire looked like they were surviving a disaster. That was a battle at the title Douluo level point. If Qian hadn't been there to protect everyone, the aftermath of the battle alone would have wiped them out. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, looked into the distance, with thousands of thoughts rising in his heart. Scenes of the confrontation in the palace just now kept appearing in Zhu Yi's mind. Chapter 398 Ice and Fire Double Sacred Swords. Among them he discovered a problem. Ningfeng's his attitude. He still has this layer of compassion for Qian Renxue. Even though he is on the side of the Qian Dou Empire, he seems to have other thoughts in his heart. The person who caused this change was Lingtian. During Lingfeng's hesitation just now, he finally noticed Lingtian's influence. A direct disciple of Sword Douluo of the Qibao glazed sect. The only son of his imperial brother Zuxing. These two identities made him start to worry about avalanches. You must know that the forces behind Zhu Beng are doing everything for the purpose of severing the relationship between Lingtian and the Qian Dou Empire. But the current situation. If Lingtian is to be cut off, it will be difficult for the Qibao glazed sect and Zuxing. Ningfeng's attitude today has shown how much he values Lingtian, not to mention Zuxing. His biological son will definitely not abandon him. The succession to the throne is not just his decision, it also requires the support of the ministers in the court. Now how to deal with the problem of Lingtian has become the top priority. If one is handled carelessly, it may cause a chain reaction. And if Zhu Beng ascends the throne and loses the support of the Qibao glazed sect and the royal clan, he may not be able to sit on the Qian Dou throne safely. The snowy night that I had counted for so long is now filled with sadness. He found that at that time, he still underestimated the influence brought by Lingtian. He is not only a genius soul master, but also a key figure who can determine the Qian Dou Empire. How to deal with Lingtian will directly affect the Daoshan Dou Empire. Lingtian, Zhu Yi, who originally regarded Lingtian as the hope for the rise of the Qian Dou Empire, is still in an extremely difficult situation because of Lingtian's identity. Why do you think you have to be with Shady Anjan? Zhu Yi couldn't help but secretly thought in her heart, His Majesty. At this time Ningfeng's stepped forward. Zhu Yi came back to her senses and said calmly, Sect Master Ning, Your Majesty, I just saw what seemed to be two powerful men of title Douluo level appearing from the back hall of the Qian Dou Palace. They felt very strange to me. I don't know when two more titled Douluo appeared in our Qian Dou Empire. Luo? Ningfeng's asked. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Yi said, they were invited by Benja to help. Invited by the fourth prince, Ning. Fengzi was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Looking at the avalanche on the side, I already understood something in my heart. No wonder this guy was able to return to Qian Dou City and expose that girl's true identity. It turns out that there was someone behind the scenes who was already supporting me. However, being able to easily invite two titled Douluo to help, and also be able to investigate the hidden identity of Zuking. Is there any other force in the entire Douluo continent other than the Spirit Hall that has such ability? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was eliminated first. Apart from Yu Yuansen and their sect, there were no other titled Douluo. Could it be Haoshan sect? You have been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests for many years, but now you can finally hide it no longer. But then again, Haoshan sect has closed the sect. The information they can obtain is limited, and it should be impossible to investigate Wuhan Palace. But if it weren't for the Haoshan sect, which force on the mainland would have the ability to do these things? Thinking of this, Ningfengzi asked, then they are Lingtian Palace. Zhu Yi hesitated for a moment before revealing her identity. After all, even if he hid this matter from each other, he couldn't hide it from Ningfengzi at all. Instead of covering up, it is not true to tell the truth. Lingtian Hall. There was a touch of confusion in Ningfeng's eyes. If he remembers it right, when the Soul Division played 2 years ago, Lingtian would not be by the Uncle Jian. With several titled Douluo on the side of Zaoshan, He killed their princes and peers to title Douluo point. It was also since that day, all the turtles in Lingxia temple have shrunk point since then. They have rarely seen their traces. It stands to reason that I have eaten such a big loss, and shouldn't it be hidden to cultivate? Unexpectedly, they did the opposite point on the surface. The entire Lingxia temple was shrinking, but in fact it was secretly in secret. And really made them success. This Lingxia temple is really not easy. Ning Fengzi is indeed the sovereign of the Qibaoliu Lizang. It is just 2 words revealed by Zhuai. The context of the whole thing is basically analyzed in the mind point Lingxia Hall, now helping an affluent prince avalanche point. The truth of the original Dao Empire's identity was revealed, and it was the truth of the camouflage of Wuhan Temple. Therefore, it allowed Zhuai to choose only one son of his left point. In this way, they draw salary at the bottom of the heavenly Dao Empire. Then Lingxia Temple may be the new noble of the Dao Empire point. At the same time, they also achieved their purpose. The relationship between the split Lingtian and the heavenly fighting empire point. The avalanche is not the Zuking River. He has nothing to do with Lingtian point in the middle of Lingxia Temple and Lingtian. He will inevitably choose to support him to support the throne of Lingxia Temple. Such a soldier does not achieve 2 purposes. I did not expect Lingxia Temple for 2 years, and now it is a thunder hit. Lingxia Temple. Ning Feng's expression was dignified, and he already wanted to express everything in his heart point. Now there are only 2 princes. After confirming that the Zuking River is disguised by the staff of the Wuhan Temple, whether he or Zhuai can choose now only the avalanche point. Although he didn't want to, he could only accept it point to let Zhuai now. There is only one son left. The inheritance of the Qian Dao Empire can only be an avalanche point. He was also greatly affected by the steps of Zuking River. Originally, he became the prince of the empire of the Dao, and he wanted to take the opportunity to improve the status of Qibaoliu Lizang in the heavenly Dao Empire. Among them, it was to stabilize the position of his prince. Ning Fengzi also made a lot of effort point. Now a trick is lost point for many years. It has been transformed into a bubble, and his plan to improve the status of Zhangman is also directly shattered point. The reason is simple point, because Qibaoliu Lizang supports Zuking River, and now that he will inherit the throne of the heavenly Dao Empire, it is the 4 princes that he has never touched point. Although the status of Qibaoliu Lizang is their point, even if the avalanche is dissatisfied, it will not offend Qibaoliu Lizang on the bright side point. But the secret alienation must not be able to run away point. This makes Ning Feng's plan that can no longer be achieved point. Originally, these things had been expected, and at the same time, I had accepted this result point. But now Lingxia Hall came out of thin air. But Ning Fengzi was alert to his heart point, because the avalanche is even alienated to the Qibaoliu Lizang. The Qian Dao Empire still needs the help of Zhangman, which cannot be around the Qibaoliu Lizang anyway point. Similarly, Qibaoliu Lizang also needs the escort of the empire point. Both sides get what they need point. But now that Lingxia Palace intervenes, the situation changes instantly point. The Qibao glazed sect is no longer the only choice for the Qian Dao Empire. Now they also have the Lingxia Palace to cooperate with point. As Zubeng, who was surrounded by Lingxia Palace on stage, would definitely choose them point. Although the Qibao glazed sect is very powerful, a dual Douluo sect coupled with Ning Feng's assistance makes it very famous. It seems that, even if there is no Qian Dao Empire, it will not have any impact point. But it would be a big mistake to really think so. As one of the 2 strongest forces on the Douluo continent, the Qian Dao Empire, its importance is self-evident, and no one can ignore the influence of this behemoth point. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it point. Without the Qian Dao Empire, like duckweed without a foundation, the sect will inevitably be greatly affected point. Although there are bones and swords now, the 2 titled Douluo are still there, but there is no impact yet point. But that may not be the case in the future. This is what worries Ning Fengzi the most. But even if he figured it all out, so what? A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice point. Even Ning Fengzi, a wise man, is powerless to deal with the current situation point. After all, one move is missing, and the whole game is lost point. He also let Lingxia Palace pick the final fruit. Alas, Ning Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly point. After all, it's up to people to decide, not as much as God point. Who would have thought that the crown prince of a country could be disguised as someone from Wuhan Palace? Things have developed until now point. We can only muddle along and take it one step at a time. Hope the situation doesn't get too bad. Ning Fengxi took 2 steps forward, cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, since the crisis here has been resolved, I will ask the 2 elders to rush over and see if they need help. Well, leave it to Sect Master Ning Zhu." Yi also put away her thoughts and nodded. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone." Immediately, Ning Fengxi took Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo and left the palace hall. Go towards the direction where the soul power wave comes from. Although she didn't know where Qian Renxue was fleeing, it was definitely in the direction of the soul power fluctuations. When Ning Fengxi left the hall, Zhu Beng approached Zhu Yi. "Father, come with me. I have something to tell you." Zhu Yi looked solemn. The things he just thought about made him worried. He wanted to see what Zhu Beng's attitude was towards the Lingtian palace side, as this was already related to the future of the Qian Dou Empire. "Yes, father." Zhu Beng nodded in confusion and followed Zhu Yi towards the depths of the hall. Before leaving, Zhu Yi winked at Qian, signaling him to take these ministers and leave the palace. The matter with Zhu King is over. Zhu Yi's goal has been achieved, and they are not needed for the time being. "My lords, come with me." Okay. I'm in trouble." After hearing that they could finally leave this place of right and wrong, all the ministers breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed Qian, eager to leave the Qian Dou palace now. It's really too dangerous here. In just those 10 minutes, they encountered more dangers than they had in the first half of their lives. If you are not careful, blood will be splattered on the spot. Who would have thought that what was originally an ordinary throne passing ceremony would turn into a melee between titled Douluo? It's really terrible. At the same time, the battle center, the battle between Lingtian and Qianlong continues. This time the fire python stick and the ice fire holy sword body finally hit together. Alas, the huge voice was like a flat thunder. All the residents of the entire Qian Dou city can be heard clearly from far and near at the same time. The energy waves of red and blue in the air spread to the 4 weeks. Especially in the dark night sky, the flame burst. Broken ice. The 2 are deadlocked in the air for a while. It turned out to be divided into autumn, and no one couldn't have the other party. However, all the soul power has gathered here, and Lingtian and Qianlong will naturally not stop there. Qianlong drank a violent. The transformed Wu soul really struggled to wave his arms, and his majestic soul power poured into the stick along his arms. The flames that suddenly rose continued to impact the ice and fire sacred sword, wrapped it in the flame, trying to melt the ice and fire holy sword. Then for a moment, the ice and fire angel fell back, and even let Qianlong seize the advantage. Qian Zuxu can't help but be a little anxious. "Zai Ocean, don't we fight back, sister?" Zhu here. "Wait, but sister." Zhu here. "Believe me, if you succeed, there is a lot to defeat him." Although Qian Renxue was a little worried, he finally agreed with Lingtian's idea. Outside world. Under the control of the 2, the Binghuo angel did not counterattack. It is constantly concession, shrinking soul force defense. Contrary to it. The fire python stick across the opposite side saw the situation, and the momentum was even stronger. The stick violently hit the Binghuo holy sword, and it even shocked it again and again. At the same time, the Binghuo sword, which was wrapped by the flame, is also undergoing subtle changes at this moment. But Qianlong didn't notice these at this moment. He thought that Lingtian and Qian Zuxu had been completely suppressed by him. As for the changes in the Binghuo sword, he also subconsciously thought that he was going to melt by his flames. Soul Douluo is Soul Douluo. How to improve is not my opponent. Qianlong's face is ruthless. The hands are pressed down again, and the fire python stick has soared again. The hovering flames are like a python, opened the blood basin, and want to completely devour the ice fire angels that integrate Lingtian and Qian Wu soul in one fell swoop. It's now Sister Zhu here. Lingtian's eyes flashed and turned to look at Qian's Hang Snow. Thousands of Zuxu, who has the same heart, instantly understand the intention of Lingtian and almost release the soul power at the same time. The light blooms in a moment. At the same time, the ice fire angels that are about to be swallowed by the flame. At the time, the wings behind them suddenly expanded to the left and right. and the sudden soul power vacillated the flames around. At the same time, the energy poured into both hands holding the holy sword's arms. The blue and red light suddenly turned left and right. Bing huo, bloom. As soon as the words fell, the flame was broken in an instant. Qianlong was directly shocked. The soul of the ice and fire soul blooms, exuding a dazzling light. At the same time, with the separation of both arms, the two shapes of one blue, one red, the same shape, but exuding the sanctuary that exudes the opposite atmosphere, appearing in the left and right hands of the ice and fire angels. One is divided into two, the original ice and fire sacred sword. At this moment, it becomes two holy swords with opposite attributes. The powerful soul power fluctuates and rushes around. Even the prestigious fire python was completely suppressed at this moment. All the focus is on the ice fire angel. Or more precisely, all on the holy sword of his hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. The Sword Slash is the title. Cut. When the energy of the holy sword of ice and the holy sword of fire in his left and right hands gathered to its peak, the ice and fire angel raised the two holy swords in his hands high and slashed at the flame python, one on the left and the other on the right. Boom. The air was split and waves were created, and the sound was astonishing. "It's so fancy, break it for me," Qianlong roared angrily and waved his long stick to face him. However, Qianlong, who had just exploded with soul power, had not recovered for less than a quarter of an hour. At this moment, the power of this attack was far less than before. The flames on the long stick were far less than before. But it's the opposite. Lingtian and Qian Renxue were at their peak at this moment, with their swords coming towards each other and unleashing their strongest swords. The two swords formed a cross shape and struck the flame python. Bang. This time there was no stalemate. Qianlong's flames seemed particularly weak this time, and the burning fireworks completely lost their previous momentum. The holy sword slashed down head on. The flames made a bang sound and were easily split open by a single blow. "No, that's not possible." Qianlong's eyes widened and he roared in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. His own attack was defeated head on by Tikantras, but that's not all that was hard for him to accept. Now it's not just his attack that has been crushed. The two sword waves did not dissipate, but came towards his martial soul's true form. No, impossible. In Qianlong's shocked eyes, the sword light was getting closer and closer. In an instant, Lei was in front of me. And in Qianlong's sight, it kept zooming in and out. In the end, all the eyes are filled with blue and red light. At the same time, the hot and cold breath hit his face. Qianlong never thought about it. He was actually forced into such a situation by Tikantras. He is a very proud or arrogant person. In his eyes, the soul masters under his own soul power, whether they were Contras or soul masters, were just ants. However, a dramatic scene occurred here. Qianlong was actually forced into this situation by an ant that he had never seen before. This was unacceptable to him. "No, I can't possibly lose." Until the sword light had broken through the body of the stick. Qianlong was still roaring stubbornly. Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the sword light slashed down. Then the sword wave that followed the holy sword hit Qianlong's martial spirit avatar. Under the continuous attack of the sword waves, the martial spirit was unable to maintain itself. The flames on the long stick seemed powerless, and narrow streaks appeared on it. Cracks. Boom. With a loud noise. Qianlong's martial spirit true form was finally destroyed. The huge condensed martial soul shadow also collapsed at this moment. One goes down, and the other goes up. When Lingtian blocked Qianlong's explosion, his defeat was already doomed. Boom. The monstrous sword light completely swallowed up Qianlong's figure, and the two completely different soul powers of ice blue and fiery red triggered bursts of sonic booms, setting off layers of waves all around. After the sword was struck, all the soul power of the two people was also used up. As the last trace of soul power was output, the two holy swords finally turned into fragments and disappeared. At the same time, The shadow of the ice and fire angel dissipated. The remaining energy condensed into a small light group in midair. The light fell to the ground and slowly dispersed. Qian Renxue and Lingtian wrapped in it were revealed. They were supporting each other at the moment. After releasing all their soul power, both of them were now somewhat out of power. He didn't pass out on the spot, which was pretty good. Lingtian said nothing and took out the elixir for restoring soul power from the phoenix ring. Qian Renxue naturally understood his intention, raised her hand to take the pill and drank it, and then Lingtian also took one. The two of them crossed their legs at the same time to restore their soul power. The storm in the outside world that had just been struck by that sword has not subsided yet. Qianlong, who was at the center of the storm, was still surrounded by countless sword lights at the same time. The fierce sword wind dispersed in all directions, and even the battle between Chenzi and Yinhu had to be interrupted. But all this, it will not affect Lingtian and Qian Renxue. When the angel's shadow dissipated just now, the remaining energy turned into a shield. Helping the two of them resist the shock of the outside world. Judging from the strength of this shield, it should be able to withstand it for a few more minutes. It was enough for Lingtian and Qian Renxue to recover some soul power at the same time. On the other side, Qianlong, who turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible, how can it be possible to defeat titled Douluo, and he's still a level 96 titled Douluo." Yinhu, who was fighting against Chenzi, often paid attention to the battle between Lingtian and Qianlong. Seeing that Qianlong has an absolute advantage at that time, Yinhu was in a happy mood, thinking that as long as he could hold Chenzi back, Qianlong would be able to easily defeat the titled Douluo. Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Chenzi had always wanted to support Lingtian and Qian Renxue, but due to Yinhu's delay, there was no chance to take action. As long as he can hold off the morning sun. Not allowing her to support him created a perfect space for Qianlong. So when titled Douluo versus Soul Douluo, they will definitely win in the end. And the battle situation was exactly what he thought at the beginning. Qianlong successfully suppressed Lingtian. At that time, Yinhu had even imagined how the master of the palace would reward their two capable men after returning to the killing palace. But reality is always changing rapidly. Less than 5 minutes have passed in total. By the time Yinhu cast his gaze again, the battle situation had changed dramatically. Qianlong, who originally had an absolute advantage in the battle, was now suppressed by Lingtian. Even though Qianlong had already unleashed all his soul power, but when Lingtian and Qian Renxue used their martial soul fusion skills, the soul power of the ice and fire angels they summoned also continued to increase, until it reached a soul power that was even stronger than that of him and Qianlong. He watched helplessly as Qianlong was swallowed up by the attacks of the two men, until he was drowned. Cold, hot. These two completely different energies have even spread here. No, it's impossible. Yinhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the power that can unleash? The unexpected ending made Yinhu temporarily absent-minded. He stared blankly in the direction of Lingtian and Qianlong, and for a moment he even forgot that he was still fighting with others at this moment. The originally impregnable defense finally showed a flaw. On the contrary, Chenzi was overjoyed to see this scene. My lord, she never thought that the master of Contra could actually defeat a titled Douluo, and he also defeated Qianlong head-on. He is worthy of being the descendant of the ice god, and worthy of being the master of their snow palace. There was no need to worry about Lingtian's safety anymore, and Chenzi's pressure suddenly decreased. The master side is over. Your subordinates can't fall too far behind. Faced with Yinhu, who was seriously hit mentally again, Chenzi naturally would not let go of this hard-won opportunity. His beautiful eyes flashed, and his palms flashed with ice blue light, and he attacked the floor in the defense. Although the time of days was very short. But this is enough for them to seize this floor. Not but Yin, who felt a chill on his back and came back to his senses. But at this moment, Chenzi had broken through his defense, and a pair of jade palms had come to him. There is no chance to dodge at this distance. As a result, Yinhu could only withstand Chenzi's attack. Bang! There was a muffled sound, hitting the target. Yenhu couldn't dodge, and was hit by a palm point. He staggered backwards at the same time. With this retreat, the previously solid defense also showed flaws at this moment. The tiger, which was originally staring at him with eagerness, became sluggish at this moment. The balance, that was originally evenly matched, suddenly tilted, broken. Yenhu, who woke up, thought to himself. Just when he was about to dodge, a loud phoenix sounded. I saw that the 9th soul ring under Chenzi had already lit up. The 9th soul skill, Endless Ice Phoenix. Look up. Above the sky, the ice phoenix soared into the sky. At this moment, Yenhu suddenly realized that his body could not move. Take a closer look. It turned out that, just when the ice phoenix soared into the sky, the soul power attached to the previous palm had already frozen his body. Broken. Yenhu thought silently in his heart. The soul power quickly broke through the ice and regained control of the body. But by this time, the ice phoenix was already approaching, and at such a close distance, even if Yenhu tried his best, he would not have time to dodge. With its wings spread, the ice phoenix rushed straight down. No one has arrived yet. Countless amounts of ice and snow had already rushed towards him, covering Yenhu's entire body directly in it. The loud phoenix cry resounded throughout the world at this moment. Boom. The next moment, the ice phoenix flew and merged into the ice and snow, instantly setting off a storm of ice and snow. And Yenhu, like Qianlong, was drowned in the storm. After a long time. The storm slowly subsided and the ice and snow receded. At this moment, Yenhu was still standing in the same place, but there was no life left. Level 96 titled Douluo. Yenhu died. Even though Yenhu was a titled Douluo, he couldn't resist being buried in the ice and snowstorm in the morning light. Now he has turned into a stiff corpse. His whole body had been pierced by countless weapons at this moment. Among them, the one that completely took away his life was the ice pick on his chest that pierced his heart. The ice in Ice Phoenix Dawn is very cold. Although Yenhu's body was covered with sores, not a drop of blood flowed down, because the blood in his body froze the moment the ice pick penetrated. This is the titled Douluo who has killed the highest soul power since Chenzi became the title. Thanks to the Ice Phoenix God. It is not difficult for her to kill a title Douluo of the same level. Chenzi took one last look at Yenhu, then shook her head and turned to leave. He jumped up and ran towards Lingtian and Qian Renxue. At the same time, saw Douluo, who was rushing towards this place, suddenly frowned. Following closely behind. Douluo also sensed the situation. He paused for a moment and turned his head to look at Chenzi. Old Bones, you feel it too, right? Go. Rang nodded, his expression extremely solemn. Ningfengzi caught up and saw the expressions of the two of them and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what happened ahead? We sensed that the soul power fluctuations of the title Douluo disappeared. Chenzi looked forward and guessed, maybe the battle ahead is over. It's over. Ning Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the girl from Wuhan Palace has been caught by the people from Lingtian Palace? Very possible. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, let's speed up. Maybe we still have a chance to catch up. Chen Zin and Gurang looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then he took Ningfengzi directly, and the two of them moved forward at full speed. At the same time, on the other side, Lingtian and Qian Renxue are recovering their soul power. The elixir enters the throat. It turns into a stream of pure soul power and flows into the body. Like a trickling stream of water, it nourishes the meridians in the body that have dried up the soul power and circulates in the body for a week, guiding the repair of one's own soul power. After a while, Qian Renxue opened her eyes. Although the soul power is not restored much, fortunately it will not affect the physical condition. Lingtian's recovery was better. There are 2 soul cores running in the body, and the speed of soul power recovery is far faster than that of ordinary contrasts. Calls our ocean, how are you? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at him with concern. It's not bad. I've recovered some soul power. Lingtian gave her a reassuring expression, and then looked ahead at the center of the storm that had finally calmed down. Title Douluo Qianlong is among them. Lingtian's original estimate of his combat power was around level 92. Level 3. Lingtian didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Qianlong, the 96th level super Douluo. He even held the dragon scales in his hands, ready to escape from here with Qian Renxue at any time point, but he didn't expect that by chance he would actually complete the soul fusion with Qian Renxue this time. In this form, he actually defeated Qianlong. At the same time, Qian Renxue was also filled with emotions. Lingtian was shocked, and she was equally shocked. A 96th level super Douluo. However, the soul power of Lingtian and Qian Renxue is only over 80 level. Contrast this martial soul fusion skill is truly terrifying. Just imagine how high their strength would be if Lingtian and Qian Renxue both raised their soul power to title Douluo and used today's soul fusion skill again. I'm afraid a battle with that ultimate Douluo is not a bad idea. After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue looked forward. There is a deep pit of tens of meters that has just been dug out. Title Douluo Qianlong is now lying at the bottom of the pit. Ocean, is that title Douluo dead? Qian Renxue asked softly. Probably not. Lingtian shook his head and looked at the deep pit ahead. With his strength, our attack just now would only seriously injure him at most. After all, Qianlong is a 96th level titled Douluo. Although Lingtian and Qian Renxue's attack just now was so powerful, in fact most of the soul power was used to break through Qianlong's true martial soul. Even if all the remaining attacks hit Qianlong, they still won't be able to kill him completely. But his current condition must be very bad. Not only was his life in danger, he was also seriously injured. And he definitely had no fighting power. Chapter 400. Come with me, Ocean, my lord. At the same time, the morning light also came to the two of them. Lingtian turned his head and said, Sister Chenzi, is it over with you too? Chen Zizen nodded lightly and said, Yen, who has been eliminated by me, plus Qianlong, who was just eliminated by the Lord, or the title Douluo sent by the Killing Palace this time, except for the unidentified man in black robe, are all it's here, as expected of Sister Chenxi. Lingtian smiled lightly. If the Lord hadn't defeated Qianlong in advance and created an opportunity, I wouldn't have taken advantage of this flaw to deal with Yin Hu. After a pause, Chenzi said softly, I didn't expect that the Lord's strength would have improved unknowingly. So much killing the palace is really dishonest. A murderous intent flashed in Lingtian's eyes. If I and Sister Chenzi hadn't arrived in time today. Even if Qian Renxue had the trump card left by Qian Dou and the protection of two titled Douluo, Sangsu and Shilong, she might not be able to leave Qiandao Palace smoothly. But it's okay, they realized the problem in advance and rushed back. Sister Chenxi, Lingtian's eyes flashed towards the pit, and he said in a calm tone, Qianlong should not be dead yet. You should go and give him a ride. Chen Z nodded slightly. In a flash, he was already in front of the pit. Look down. Qianlong was lying at the bottom of the pit at this moment. At this moment, his eyes still retained the fear from before, and his breath was weak. Like a candle in the wind. There is a possibility of burning out at any time. There were large and small sword wounds all over his body, as well as scars burned by flames and ice marks eroded by the cold. There was not even a single intact place of skin and flesh on his whole body. His clothes were in rags and his body was covered in blood. He looked like a beggar if this were thrown on the street. Even if he was said to be a titled Douluo, no one would believe him. But I have to say it. This is also the titled Douluo. If it had been any other soul master, his life would have been in danger. However, Qianlong survived tenaciously by relying on the physique of a titled Douluo. The weak soul power remaining in the body is still running, trying to help Qianlong control his body again. Morning. Seeing the person coming, he turned his head with difficulty. His throat rolled, and it took him a long time to spit out a word weakly. The fingertips moved, but in the end they could not lift them up. Chen Z looked at Qianlong, who had fallen into such a situation, and not only shook his head. Turn your palms up. Ice blue soul power gathered inside. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zi struck forward with his palm point. Seeing that they had worked together in the killing hall before, she decided to give Chen Long a dignified death point. The ball of light approached Chen Long silently and then bloomed with dazzling light at the moment of contact, sealing Chen Long's entire body in the ice. Then with a bang sound, the ice suddenly burst. Then there seemed to be sound coming out during the whole process, but it was so weak that it was almost inaudible. The next moment, the light faded. The bottom of the pit deepened a bit, and Chen Long disappeared silently. All that was left in place were broken ice shards and 2 dark soul bones. Looking at the parts of the soul bones left behind, one should be the right leg bone and the other should be the left arm. It's just that the ice cubes that should have been transparent are now stained with some blood stains. Level 96 titled Douluo, Chen Long, Die, Qian Dou Empire, Qian Dou City. On a night full of turmoil, 2 titled Douluo died here. When Chen Zi dealt with Chen Long, Lingtian was also discussing the next steps with Qian Renxue. Now Qian Renxue's identity has been exposed. Where to go is a key question, sister. Zua, what are you going to do now? My identity has been exposed in the Qian Dou Empire, and the Wuhan Hall's plan has failed. Now I can only return to the Wuhan Hall first, and then we can make long-term plans for the future. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she sighed helplessly. For a while, I still couldn't accept the fact that my plan failed. But this is normal. No one would have thought that Zhu Beng could get together with Shadian, and that at this important moment, he would go around and steal the house to give Qian Renxue a crucial stabbing. You want to go back? Lingtian's eyes kept flickering, as if he had a different view. Ocean. At this time, Qian Renxue suddenly turned her head and looked at Lingtian closely with her phoenix eyes. You also come to Wuhan Palace with me. The relationship between you and me is seen by everyone in the Qian Dou Empire. Now that my identity as the false prince has been exposed, it is impossible to say that it has no impact on you. Moreover, Prince Zhu Crossing once offended Zhu Beng. Now, as the only prince of the Qian Dou Empire, the future throne is destined to belong to him. And with Zhu Beng's character, he will definitely settle the score once he gains power. Although he won't touch you on the surface, he will definitely keep making small moves. In addition, he has a close relationship with Shadian. We caused Shadian to suffer a big loss in the first place. There is no guarantee that we will not join forces to kill you. Even with Sister Chen Zi here, it may not be safe, so it would be better for you to come back to Wuhan Palace with me. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian seriously. No one can touch you there. Come with me, sister. Zua. Actually, before Lingtian could finish speaking, Qian Renxue spoke again. If you are reluctant to let go of your uncle and aunt, I can send someone to pick them up, and we can return to the spirit hall together. Ocean. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes are full of emotion. She hoped that Lingtian would agree to her and leave the Qian Dou Empire with her sister. Zua. Lingtian finally found a chance to speak. He put his hands on Qian Renxue's shoulders and said softly, actually, things haven't gotten this bad yet. We actually still have a chance. Ocean. Hearing this, Qian Renxue was a little anxious. I just thought that Lingtian didn't want to leave the Qian Dou Empire and found any reason to comfort himself. After all, now that his identity as the fake prince has been exposed, the Qian Dou Empire has no place for him. Where do they have other opportunities now? I'm not worried about you staying here alone, so just come back to Wuhan Palace with me. Okay, sister. Zua, I really have a way. When Lingtian was about to say something, Chen Xi suddenly appeared in front of him with a solemn expression. My lord, someone else is approaching here. Is there anyone else? While the two were talking, 3 figures had appeared not far away. Might be coming here soon. Lord, I only have about 60% of my soul power left now. It's best to leave here first and avoid the danger for the time being. Chen Zi walked to Lingtian's side and suggested in a deep voice. Lingtian looked forward and nodded in agreement. Just when Chen Zi was about to take the two of them away, Lingtian suddenly felt a familiar wave of soul power. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.